November 23rd, 2004. Blizzard Entertainment changed the landscape of gaming forever, releasing their next-generation MMORPG, World of Warcraft. Over the next couple years, WoW took the world by storm, gaining accolades from nearly every publication and selling over 1.5 million copies by 2006.
This particular online game actually has almost 8 million people playing it right now.
8 million people?
I think it's really cool because it's like an organization. It's almost like a team, a job.
While Blizzard Entertainment was racking in the big bucks with their growing player base, all paying $15 a month along with game purchases, Hasbro was experiencing the opposite. Dungeons & Dragons, Wizard of the Coast's premier tabletop role-playing game, was seeing dwindling sales. Since the turn of the millennium, gamers were simply more interested in digital role-playing games than the ones played with pen and paper. In 2005, Hasbro's ideals changed. They thought that core brands should be making significantly more money than they were, and Wizards was informed that they would be required to make $50 million or over each year. At the time, D&D was hitting about half of that. Ideas were floated around, and it was decided that their best shot to meet these numbers would be to launch another edition of the game. A version with ties to the digital world and the internet, so that it could be monetized beyond just a single purchase. So they looked to the world of video games for inspiration, not just in the growing number of subscription-based games, but also in terms of their design and the way people were playing them. That same year, development started on 4th edition. A team led by Rob Heinzu was made, and right from the beginning concerns were brought up that a new edition of the game would invalidate players' collections of 3rd and 3.5 edition books.
New edition of D&D, 4th edition, awesome! Now I gotta buy new books again.
It would also essentially be like starting from scratch, but this was the path that Wizards decided to go down. Not only was this a fresh start for the brand, but it was a chance for them to evolve what D&D could be. Mike Merles, one of the developers on 4th edition, later in an interview said,
"As far as I know, 4th edition was the first set of rules to look to video games for inspiration. I wasn't involved in the initial design meetings for the game, but I believe that MMOs played a role in how the game was shaped. I think there was a feeling that D&D needed to move into the MMO space as quickly as possible, and that creating a set of MMO conversion-friendly rules would help hasten that."
The team was looking at the same games that once took inspiration from D&D to help craft their new game. This new direction led 4th edition down a route that would be more complex rules and mechanics, the main one being powers. Each class basically had abilities that had cooldowns that would go between rests. Their goal was to draw in new players and to have a more modern version of the game. The internet and a series of web-based tools were their answer. Being developed along with 4th edition was a series of web tools for a service called Dungeons & Dragons Insider, a web portal that would tie in with the books and release new content along with digital versions of both Dungeon Magazine and Dragon Magazine, for all a monthly cost of about $10 a month. The plan was made, the stage was set, and all they needed to do was announce the thing. And at Gen Con 2007, they did exactly that.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the unveiling of the 4th edition of Dungeons & Dragons, the role-playing game.
4th edition was announced on stage, and as far as the Wizards team could tell, people were excited. On stage, they showed off this new system and all the powers and powerful tools they would be creating for DMs to use. Capstone was a demonstration of D&D Eye, a full digital tabletop space with 3D graphics, voice chat, and a character creator that looked straight out of an MMO. People were interested, but people were also skeptical of if WotC could pull this off. Not to mention the mild frustration with how all of their 3.5 content was going to be obsolete within a year or so. On the other side of the equation, publishers were anything but excited. A few months earlier, Wizard made the decision to call back on their license. Quote, on April 20th, 2007, they announced that they would be taking Dungeons & Dragons magazines back from Paizo. A few weeks later, on May 1st, another announcement was stated that Margaret Weir's license to Dragonlance was coming to an end. Since 2002, Paizo Publishing had been the primary publisher for Dragon and Dungeon magazine. leaving them in the dust. Wizard appeared to be taking back its IP, and this left third-party publishers wondering what their fate would be. See, third-party publishers' content made under the Open Game License, or OGL, using the D20 system, was a source of income for many indie and smaller publishers that lived or died based on what Wizard supported. A few years back, when 3.5 was released, they were already caught off guard and ended up releasing content that was outdated thanks to poor information from WotC. With whispers of this new game coming out, many of these publishers simply decided to wait and see what would happen.
Sign up for that free preview of the D&D Insider. And please, no grappling the troll. Good night, everybody,
Go
and
ahead,
good gaming.
grapple 'em. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Fourth edition was real. The Gen Con panel showed audiences what to expect in the next year, when the game would finally release. With a series of preview books in late 2007, the official release of the core rulebooks wouldn't be until June of the next year. Before 4th edition could officially release to masses, however, Paizo Publishing, unsure of what their future working with Wizards would be, pursued a different option. March 2008, the news dropped that Paizo would be releasing their own tabletop role-playing game. The months of frustration and silent treatment from Wizards led them to not only announce their new game Pathfinder, but also drop its early playtest the same day. This new game is a continuation of the 3.5 rule set, and is compatible with all of 3.5 content. This collection that gamers had would be able to be used with a modern system, with support from a publisher who had already earned years of good faith from publishing the magazines that were popular. If successful, Pathfinder had the potential to kill WotC's new edition before it even released. If 4E wasn't a massive hit, D&D would be in trouble. 4th edition was interesting. The initial release was met with some praise, but was overall a series of unmet promises. The online toolset D&D-I came a few months later and lacked the features promised the year prior at Gen Con. The virtual tabletop space was nowhere to be seen, and the 3D character creator straight out of WoW was not included at all. And it was primarily just a destination to get articles and tools that were basically already in the books. A few weeks after launch, Joseph Batten, the lead project manager, died in a tragic murder-suicide. The work that had been made on the project that he did was seemingly unusable, setting the team back years. While eventually releasing a beta years after the original launch, the dream of D&D-I becoming the primary destination to play D&D was anything but a reality. 2009's release of Pathfinder didn't help the cause at all. Another expert from Shannon Appelklein's Designers and Dragons says, quote, "By 2010, there were probably more books being published under Paizo's Pathfinder license than under Wizards of the Coast GSL license. Even some of the young PDF companies that popped up to publish for 4th edition were moving to Pathfinder." 4th edition from the outside all but appeared to be a failure for Hasbro and Wizards. The system was built around online tools which never reached their promised potential, and players seemed more interested in rival systems. While 4th edition has its fans and certain mechanics and design choices have been praised even now, it was anything but the golden goose WotC needed it to be. As sales were clearly falling off, the cycle was going to start again. The need for another version or product was becoming clearer and clearer every month. January 9th, 2012, a New York Times article opened with this line: "True believers have lost faith. Factions squabble. The enemies are not only massed at the gates of the kingdom, they've also broken through." The article, titled "Players Roll the Dice for Dungeons & Dragons Remake," was the announcement that 4th edition not only failed, but was dead. Wizard of the Coast had announced another version of the game, D&D Next. Quote, "Over the course of 2012, a few final 4E books trickled out. But for all purposes, the game was dead as of that announcement. Just 3.5 years after its creation. Compared to 3E's 8-year reign, 2E's 11-year reign, and 1E's 12-year reign, it was a horrendously short amount of time span, and the clearest sign that the product line had been badly mismanaged. Designers and Dragons. 3.5 years. 4th edition could almost be seen as a mistake. A financial sink that cost them time, money, and resources. The mistake cost WotC people, as slowly, either by their own will or by layoffs, the crew that made so much of D&D what it was the last decade would leave to either form their own games or join the growing Pathfinder design team. August 2009. marked the release date for Paizo Publishing's new tabletop role-playing game, Pathfinder, a system created using the backbones that formed 3.5. This release marked a fundamental change in the TTRPG landscape, one where Dungeons & Dragons was no longer the top. The radical changes that they added to make D&D more like a video game didn't click with the masses. These changes would ultimately stagnate the D&D fanbase, causing many longtime fans to drop the game. Pathfinder was created as a response to these changes, and provided a new alternative way to play that 3.5 that so many people loved. And it worked. Pathfinder climbed its way into the top-selling TTRPGs over 4th edition. Wizards had a problem. Over the course of a decade, D&D went from the top-selling TTRPG to firmly in 2nd or 3rd place, if not lower. If they wanted to regain their market share, they'd have to make drastic moves. Through failure of the release of 4th edition, the D&D team was struck with a series of layoffs, including head designer at the time, Rob Heinz, refocusing their efforts on smaller scale projects like standalone board games or starter sets for previous editions of D&D. The team was in limbo. That was until 2011, when WotC was ready to fight back. And fight back, they did. Three years later, Wizards of the Coast officially released the next evolution of the tabletop classic Dungeons & Dragons, 5th edition. Today, D&D is bigger than ever before, with fans in the tens of the millions worldwide, all forming one massive community. Cultural relevance has boomed from giants like Critical Role to story elements in highly successful shows such as Stranger Things, and its own successful blockbuster film. D&D isn't big, it's an icon of what TTRPGs are. It went from the game that your weird uncle played in high school to something that nearly everyone has heard of and one of the biggest elements in nerd culture. But what caused this change? Why did 5e succeed where 4th edition failed? Is this system of rules and material really all it's hyped up to be? I want to answer these questions by diving into the deep end, examining Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition under a microscope. The good, the bad. This is my critical analysis and critique of D&D 5th edition. Hey, welcome. If you've made it this far, then awesome. You're in for a absolute trip of a analysis on 5th edition. But before we go any further, let's have some housekeeping. First, this is not a tutorial on how to play D&D. I'm going to be talking a lot about the basic mechanics of the game, sure, but I'm not going to be teaching you how to play D&D. If you're looking for advice on how to do that, there's some great videos out there for that. Go check those out, and then maybe come back here, and you're still going to learn something. Second, not all of us are going to be on the same page. Some of us have been playing D&D for years and thousands of hours, while some of us are brand new to the game. Or some of us have played Baldur's Gate 3 and we're curious. Or you're just here because you want to hear a crazy person talk about D&D for who knows how many hours. Either way, I want us all to be on the same page and understand what I'm talking about, regardless of your experience level. To alleviate that, a little bit of text will be on screen explaining the rule that I just brought up. Third, you've probably noticed at this point that this video is long. So to help with that, you're going to see chapters on the timeline, and in the description is going to be timestamps to those chapters. So if you don't want to use the nice YouTube feature, you can just click on those and skip to either what you were at, or if you just want to hear me talk about a certain topic. Finally, I know you. If you clicked on this video because it's a 5-hour video essay and you just want somebody to put on in the background, I know you. Or if you're planning on listening to this while at work or driving or doing something else, play a game for all I care. So I've designed this video in 2 ways. The first one is the audio experience. Everything in this video can be consumed purely in audio form. If you shut your screen off, you're not going to be missing much. You're not going to be missing crucial information or mechanics or something that will only be available through video. It is completely possible to listen to this video and lose nothing. But I've also made this video refreshing to watch. It's not just going to be blank screens or me talking to the camera like this, it is a proper video that has been made. So if you're just going to listen to it, that's perfectly fine. But if you want to actually sit through the entire thing and watch it, you're also going to catch things that you might not get when you were listening to it. All right, that's the housekeeping. With that being said, enjoy the video, and here's the development of 5th edition. Wizards of the Coast assigned game designer Mike Mearls was the daunting task to create the next release of D&D to follow up on the disappointment that was 4th edition. This R&D team would go to work to create the next version of D&D. But before all of that, in February 2011, Mike would publish the first post in a public forum called Lores and Legends, a soapbox for himself and other members of the design team to open up about D&D topics and talk about the ins and outs of what an RPG is. But more importantly, they would discuss the R&D process and design philosophies for the upcoming projects that they had in their back pocket. Eventually, this forum would be taken over primarily by Monty Cook, one of the designers of 3rd edition who was brought in by Mike and the team to assist with the R&D. Mike believed that this game wasn't just a product. It wasn't just another thing to be sold, but one that should be built and formed off of community feedback and playtests, a mindset that would persist for the entire development of 5th edition. The groundwork had been set, and the team worked throughout the year to create the base of this new system. One design philosophy that kept being floated around and played with was the idea of how intense rules should be.
You can see the comparison. RPGs will let you do all sorts of crazy stuff. In other games, the rules are guidelines that tell you what you can and cannot do. You can't break out of jail in Monopoly unless you have the right card to play. In D&D, the DM tells you what you can and cannot do. The rules instead tell you how to do things.
The idea put forward by Mike was that the rules of D&D were there to create the frame in which the players could express themselves however they wanted. Mike thought creating a simple game that the DMs and players can then add to, making it as complex or as simple as they want, was important. One of the many issues with 4th edition was that battles took forever, often boring the players well before they had reached a climax. Monty touches on this later in the year when he brings up the idea that empowering the DMs speeds up games and creates a better simulation, saying prior to 3rd and 4th edition, the books encouraged DMs to make their own rulings and calls, instead of relying on whatever the book said. The current versions of the game instead provided in-text rules or guidelines. It was expected that DMs would use these in-text guidelines to figure out how to do certain actions. If the DM chooses to ignore it or simply didn't want to dig through blocks of text, they could then, and only then, make their own call. It was the expectation that the DMs would follow the in-text rules, not the exception. The rules were limiting the power that the DM had over the game, and these limiters could easily be called on by players trying to force out a better outcome from the DM. That's why Monty thought, empowering DMs from the start facilitates simulation. No set of rules can cover every situation, and the DM can address fine details in a way no rulebook can. When it comes to how much of your turn is spent opening a door, perhaps it depends on the door. A large, heavy metal door might be your action to open, while opening a simple wooden door might not require an action at all. Another door might fall in between. Do you want the rules to try to cover every aspect of this relatively insignificant situation? The side effects of empowering the DM? A larger focus is on the narrative and characters of the game, versus those nitty-gritty rules and details of opening a door or carrying a box.
It was really the dungeon master, the interaction between the players, the sense that we're creating this thing as we go. That's not, it's not railroaded. It's this sort of open-ended thing. The DM having that power to weave a story or build a world or just throw lots of. He's just mad because you killed his dragon, so he throws 3 more dragons at you because what the hell he can? He's the DM, right? Just that sense of it was really what unified everything across those editions. So it was interesting to see that they all had a lot more in common than maybe people would think. That really, at its essence, the game hasn't changed much over those 38 years.
This would be one of the key pillars of D&D Next. No matter how you look at it, some rules are needed to even play a game. But the core principles of what this version of D&D would be had been set.
It's all those things. The game is funny, it's scary, it's tense. It's the thrill of victory and the agony of the natural one. And above all else, it's the sense of fellowship that you get from sitting around a table and sharing all that with other D&D players. So when you think about, how does D&D Next fit into everything? And it's actually very simple. Everything I just talked about, that stuff doesn't have anything to do with the rules of the game. The rules are really just there to keep the game moving. They're a tool for the DM. They're kind of like an artist paints. Where the paint isn't what's important; it's the picture. We don't play D&D because we all just really like learning rules about armor class or figuring out attack bonuses or calculating saving throws. When you think back, if to the first time you started playing D&D, and you think about those experiences and why are you still playing this game? If it's anything like my experiences, it's when you first figured out that you could do anything in this game. That most other games we probably had learned to that point have been all about the boundaries they create. They create a path that you can follow on a game board. Or they tell you, well, on your turn you can spend your resources to build a colony or improve your castle or anything like that. The rules are all about telling you what you could do, and that's all you could do. D&D taught us that we could do whatever we wanted in a game. There was no board, there were no boundaries. There was just freedom, to create, the freedom to choose what we wanted to do, the freedom to imagine our character, to imagine the world we were going to build and where our campaigns would take place. We could talk to the monster, not just fight it. We could form an alliance with the giants outside of town, with the NPCs. We could build a kingdom. We could even become gods.
Mike wanted it to be simple. He wanted it to be rules light. He had an outline, a set of goals for what this edition would be and how to fix all of those problems that came before. 1. Create a game that embraces what D&D was in the past, a love letter to those that came before. 2. A game that can smoothly transition from being as simple as possible to a complex wargame. 3. Create a game that was easy and quick to learn and play. 4. A focus on being an RPG first. Do what you want, no limits. 5. A focus on narrative-based characters. 6. Optimized and balanced classes that were interesting and fair. These are some of an exhausting list of goals set by the design team. Mike wanted to do it all. An RPG you could play for narrative-based adventures and epics, along with a tactical combat system, but one that wasn't so complex that it caused battles to go long into the night. They had quite the task ahead of them. They went to work, providing resources to the thousands of players who were eagerly awaiting playtesting.
And we'll let players decide what kind of characters they want to play. With that strong core of rules in place, we can go back to focusing on what makes D&D interesting, what got us all here in the first place, and what's kept us here. Things like new adventures, new settings, new stories, things that speak to what made us all fall in love with D&D in the first place.
Goal number 1 was to embrace what D&D was in the past. Back in 2012, both Monty and Mike shared the vision that they had for this next D&D. They believed that it should act as a way to unite the editions, a way to end this edition war that had spawned so long ago and fractured the entire community, becoming a best of system, taking elements from the games that came before and slapping them all together to create a new system, along with introducing new mechanics and ideas that would support all of these elements together. While pursuing this effort, the team decided they wanted to drop the mental gymnastics that had become infamous in the tabletop RPG space, mainly being started by 3rd and 4th edition. They wanted to simplify the game. They did this by introducing advantage. By removing the static bonuses and negative effects to rolls, by simply rolling 2 dice and picking the higher or the lower, the team created a way of play that was both more forgiving and faster, without needing to calculate seemingly arbitrary numbers. Another way of simplifying the game was the introduction of the proficiency bonus, a bonus to elements of your character that you'd be proficient with, such as a tool or a skill or a weapon attack that would progressively get higher the more you leveled up, starting at +2 and ending at +6 at the max level of 20. What I find interesting, the more I dig into the development of 5e and read through these blog posts by both Monty and Mike, is that they very clearly wanted this to be the system for longtime fans. That this is the D&D version to recapture those moments, those memories, those beloved concepts of what a tabletop role-playing game was. To recapture their early experiences with the original releases of D&D. Monty makes it very clear that he believes that an edition of D&D is simply a means to enjoy a game, and warring over what versions is better is a silly act at the end of the day. Truthfully, I think I agree with his point. In fact, I think I would extend it to entirely different tabletop systems altogether. It doesn't matter what game you're playing or what the box says, what the book says. What matters at the end of the day is you're playing a game with your friends. It doesn't matter what system you're playing, so long as you're playing a tabletop game. At the end of the day, it's an engine being used to tell a story and provide fun for a group of people. If you like one over the other, who cares what the name on the box says? It's there to provide enjoyment and fun of the game. And that's really what they wanted to do. They wanted this to be the system to get you in to TTRPGs, or well, to get you back. In April of 2012, Monty Cook would once again leave Wizards of the Coast, abandoning Mike's team and ultimately disappearing from D&D altogether, instead pursuing a variety of other tabletop games through Kickstarter. Years later, during a forum AMA in 2015, he revealed his reasoning for leaving the company. It was within a year there that I discovered that none of this was actually going to happen. Now, to be clear, I'm not saying I was lied to. I'm a realist. I know that plans change, but a complete reversal of that initial plan. That is to say, a focus entirely on licensing the brand and turning D&D from a game into a property. That wasn't something I wanted to be a part of, particularly in what turned out to be a disappointingly difficult, extraordinarily political work environment. Cook made it very clear that his problems weren't with the design team he'd been working with, but rather Wizards' idea of where D&D as an IP should go. They wanted a franchise. He wanted a game. Without Cook, development continued, with Bruce Cordell, Rob Schwelbs, Jeremy Crawford, Rodney Thompson, Miranda Horner, Tom Lapille, and many others, Mike Mearls still being the head of the team. They pushed forward into the years ahead with a planned release date of 2014. Development was going well. Fans were responding positively to the changes and new ideas being positioned by the D&D Next team. People were loving the return to form and iconic systems such as the return of the Advancing Magic system for casters and removal of overly complex powers from 4th edition. Once 2013 came around, the team was finalizing the system and racing to meet deadlines of release. They had a core and a game that they believed could be a hit. The summer of the next year, it released. Years of hard work and play testing would now be under the public eye the first time. The player's handbook, released first, with the monster manual and Dungeon Master's Guide being released a few months later. But would D&D, yet again, fail to capture gamers? Would 5e be a repeat of 4th edition? The game was a hit, praised for its new focus on a rules-light approach to D&D and simple and quick play. 5e was everything 4th edition wasn't. But the story doesn't just end there. It wasn't just a success story, it changed everything. Within a few years of 5th edition's release, D&D would begin to skyrocket in popularity. The growing power of the internet certainly played its role, as with massive podcast hits and shows like Critical Role, amongst a multitude of other growing YouTube channels and free resources for people like me to get into the hobby. By the end of the decade, D&D had completely changed its image, from being a fairly niche topic to a game with over 10 million active players, going from a possible red flag that loser nerds were into to something as common as video games or watching movies. D&D caught on. It clicked with audiences, and people who would never have touched any type of tabletop game or board game in their life were now getting into this hobby. 5e wasn't just a success story for Wizards, it changed the landscape of tabletop gaming forever. While not exclusive to D&D or really tabletop games in general, there's a pretty big issue. How are we supposed to talk about this? Okay, let me explain. So everyone plays D&D a little bit differently. If you were to go to 10 people and ask them about the game, they would give you something that sounds similar, but just a tiny bit different. And that's a problem. Because if we're going to talk about this critically, if we're going to actually analyze the system of 5e, we need to all be on the same page. We can't be talking about a rule and be confused that the rule I'm talking about is something that you've never heard of before, or never used, or purposely ignored. For instance, a healing potion might be a bonus action in your game. It is in mine. But when we look at the actual rules in the book, that's not how things are supposed to be done. That's a homebrew rule. So where does that leave us? How can we analyze a game that is essentially different for every single person and every single play group? Well, I think I have the answer to that. I believe that we need to stop looking at D&D as a game and more as an engine. Look at it this way. Minecraft is a game that has rules, mechanics, and systems. You have a goal, kill the Ender Dragon and survive. However, Minecraft never limits you to these rules or goals. Want to screw off and build a giant house? Go for it. Want to build an entirely new game or game modes? Go for it, nothing's gonna stop you. What about cars, guns, or space? They're not in the game, but you can download a near infinite amount of mods to add them and further change the game. D&D is exactly the same way. The rules provided by Wizards are simply the 5e system, a platform to be built upon, a D20 TTRPG that you can use to create near anything. My goal is to examine this system and its core values provided in the released 5e books, to see how well the system supports its players and DMs to create amazing stories and adventures. To do this, we have to go in raw, rules as written, which is a way of looking at the game where you take everything it has to offer right as the page says. I, like many others, rarely actually play D&D this way, instead making calls as they come up or house rules where needed, rule of cool, etc, etc. I'm only making this clarification so that we're all on the same page here. I'm not talking about some house rule or some other edition of the game that is modded or homebrewed. I'm talking about the core Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition experience. D&D 5e is an engine to build anything we want with. So how exactly does this engine play? Building off the previous releases, 5th edition is a tabletop role-playing game built off of the D20 system. It utilizes 7 magical math rocks to determine success and fail states, along with damage and other results. If you spent any amount of time at a game table, you're familiar with these dice, ranging from the caltrop-shaped D4 to the iconic 20-sided dice. While not used as often, you'll also find the 2 10-sided die, which function as the percentile dice, a 1 to 100 check. These dice are used in tandem to allow for a variety of checks and damage outcomes. Other than rolling dice, decision-making is the other primary source of what I'm going to call active gameplay. Active gameplay is essentially anytime you make a decision to do something or actively told to do something. It's not you role-playing with another player, it's not you making up a story element or telling a joke, it's actually you playing the game. And every aspect of D&D and other tabletop games is one of these two things. You're either making a choice to use an ability or to do something, or rolling a dice to determine the outcome of that active decision. Regardless of what you're doing, in a TTRPG, you're doing one of 3 things. I'm going to call these the core aspects of a system. Every TTRPG is made up of these 3 activities: roleplay, combat, and exploration. Imagine it like a Venn diagram. By themselves, each represents a core aspect of play. You have a combat encounter, you have exploration on the map, and you have roleplay either as your party members or with an NPC. Imagine it like a Venn diagram. By themselves, each represents a core aspect of play. However, the moment they begin to intersect with one another, they evolve and become much more complex. When exploring in combat meet, for instance, it could mean a dungeon or another type of exploratory combat area. Roleplay and combat create a bigger focus on the theater of the mind, getting away from the grids, getting away from the actual hardcore rules, and making it more about showmanship and rule of cool. Exploration and roleplay incentivize social engineering, using the world around you and conversation to push forward through the scene. Finally, at the very center of this diagram is the game as a whole. Without any of these core aspects, you simply don't have a game. Look, I don't believe this is a perfect example at all, but I do believe that covers a majority of what makes a tabletop RPG system a tabletop RPG system. It condenses it down to the bare minimum. The 3 aspects are things that are commonly expected to be part of the genre of a TTRPG, so to add other things to it just gets confusing, and these 3 aspects really highlight what a system does. See, the reason why we're even talking about this is because a tabletop system has to focus on something, or it has to have an intention of the way it's being played. Typically, this is done by focusing on something that it wants to do better than other things. Does it want to be about social encounters or roleplay, or does it want to be about tactical, gritty combat? For example, if 4th edition decided to focus its efforts on combat, which, let's be honest, anyone who knows anything about 4E knows it kind of did, then maybe its diagram would look something like this. However, a system like Fate, for example, for those of you who've heard or played any of that, would want to look closer to this. 5e, however, wants to be a jack of all trades. It wants to have even distribution and be something like this. Wizards and the design team really wanted 5e to do it all. Throughout this chapter, I want to actually see how they did. While the core of a TTRPG never truly changes, how we go about experiencing or playing around with those mechanics does. 5e maintains the famous 6 stats that we all know and love: strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. All are still here and used to determine bonuses for attacks, skills, HP, initiative, saving throw, magic, and class-specific abilities as well. It's the bread and butter of D&D. Continuing with this trend and wanting to give groups options to play the game how they wanted to, the Player's Handbook offers 3 main ways of actually generating these stats. The standard array, a selection of stats that provide a balanced and easy way to start playing. Rolling. During character creation, you roll 4d6s, drop the lowest, giving you 3 numbers, and create a single stat. You do this until you have enough numbers to fill all of your stats, and then you assign them how you wish, giving you a completely random starting point. Last is an optional rule provided by the PHP, which is the rules for point buy, a system that allows you to manually assign points into stats. It allows the player to have complete control of where their stats can go. It's also the most similar to, say, a video game, where you actually get to assign the statistics to your stats and you can build out whatever you want. Stat generation in any of these ways is really nothing new or even revolutionary, but I believe it's important to talk about nonetheless. Wizards provides 3 ways to start your character, 3 options for the DM to pick from, or 3 options for you, the player, to choose from. It can be as complex as assigning points and optimizing character as much as you want, or being provided 6 numbers to choose from. This is something you're going to hear a lot from me, but this is awesome. Allowing new players to actually choose what they want to do to get these stats and experiment with different play styles, or even just having numbers to choose from right away, allows a super simple starting point. And rolling dice right away is super fun. It's simple and allows new players to have fun while starting their character, something that can be really boring, especially for new players. You're rolling dice from minute 0, and that's honestly what they're most excited to do. When I first started playing D&D, we'd all gather around and watch each other roll our stats. Nowadays, I almost exclusively run my games using point buy, because I believe it allows my players to be far more tactical and actually build what they want or what they want to focus on. Something 5e often doesn't encourage, but we'll get there soon enough. Now that the basics are out of the way, what's new? What makes 5e 5e? While the core 5th edition is similar to the standard set by Advanced through 3.5, what it adds makes it stand out compared to the previous versions. There's 3 new core gameplay mechanics that were added, and continuing with the character creation, we're going to start with proficiency bonuses. The proficiency bonus, just as the Player's Handbook describes it, is a bonus added to rolls that your character is proficient with. This could be a tool, this could be a weapon attack, or used to calculate things like a DC for a spell or an ability. It's crazy simple to understand and levels up with you throughout your adventure. The 5e development team created the proficiency bonus to replace the previous numerical bonuses that classes would receive. For example, a fighter used to gain their level as a bonus to their attack roll in addition to their stats. They now simply gain the +2 at level 1, just like everyone else, and this number goes up by 1 every 4 levels, ending in +6 at level 20. Okay, so what does this do exactly? Well, for one, it maintains consistency and balance between classes. Things that you're proficient with gain the bonus to the roll, keeping the math down, and secondly, speeding up the game. All you need to do to calculate what a roll is to add stat plus proficiency plus number rolled. The result of this system means that numbers rolled throughout your adventure are always going to be fairly low compared to previous editions. Both 3.5 and Pathfinder and 4th edition, to an extent, 4e had some similar systems with a flat bonus to train skills and uses half-level bonuses to some rolls, but look, you're not here for that. Either way, they scaled with levels, meaning that as you leveled up, you're going to add bonuses to your stats and skills that reach well over +10. By the time you're in your higher levels and halfway through the journey, in 3.5 or Pathfinder, you'll be rolling with massive +10 bonuses to rolls. This means that the power level of these games gets insane. DCs are in the 40s or above, ACs are ridiculous, and it makes things hard. A calculator isn't a nice to have anymore, it's now a requirement at higher levels. One of the main goals to return to the development that Mike had was to keep 5e simple, to have it have low math. So working in tandem with proficiency bonus, well, really part of it, is this new game design philosophy and principle called bounded accuracy. I'm going to talk about this a lot more when we go into the DM section, but for right now, here's the basic overview. In my experience DMing, I hadn't heard of this term at all before, at least before starting working on this video. I believe that anyone who's DM'd is familiar with it because they've felt the results of it. Bounded accuracy is that the DM no longer assumes player stats or abilities improve. Let me explain this way. You know how in The Witcher 3, or other RPGs I guess, areas are leveled? Like how you see a high level monster and you go to attack it and suddenly you deal piss poor damage and die because you're too weak? Not because your stats are bad or because you lack the skill, just because the game said you're too low level. Bounded accuracy is the exact opposite way of thinking, where instead of DCs and difficulty being tied directly to leveling up, it's tied to the task at hand. A goblin will always be easier to fight than a dragon, regardless of level. This is where proficiency bonus comes in. It caps out at +6, meaning that assuming your character never passes 20 for a key stat, the player's maximum bonus for a save, proficiency, or attack roll will in theory be capped at +11, making the highest possible roll 31. Because of this choice, bounded accuracy caps the possible DCs or ACs or any target roll to 30. Yeah, that's right. The highest DC in raw 5e is hard capped at 30. Nothing goes above that. That is considered an impossible roll. This is a huge change for high level play. 5e characters have way smaller bonuses than their counterparts in any other system, simply because of the proficiency bonus. One of the coolest benefits of bounded accuracy is that the power levels are easier to understand. Rodney Thompson explains it this way in one of the Lores and Legend columns, saying, quote, "The bounded accuracy system lets us perpetually associate difficulty numbers with certain tasks, based on what they are in the world, without the need to constantly escalate the story behind those tasks. For example, we can say that breaking down an iron-banded wooden door is a DC 17 check, and that can live in the game no matter what level the players are. There's no need to constantly escalate the in-world descriptions to match a growing DC. An iron-banded door is just as tough to break down at level 20 as it was at level 1, and it might still be a challenge for a party consisting of heroes without a great strength score. There's no need to make it a solid adamantite door encrusted with ancient runes, just to make it a moderate challenge for a high-level character. Instead, we let that adamantite door, encrusted with ancient runes, have its own high DC, as a reflection of its difficulty in the world. If the players have the means of breaking down the super difficult adamantite door, it's because they pursued player options that make that so, and it's not simply a side effect of continuing to adventure. We see the fruits of the development team's labor throughout the 5e published content. Nothing reaches a number over 30, oftentimes actually capping in the mid-20s, like 25. Proficiency bonuses are great, and they're super simple to understand and to teach new players. But right there leads to a criticism of mine, one that's entirely based on your preferences. See, because 5th edition lacks any form of skill points, like Pathfinder's ranks or 3.5 skill mod, you don't make any choices. Other than during character creation where you choose your proficiencies of skills, you never get to assign any points or systems at all. Your character remains at a certain skill or power level the entire time. It just automatically levels up. The more powerful you get, the more powerful you are across the board. This isn't necessarily a bad thing at all. A newer player to RPGs, tabletop or not, will find it super easy to level up and they'll enjoy the whole system. They'll never end up with a non-balanced character, and they'll always have bonuses in the skills they want. My issue with it lies in it just being the start of simplicity and removing player choice and consequence from the game. Something I'll go into a lot more detail far later. After a while, it just becomes very samey. Being proficient in something means you remain at that same skill level throughout your entire journey. You're not allowed to add skill points to a skill you didn't take at the beginning of the game. For example, say the DM started throwing more locked doors at you, and you really liked the roleplay potential or just the idea of your character learning how to pick locks and getting better at it. If you didn't put proficiency into sleight of hand at the beginning of the game, you can't do that later, at least not through traditional means like leveling up. Yes, downtime allows you to gain more skill proficiencies and assign some stuff and do all of that. At the end of it, I really think proficiency bonus is a good addition to the game. It keeps things simple and removes the need to calculate algebraic math equations just to play the game, but it also removes some choice and depth from the overall experience. But this isn't the end of it though. In the name of being thorough, I really want to talk about the other primary alternative given in the DMG, the proficiency die. Instead of using a flat bonus, you can opt into using a dice, introducing more chaotic randomness into your life. The progression is exactly the same, however the bonus has a chance to be greater or lower, ranging from a D4 to a D12 starting out level 17. Personally, I've never once encountered a single person who's used this system, and I think that's a real shame. This sounds like a crazy idea to increase the amount of chaos and randomness to a game. Imagine a situation where the group's all sitting there waiting, unsure what's going to happen, and then clutching out a roll that they thought was impossible because their bonus die maxes out. Look, this sounds sweet. I encourage you to experiment with this and try it out if you have the chance, and I can see this being a ton of fun in the right play group. However, I can also see why this was not implemented at all. If this was the primary system, it would introduce yet another source of randomness to the game that's already ruled by it. To remove another constant from the system breaks down the chance to effectively strategize. I think that's why we see a lot of games that are more focused on combat. They don't have proficiency die or other dice pools. They're always constants and then one dice roll. If you know the range of a DC or an armor class, with the proficiency bonus, you can talk amongst your group and party to optimize the crap out of your rolls. But if your bonus is a random number that you can never count on, optimization goes out of the window. The other major change added to 5e was the addition of advantage and disadvantage. Simplicity was the name of the game. Create a D&D system that could quickly be taught and fast to play. That was the goal behind many of the design choices seen in 5th edition. One of the biggest time sinks in previous versions of D&D was having to slog through books trying to find a table that would tell you whether or not you got a +2 or a -1. Slowing down not just combat to a crawl, but also exploration and mundane checks. Right there, two of the primary elements of the tabletop game are caught up in tiny details. Mike and the team knew that this has been a problem in tabletop games for forever, and one of the earliest developments on 5e was trying to find a way to prevent this from happening.
We went through a lot of arguments and ideas over how to implement a variety of penalties and bonuses in the game, along with calls to simply do away with the entire concept or approach it from a much more radical angle. In looking at the static that modifiers caused, it was clear that removing them from the game eliminated many issues. The game was faster, there were fewer expectations to memorize, the DM had fewer things to track, and the game became much simpler to explain to beginners or players who didn't care much for memorizing complex rules.
By removing static bonuses, think gaining +5 on an attack because you're flanking. The game was sped up and way easier to teach. The mechanic that replaced these? Advantage and disadvantage. The mechanic is incredibly simple. Whenever you have advantage, you roll 2d20s and take the higher number. Disadvantage, you roll 2d20s and take the lower number. Easy, right? Yeah, exactly the point. But that's not the end of the story. With the power of math and statistics, it's been worked out what the real effect mathematically this system actually has on the game. Remember, older versions of D&D simply gave you a static bonus based on the circumstance. This could range from a minor boost to a significant nerf. Now look, I'm not very good at math, I'm actually abysmal. So I looked for people who are. A blog post by Online Dungeon Master published in May 2014 talks about the mathematical impact. He goes into details about probability and whatnot and comes to the conclusion that the real-world impact of having advantage is the extent of +4 or +5 on the roll, working in reverse for disadvantage. Obviously, this has been figured out using averages and other formulas, and on the real table, it's entirely possible that your two dice rolls could be less or more than +5 or -5. I love this mechanic. I think that most other players do too. It's so incredibly simple and effective. The excitement you get when rolling at disadvantage and clutching it out with 2 high rolls is exhilarating. Get your blood pumping. It's the type of stuff that you'll remember and tell stories about in the weeks to come. It's such a good idea, in fact, that when visiting other systems, I'll often forget that it's not included and end up using it anyway. Another massive benefit, one that Mike Merles brought up, is it changes the game less. If you forget about it, it's as simply as re-rolling and moving on. A static bonus, however, has the ability to completely change the result of the roll drastically. If you suddenly realize that because you're a small creature, you gain +7 or something to being thrown, that impacts the end result so much more than just rolling twice. When playing Pathfinder, I'll often dig through the books trying to find any way I can gain a benefit for any situation. Not being in character, role-playing or talking or planning, but rather looking for niche tables that fit the whole. 5e's gameplay, however, has a totally different feel. It's this meta game of trying to find a way to gain advantage through either class ability, a circumstantial ability, or creative thinking. Roleplay encounters definitely benefit the most. It allows for dynamic interactions, like a player saying, "Hey, I was a fisherman, I know about boats. Can I use that to get advantage?" That changes the game completely. That changes the scenario a ton. changing the game from a number crunching, table finding, questing session to much more interactive. I love that even the DMG mentions how a DM can use this system to reward player creativity. It's one of the best examples of how the design behind 5e was able to give so much more power to the DM. It's a truly beautiful system that keeps numbers low and play easy. The metagame of finding advantage is also encouraged by the rules and actually has limitations. See, you can only ever benefit from advantage once. Same with disadvantage, meaning they don't stack and they actually cancel each other out. Let's say you're trying to hit an invisible creature. This gives you disadvantage on your attack roll. But say somebody casts True Strike on you, a spell that gives your next attack advantage. This cancels out the disadvantage, meaning that you're able to take the straight result. It's a cool system. It allows for way more player expression and strategy than I once thought it did. Advantage seems perfect, right? It fixes the issue of complexity, it speeds up combat. What's not to love? This seems like a foolproof system with no flaws. Unfortunately, it's stupidly easy to get, which means it can result in ability checks that break encounters or skill checks. To show how insane this was, I decided to search up how many different ways there are to either gain advantage or impose disadvantage in the game, which brought me to the discovery that 5e has over 200 different ways to either impose disadvantage or to gain advantage. Thanks to a Reddit post for this one, by the way. These guys did a great job collecting and archiving all of that. These range from spells, to class abilities, to bonus actions, or actions that straight up grant it to you for free. So look, I have to ask the question now. In 2024, 10 years later, is it really as simple as it once was? What used to be a very powerful tool and ability is now something that's expected. With the ease of access on a whim, it almost cheapens the effectiveness of it, in my opinion. Remember how in mathematical terms, it's only a +5 bonus or -5? Sometimes that doesn't feel like enough. I love the system and what it's brought to the gameplay of D&D, but I can't help but think we need static bonuses to come back in some way. I'll talk about that later, and sure, it adds more complexity to the game, but when there's 200 some ways to gain A or D, look, the complexity's already there, at least for some people who want it. See, that's the genius of all this rearing its head again. The player and party have the ability to optimize the hell out of it if they want. I'm looking at you, familiars. Or just completely ignore it. I'll be going over some of the common ways you're able to get advantage later on when I cover actions and such, and we'll circle back to this whole idea later on. Same thing with bounded accuracy. But for now, it's time we talk about the final major change to the core of D&D. It's got a whole lot of personality. Rolling dice and adding bonuses is only half the pie that is the game of D&D. The second half is roleplay. Without roleplay, you can't have much of an RPG. It's one of the key words of that. As one of the primary goals was to create a rules-light game, Mike and his team needed a way to encourage people to roleplay out their characters more than they used to, because gritty combat and hardcore rules was no longer a priority. Actual roleplay and story beats were. Because the more in character the table is, the more fun you can have, they did this in two ways, which function together. The first is dedicating a large section of the main character sheet to a collection of characteristics. Personality traits, the things that set your character apart. Quirks, elements of the personality, and more specific things to attach them to the world better. Ideals, the things that drive your character, why they act the way they do. Bonds. Bonds are the attachments that they have to the world or the area. The people they're connected to, and it doesn't have to be people necessarily, it could be a location or even an object. Of all of these, I've often found myself struggling with this one the most. Flaws. Nobody's perfect. Flaws are the cracks in the paint, the elements of your character they struggle with. Could be fear, could be self-doubts. These 4 characteristics are here to help you create a character that's unique and more interesting. Somebody who's more than just a piece of paper with a collection of stats. I've always liked this element of building 5e characters. Either using the tables given by backgrounds or making them up on my own. Putting it on the front of the character sheet, they're telling you front and center, we want you to roleplay. Right from the get-go. I love this. As a DM who runs fairly roleplay intensive games, having traits like this built into the character creation process encourages players to do way more than just optimize. Unfortunately, as much as they try to push this, at the end of the day, it's optional. Other than RP, these characteristics aren't used in any mechanical way at all. Being a prick or shy doesn't affect your charisma rules in conversation, other than RP. It's just for fun. That means some players won't interact with these at all. I know some experienced role players who don't even bother writing anything down because it's all in their head. Unfortunately, this means as a DM, you have nothing to work with on their sheet. You can't look over at it and see, oh, they have this flaw, I should play with that. The raw way they decided to actually encourage RP was through inspiration. Inspiration is a gifted die to players that acts as a reward of sorts for playing their character well. Inspiration works as a free advantage that you can choose to use on an attack, saving throw, or ability check. The main purpose, as stated by the DMG and the PHB, is to use these as a reward to guide players in the direction of the game you want to see.
Mechanically, we're looking at a fairly simple system that we're calling inspiration. When you have your character do something that reflects your character's personality, goals, or beliefs, the DM can reward you with inspiration. The key lies in describing your action in an interesting way, acting out your character's dialogue, or otherwise helping to bring the game to life by adding some panache to your play. By demonstrating that the events in the game are critical to your character's goals and beliefs, you can allow your character to tap into reserves of energy and determination to carry the day.
The DMG goes into way more detail about how DMs should go about handing out inspiration. They encourage you to offer it up to every player at least once a session. Yeah, in my experience, this never happens. We already know that advantage is crazy effective and easy to get, and in my experience as a DM, you hardly want to hand them out because either you forgot, or B, you don't want to give your players even more power than they already have. Challenges are already getting easy, and if you give them free advantages, they just bypass everything anyway. Everyone has different experiences with inspiration, and it's almost like an optional part of the game. See, unlike proficiency bonuses and advantage, inspiration isn't something you interact with very often. Instead, it's a possible reward for RP that you may or may not interact with. Every player group is different, but in nearly every group I've played in or game I've personally ran, inspiration is typically forgotten about. One of my main goals that I'm trying to do for this entire project is to avoid comparison, but I want to use one to illustrate what exactly I mean and kind of to explain what I'm talking about with how roleplay in 5th edition isn't exactly encouraged. Like I said, you have the inspiration, which it can be rewarded based on how you do things, but no conditions for what you're supposed to do or when the DM is supposed to hand them out. It's more or less completely left up to the DM, so they can determine whether or not your roleplay was accurate to your character or not, or was something they liked. This is where the comparison comes in. So there's a tabletop role-playing game that I mentioned already called Fate. Fate has two really cool mechanics and systems to encourage roleplay: invoking and compelling. Let's start with the first one. Invoking is essentially you as a player saying, hey, this scenario fits my character. So say you're afraid of spiders and you're fighting them. You can invoke that personality trait saying you're afraid of spiders to gain some type of benefit. Say you get a +1 to hit or a reroll or something. It's you basically saying, I'm gonna do this certain thing to gain some benefit later on or to help me out. That's tied in directly with your character. It's not something from a class ability or anything. It's something to do with their personality, a flaw, a bond, anything like that. The second one is compels, more or less an offer from the DM to say, hey, here's something that fits your character. Do you want to take it? It's either a failure or a personality change, something that makes your character react in a way to the game. So again, let's say you're afraid of spiders. Instead of you invoking something to say get a bonus against it, you could say be compelled by the DM, and because you're afraid of spiders, you automatically fail a attack roll. Doing so would be a detriment to your group, or to you necessarily. You're making yourself worse. However, in return, you get a fate point. Fate points are those elements that you actually spend to do the invokes from earlier, meaning you have to be compelled, so that's a flaw or some other problem with your character that the DM is like, hey Jim, isn't your guy afraid of trees? So you're compelled to be afraid of them and don't want to go in that room, which could lead to tension or problems. And the player can be like, hey Mr. DM, you're right, I am afraid of trees, so I'm going to be afraid of that, which changes the game and gives them a fate point, which they can then use later. That fate point can give them a benefit or save the day basically later on. Now, the main reason I bring this up is because this is a mechanic that encourages roleplay from the players in a direct mechanical way. This is a roleplay system which has direct mechanical ties. By acting out in a certain way or being compelled to do something, you're then given a mechanical return on your investment. So you could be like, okay, I'm afraid of spiders in this one sequence. However, this gives us a benefit on a later roll potentially. 5e doesn't have any of these systems. Because inspiration is rewarded on a subjective level, or something that the DM has to call attention to, essentially rewarding things that are better than others, it means that you as a player can't account for this in anything. It's a true optional rule that doesn't actually create any depth to the game. Making a detail on my character or a flaw or a bond doesn't change the dungeon crawling experience that 5e is actually going for. Instead, it's just a optional bonus DMs can do to hopefully get their party to roleplay more, something that nothing else in the game actually will help them to do. It's just inspiration unless they go out of game or create their own mechanics. There's something sad about how they really wanted to focus on roleplay and narrative experiences from the very beginning, going as far to include characteristics on the front page just for all of this work to have a single semi-optional system to encourage the use of it. You look at more RP-heavy systems and you see all these rules for invoking or compelling players to act out traits and create drama, or RP situations. See, because that's what those games are designed for. They're there to create a interactive acting scenario and roleplay. That's the gameplay of it. 5e doesn't have anything like this at all, other than the single point of, inspiration that gives you advantage on a roll that affects actual gameplay. There's an optional rule in the DMG that proposes letting players award one another inspirations, and this is often the rule I'll sometimes use. I like it because it encourages the party to interact with one another and notice these cool moments, and actually shout out their fellow party members when they do something cool. Well, I think the 5e team had good intentions, and for the most part did what they set out to do. In execution, it could have been way better. Roleplay is one of the primary elements of a TTRPG. Arguably the one thing you'll be spending the most time doing, or encouraged to be doing. And without any major gameplay elements to interact with it, you lose a lot. Again, there's no invoking or forcing a player to go down a situation and then rewarding them in some way or adding a bonus they can use. I'm not going to have a full-on discussion about alignments or anything, but it's another case of leaving it up to the player by making it very fluid. Alignments don't hold any mechanical weight other than the few select magical items and some spells, I suppose, but it's more of a way to tell if you're a bad guy or a good guy. While the mechanical depth to encourage RP and reward it mechanically isn't there, the absence of rules creates and encourages roleplay. Without having to spend what feels like a semester of college to learn a game, immediately jump to the point where you're focusing more on having fun rather than if you're playing the game right, which lets you start being more goofy and get more into character. Some of the people that I've met and played 5e with are not the same people you'd find in communities that play Pathfinder or other rule-heavy systems. Instead, they're people who are more interested in acting and roleplay. Simply the opportunity to pretend to be another person with friends is what drew them into the game. Would these same people probably enjoy a system like Fate or other RP-focused games? Yeah, probably. Arguably more, because it removes the things that don't appeal to them in D&D. But that's the magic, right? The pop status D&D has acquired is bringing people who would typically not touch a TTRPG with a 10-foot pole into the game. And that's only a good thing. It's not that rules are needed to encourage RP, it's more so that the lack of rules actually encourages it, causes people to interact with their characters more instead of trying to figure out if they're playing the game right. While these three changes make up the core of 5e, they're far from the main draw factor. 90% of players who touch the game won't even think about these. I believe that the main draw factor and the thing that appealed people was more so the race system, the classes, and even backgrounds. All three of these help cement 5e's place as one of the best-selling TTRPGs ever, and we're going to talk about all of them. After stats have been generated, the player has to make their second choice. That'll affect nearly every other decision made after this point. They have to choose their race. In an RPG, choosing your race is almost as big of a choice as your class. This single decision will change which of your stats receive bonuses and how the world treats you, and what special bonuses or abilities you might get. For some people, it's as simple as going with the character that you've come up with in your head. You know what you want to play, so you're going to play it regardless. For others, it's a tactical decision in which their entire build could rely on. All of this fanfare to say, I think choosing your race is an extremely important aspect of character creation. When confronted with choosing a race, all of them share the same basic structure. 1. Some type of ability score increase. 2. Aging rules of the race. 3. Alignment. Many races have a predisposition towards a certain alignment. While not required, it's encouraged. It's going to come up anyway, so I'll just bring it up now. This got errated in later publishings of the PHB. I'm bringing it up now because it's how the game launched. I think it's an important aspect of character creation in races, and it got removed. We'll talk a bit more about this later too, but for right now, alignments. 4. Size, between small or medium. Size rules are hardly used in 5e. Most of the races are in fact medium. 5. The base movement speed of your character. This is determined by the race, and there's not really anything you can do to change this later on. 6. Languages your race commonly knows. 7. Many options contain sub-races, which change how your character functions depending on the setting. This could be something like a wood elf or a high elf. There's a whole bunch of these. We'll get to them as well. 8. Finally, some type of specialized ability such as dark vision, resistances, or spells. Each and every race is made up of these components. The player's handbook shipped with a total of 9 races, 2 of which were previously just introduced in 4th edition. The 9 races were Dwarf, Elf, Halfling, Human, Dragonborn, Gnome, Half-Elf, Half-Orc, and Tiefling. Each of these races provides a set of statistics, as previously mentioned, for you to add to your character. Dwarf, Elf, Halfling, and Dragonborn, and Gnome all possess sub-races, which essentially let you further fine-tune your character. Humans also have 2 versions of the race, the typical human and the human variant. Sub-races provide more bang for your buck ultimately, when it comes to the total available races. Elves are the standout here with multiple variations that provide fairly large differences in how they play. Drow, for example, changes the flavor and playstyle of the race fairly drastically by inflicting a permanent sunlight sensitivity onto the player. I've always been a fan of 5e's race system. Each race and sub-race feels different enough from each other to provide enough difference in play, and the amount of provided lore and details about each of them is more than enough to encourage creative decisions and characters. My biggest critique actually comes in the form of play balance. Races aren't on a fair playing field. Certain innate abilities allow some races to excel, while others, like the standard human, are almost laughably bad. All you receive on character creation is a +1 to every stat, a bonus I feel rarely, if ever, provides enough of a benefit to matter in the long run. The human variant bodes a bit better as you receive an extra skill and a feat of your choice at level 1. The feat allows you to set up your character build from the very beginning without needing to burn an ability score improvement at level 4. But even a feat seems underpowered compared to Half-Orc's relentless endurance, savage attacks, and dark vision, or the gnome's thick offering of skill and RP-based extras. It just comes across as, why would I ever want to play human when every other race in the game appears to be better and gives you a better character off the bat? It makes decision making like that a bit easier, but it's also unfair when some races are just so underpowered. Later releases didn't help this either, as everything that came post Tasha's is essentially so much better than every one of the base races, you wouldn't touch anything given in the PHB after a certain point. I'm more than willing to accept that in a fantasy world, humans are supposed to be the underdogs, a guy who's supposed to earn their piece in the land. But from a character creation standpoint, there almost seems to be no reason to ever choose human unless you're chasing after that feat or really want that straight bonus to all stats. All in all, I believe that 5e's race system allows for massive build potential and enough variety that even without the additional content added later throughout the decade, there's more than enough content here for years of play. Later on, I'm going to touch on the change of philosophy the 5e team had when they released Tasha's in 2020, but at release, I really like this. I almost wish they would have doubled or tripled down on the RP side of the races. Each of the races has provided lore giving examples of names and ways to generate height and ages, along with a variety of other quirks they might have. But I wish things like the dwarves being slow to trust other races was something that actually showed up in gameplay and provided some direct benefit to, say, insight. You could argue that goes against the player's choice and how they RP, but I feel like stone cutting already kind of does that. Who's to say a dwarf knows anything about stonework? Yes, I get it, it's the lore, it's the whole idea of a dwarf, but who's to say they didn't grow up in a town, or say Baldur's Gate, and didn't grow up around the mines? It's the same flavor and generalization, but is more niche or circumstantial compared to, say, an insight check against certain races. If you're gonna have specific bonuses like this, why not make them more interesting? Why simply have it as a lore-based thing about stone? It's the small details like that add gallons of flavor to the race's stat block and encourage RP through gameplay instead of simply providing lore dumps to the players about the world. In my opinion, the core of D&D's player experience is the class. It's that massive choice you make at the beginning of the game that ultimately decides what your role and gameplay style is going to be. 5e also introduces subclasses, which create a secondary role that you choose from at a certain level threshold throughout the journey. Each of these sets your character down a themed path or idea. For instance, a subclass could range from the schools that the wizard picks from for what type of magic they cast, all the way to the entity you enter into a pact with for the warlocks. Because classes are such an important aspect of the player experience, I want to take some time and take a brief look at every single available class and their available subclasses. Note that this is just going to be the PHB stuff. We're not going to go into all the later release subclasses. That would get too difficult and really time consuming, and you don't want to sit through that. The reason why we're doing this is later down the road when we eventually cover combat in depth. I think it's important that we're all on the same page and understand what each class is capable of, both on and off the battlefield, about their strengths, about their weaknesses, and then my general thoughts on the class as a whole. The later released 13th class Artificer will be covered. We're going to wait a little bit for that and talk about that when we start going over that updated content that came out towards the end of the 2010s and into the 2020s. We're going to start off with the martial classes and then move on to the half-casters, finally ending with the spell slingers. So, without further ado, let's get started with the fighter. The armor-wielding front line of the party, the multi-tack machine that has more weapons than brain cells. The fighter has long reigned as a front man for D&D and the noob and simplest class, relying on feat gain and a just-hit-it mentality. The 5th edition fighter favors strength and constitution as its primary skills, with dex as a close good secondary. Boasting a d10 hit die, the fighter often always has enough HP to go around. The PHB includes 3 subclasses for us to choose from at level 3. These martial archetypes are Battlemaster, an archetype focusing on a resource called superiority dies, which fund powerful maneuvers that change the battle, such as knocking an enemy prone, disarming, gaining advantage on the attack, or allowing a party member to attack. Champion, an archetype centered around landing more hits and larger crits. Your critical ratio goes up, and you gain additional bonuses throughout your leveling journey. Eldritch Knight, an archetype which turns the fighter into a half-caster. They use magic and might to overcome their foes. The fighter, even in its infancy, shows a hand that allows the player to build out nearly anything they want. Carrying on the tabletop tradition, the fighter, starting at level 4, gains an ability score improvement every other level. This allows you to build out your fighter any way you want. Regardless of the subclass you pick, the 3 offerings all provide different playstyles that ultimately feel completely different. However, they're also unbalanced. The champion at first glance seems super nice until you realize you're actively giving up options in combat going down that route, something we'll be covering a lot later, which makes it hard to sell. My favorite of these subclasses though is by far Battlemaster. The additional abilities you get through superiority dies are so powerful and so game-changing, they allow for player expression and create active change on the battlefield when landed. Regardless of archetype, fighter is one of the best classes in the game, just from how open-ended it is. The utilization of feats and other stat improvements allow you to choose anything that you want to do with the character, from the race that you pick to just how you build it out. It's unrestricted by the typical confines that classes typically have. Gaining that ability and score improvement, if you don't even want to take the feat, lets you max out your stats. This is an active choice the player makes on their leveling journey, and it's going to affect the way the character plays in a significant way every time you play them. Something that we'll come to see is greatly lacking in other classes. Inspired by pop culture, mainly those in Vikings or Conan, the Barbarian in 5e takes a bit more into that tribal warrior vibe than anything else. The subclasses take on different primal paths that you've come from. Barbarians rely on high constitution and strength scores to excel, and they boast the highest hit die at a d12. At 3rd level, you could choose your primal path, and the PHB provides us with 2 options at launch. Berserker. This path is about channeling your rage, holding nothing back. It allows you to enter a frenzy rage that grants you an extra melee attack at the cost of a level of exhaustion. Totem Warrior. Leaning more into the tribal aspect, you get to choose an animal totem that gives you a special benefit whenever you rage. Each animal gives a different ability, from extra movement to more resistances. Honestly, I find the Barbarian really interesting. It's a class that often gets boiled down to rage and attack things, but the amount of active decisions you're able to make turn from turn is so much more than that. The central mechanic of the class, raging, gives you advantage on strength checks, which opens the door for landing these specialized attacks that are rarely used, such as grapples, shoves, disarms. All of them use athletics, which is a strength skill, meaning you have advantage on them, alongside your typical bashes and slashes. I enjoy both of the subclasses on the PHB, and I think they provide more than enough variety and differences between each other that you don't get bored right away. But nothing's perfect. My biggest gripes with the Barbarian simply comes in the lack of out-of-combat options. Most, if not all of your skills and abilities are designed to be used in or around combat. I'm a firm believer that if 5e wants to be this jack-of-all-trades system, hitting those roleplay, exploration, and combat, all classes and aspects of the game need to support that regardless of what their role in the party is. The Barbarian in combat holds up extremely well, and the additional subclasses from additional content later published are incredible and show how much potential the class has past the hit it till it dies mindset. At higher levels, the class just reaches silly levels of power, and honestly, I'm all for it. With support abilities like Unarmored Defense, Danger Sense, and Feral Instinct, the Barbarian is easily a contender for the best martial class in the game, with its biggest limitation and hurdle just being the number of rages you have, and that they can only be regained on a long rest. The Rogue. The Thief, the Mastermind, the Assassin. Rogues are the skill monkeys of the tabletop world, and the 5e rogue is no exception, relying less on raw combat ability and more on high skill versatility, stealth, and in the case of 5e, a powerful single sneak attack. In a way, the rogue asks the player to use the tools provided by the class to achieve advantage in some way or another every round of combat, relying on high dexterity and intelligence as the primary stats for the class. Rogues tend to be a bit weaker in the party, relying on a d8 hit die. On release, the rogue has 3 roguish archetypes you're able to choose from at level 3. Thief, an archetype centering around item interaction and fast movement. You're allowed to use your cunning action to pick locks and interact with other objects. Later levels allow you to interact with magic items and even gain 2 turns in a row. Assassin. Target removal is the name of the game. During your first round of combat, you gain benefits against enemies, and surprise rounds give you free criticals. All abilities are centered around dealing as much damage as possible in the first attack, or infiltrating your target. The Arcane Trickster, a magical thief, who gains spellcasting and additional actions with Mage Hand. Arcane Tricksters have incredible versatility both in and outside of combat. Rogues take on many roles in the party. They're the go-to trap removers in dungeons and other skill challenges, thanks to their expertise skill they gain at level 1. In combat, they have incredible survivability thanks to the cunning action bonus action, which allows you to either hide, dash, or disengage. Even with only a single attack each round, their sneak attack balances it out, especially once you start to land crits. Because of how sneak attack works, it procs whenever another enemy of the target is within 5 feet, or if you gain advantage. The strategy of the rogue is simple. Either attack foes that are close to your party, or do whatever you can to gain advantage. That one condition makes the rogue this meta game of a class that's a blast to play or watch somebody who knows what they're doing play. It's a class that rewards clever thinking over just mindlessly rolling attack over and over. The subclasses change up the playstyle and get a lot more mileage out of the idea than just thief. My biggest issue with the rogue is actually more to do with the player etiquette than the rules themselves. Any class that rewards selfish actions like stealing things or, everything else rogues do, so quest for money basically, hurts the game as a whole. It's a co-op game at the end of the day, and to prioritize your aspect of the game or your gimmick hurts the entire party's experience as a whole. More skills focused on assisting the party rather than the individual would have gone a long way to ease the whole stereotype that rogue players have started to get. All in all, the rogue is one of the best play experiences you can have at D&D. Powerful abilities that keep you alive in combat, and insane skill check rolls because of expertise that let you basically break the game and prioritize any playstyle you want. The Monk. Oddly a controversial choice from weirdos who think monks don't belong in fantasy games, the Monk is a martial arts focused class, which relies on a resource called Ki to use a majority of its abilities. High wisdom and dexterity are the requirements for the Monk class to work properly, but boosting your constitution might be a need. With a hit die of a d8, monks aren't exactly damage tanks. The PHB provides us 3 monkic traditions, which are unlocked at level 3. The Way of the 4 Elements. This tradition uses elemental spells casted with Ki to deal damage to your enemies. The subclass has a variety of options and choices for spells and damage options. Think Avatar basically here. Way of the Shadow. Using the darkness around you, the Way of the Shadows is centered around remaining hidden. You gain the ability to spend Ki to cast spells that allow you to remain hidden or see in the dark. Later levels allow you to teleport between the shadows and turn invisible while in combat. The Way of the Open Hand. Way of Open Hand doubles down on the martial arts fantasy, allowing you to add modifiers to your Fury of Blows ability. You can do things like push them, knock them prone, or shut down their reactions. Later levels allow healing and a final ability that deals incredible damage, or if they fail, instantly knocks them to 0. It's necessary to bring this up immediately. For some reason, a portion of the 5th edition audience is fully under the impression that the monk is one of the worst classes in the game, if not the worst. A belief mainly coming from the subreddit, but it's something that's spread to other people as well. The belief they have is something along the lines of, because you deal less damage, have a resource that you have to use to do cool things, and are worse at everything than the fighter, the subclasses are kind of mid, the monk sucks. While I agree that later subclasses for the monk are a mixed bag, some being really good and others being nothing, I can't get on the bandwagon that the monk is that bad. In fact, this is one of my favorite classes, especially of the martials, because of the options it has, and I think it teaches good habits. Think of it this way. Ki is similar to spell slots, where every turn you're most likely going to have to use it. Fury of Blows is an ability that is almost a requirement later on, especially at higher levels, if you want your damage threshold to feel meaningful. But knowing when and where to use it, that's a skill you have to learn, especially at 5th level once you get Stunning Strike. Knowing when to use this, what enemies to use it on, can completely change the flow of battle. A new player, especially one who's new to tabletop games, might not have those skills, and giving them a resource to manage and think about their choices in combat, well, that's a good habit to get. If they ever want to switch over to a spellcaster, they'll already have the skills to do that, because they've learned how to manage ki, and managing their spell slots isn't that much harder. I'm a big fan of martial arts, especially hand-to-hand combat, and to have a class like that in D&D, I think is really cool. Martial arts are one of the coolest things you can describe, and going into detail about them in roleplay is always a blast. Well, yes, you're not going to be dealing the same amount of damage as the barbarian or the fighter. Your movement by default is crazy. You have multiple chances to stun every single turn. Monks, in my opinion, are a blast to play, and that fun factor takes priority over the optimization and power gaming you have every single time in my book. Out of combat, they unfortunately suffer the same fate as the barbarian. You have nearly no out-of-combat abilities, and to interact with the world or assist in puzzle solving isn't really possible. A high wisdom grants you solid stats for certain skills, especially when it comes to perception, but in terms of augmenting those roles or changing the environment, yeah, you're more likely going to be striking a cool pose in the corner. Playing a martial class, you automatically give up a few things. You're making an active choice to not use a large chunk of the mechanics in the game tied to magic and magical casting. Your character is going to prioritize stats like dexterity and strength, meaning skills tied to discovery or assistance or knowledge are most likely going to take a backseat in favor of more action-oriented skills. Rogue being the major exception here for obvious reasons. Is there a problem with any of this? No, not at all. In theory, backgrounds are supposed to be the way around this. They're supposed to prevent a character whose only real usefulness is being in combat. But I can't in good faith say that this doesn't hurt the play experience. In a heavy combat game, sure, you're always going to feel like you're at the top of your game. Your resources are plentiful. They recharge on short rest, and your AC is typically going to be pretty high, and your HP is higher than all the spellcasters, and that's going to keep you alive longer than, say, the wizard with 24 health. But outside of combat, and in a social encounter, an exploration, and a puzzle, other than maybe a lucky intimidation roll, you don't really have much to offer in terms of abilities other than just snappy and quick RP. But that's something anyone can do. Active abilities or decisions come far and few between for martial classes. That's where something like the Rogue really shines. It has the combat capabilities to deal massive damage through sneak attack and whatnot, but also has the essential skills to keep the party alive in the dungeon. As we're going to come to see later on, martials are drastically underpowered compared to their spell-slinging neighbors. Maybe that's why personally in my experience, the classes I enjoy playing the most are the ones that combine the use of weapons and augment those weapons and attacks with powerful spells. Something I've observed in my years of playing the system across a variety of playgroups isn't that martials lack the options that casters have, but rather players are ignorant of them. See, if something isn't on the player's sheet, it's not an ability they get with their class, or it's not something that's new like a feat, they won't use it. Martial classes' complexity is dependent on their subclass. That's what makes subclasses like, say, Champion so dull when compared to its siblings. Sure, you gain the benefit to your crit to make it more powerful, but other than that, you don't get any additional actions to spice things up. You want to tell me that when you're on your 4th round of combat, using the attack action with the longsword in the 3rd encounter of the day, you're not going to be bored? You'll be begging for the ability to do anything else for that game, and watching the rogue consume their actions, bonus actions, and possibly even the reaction every single round, doing some cool ability that's always unique and always evolving the battlefield, doesn't help the feeling at all. There exists an in-between, the world between the spellcaster and the martial, Some classes already ventured into this path, like the Arcane Trickster and the Eldritch Knight, but these are classes that are fully immersed in the world of the Halfcaster. Halfcasters are a really cool idea. You get the benefit of the martial class, the ability to wear armor, bringing higher ACs, and the focus on melee weapons to have more direct attacks. And you also get the pros of the caster, the ability to cast powerful spells that change the world around you and can deal huge damage, along with some healing. This sounds too good to be true though. What's the trade-off? Well, they max out at 5th level spells, and have a significantly less amount of spell slots compared to their full caster cousins. The PHB releases with a total of 2 classes which are considered half-casters, the Ranger and the Paladin. Later on, the release of additional content brings the Artificer, which would later join the ranks of the half-casters. The Ranger. Often, when I think of a Ranger, it's a bow-wielding warrior, or something like Hawkeye. A middle ground between a dexterous fighter and a wise-natured druid. 5e's Ranger offers up an interesting combination, a class that has powerful spell abilities that are used to augment its traditional attacks. A D10 hit die puts them up as the fighter in terms of baseline HP, but unlike the fighter, they have a total of 3 stats they have to focus on, like all half-casters do. Strength and dex are for attacks, and a high wisdom score is needed to ensure that your spells are actually useful. The PHB provides us with 2 subclasses for the Ranger. Hunter. The Hunter focuses on specific enemies and how you take them down. You choose between a few abilities that modify how you handle targets. Do you want to focus on groups, massive creatures, or on a single target? Beastmaster. The Beastmaster is interesting, being a pseudo-summoning companion class. The Beastmaster provides you with an animal companion that you order around in battle. You'll get to choose the creature, and they level up with you, gaining more power. The Ranger is a really bizarre class. It's not necessarily amazing at the martial component, and it's not really amazing at the spellcasting component. When you hear about the class, your first thought is going to be, oh, you're going to be some badass archer guy who lands these impossible shots and is highly mobile, flipping around the battlefield. In reality, the fighter or rogue does that exact same gimmick, but better. Ranger spells exist as their own category and contain spells no other class gets to play around with. But you don't get them until much later. The cool barrage of arrows or lightning arrow doesn't start happening until way later into your leveling process. Early levels you see none of that. Not to mention that spells are limited, meaning you need to long rest after you use them. All of that said before we even get to the subclasses. In the PHB, they're all extremely weak in terms of powers, often leaving you behind the rest of your party at the same level. Out of combat, however, it favors much better for the Ranger. Your abilities to track down and move through the wilderness are often so powerful it screws the DM over in terms of their desire to potentially get the party lost or add an environmental hazard. But I'm not going to be the first person to say it, nor am I going to be the last to say that the Ranger given to us in the PHB is, let's be fair, pretty crap. It's weaker than almost everything else, and it's not the best. But the key word there, at launch. Breaking the flow a bit here, but the Ranger later in 5e's lifespan, through additional content added, quickly reached new heights, becoming a class that people actually wanted to play. Problem is, it was so late into the lifespan the damage had already been done, and now no one plays the base Ranger. Additionally, the Ranger got a spell-less variation, a version that didn't rely on spell slots and relied purely on martial skills. This released in Unearthed Arcana. This changed the class to be much better in terms of what it was, fitting in with its martial cousins way better. Problem is, it never came out. It stayed in UA forever. We can't compare it. We can't say and give it a fair chance. So it's kind of in limbo. It's almost homebrew at that point, which sucks because it's my ideal version of the class. It's Ranger without all the resource management. Overall, the Ranger is mixed. It's a class that you either love or hate. It's got a lot of flavor. It's fun. But at least from the base launch of the game, I don't think a lot of people were playing this one even at launch. You can get a lot more mileage and customization out of some of the other classes. The Paladin. While the Ranger fails to create this middle ground between martial and spellcaster, the Paladin succeeds to an overwhelming degree. Paladins are powerhouses that possess the raw strengths and weapon skill of the fighter and the modifying powers and spellcasting of the cleric. The focus of the Paladin stats are in strength for weapon mastery and charisma for spellcasting. They share a D10 hit die with the fighter and the Ranger, but tend to get a lot more mileage out of it with their ability to self-heal. The player's handbook provides us with 3 sacred oaths to pick, and an additional one in the Dungeon Master's Guide. Oath of Devotion. An oath committed to justice and order. Devotion paladins are holy warriors who have powerful sacred weapons. They focus on abilities to maintain their idea of order. Oath of the Ancients. An oath devoted to an ancient race of elves. They channel nature powers to slay foes and maintain kindness and forgiveness. Oath of Vengeance. An Oath of Vengeance is about one thing: stopping evil whatever way possible. Exterminating enemies is the first priority, and making a commitment to slaying them. The Oath Breaker. Added in the Dungeon Master's Guide, the Oath Breaker is paladins who simply failed to follow their oath. They end up gross and they channel evil to curse the world. When I think of my favorite classes in the game, for some odd reason I always forgo listing the Paladin. I think I know why, but it's odd because the class is incredibly fun to play, with depths and team play that blows every other class out of the water, between being able to choose when and what attacks gain smite, both team heals and self-healing, great damage potential, etc. But the low level experience is slow, and you'll be really underpowered until suddenly you're not. Once you gain extra attack at level 5 and auras at level 6, you become a powerhouse that any DM fears on the battlefield. All of this before you have spells to back you up. Outside of combat, paladins offer heals and quality support in the skills department. Roleplay-wise, oaths provide a fascinating aspect that other classes lack, a code to follow, and one that if you break, risk taking all of your powers away. Sorta. In classic 5th edition tradition, oaths are actually really loose on what they allow and what they don't. Instead of getting a hard list of rulings, it's left up to the DM's discretion on if you break an oath or not. All in the name of providing more power to the playgroup. Yeah, I'm 50-50 on this. One side of me appreciates the ability to call player out on stupid RP and punish them if they go too far, but the player side of me hates that I don't get a list of hard rules to follow, to know how I should be RPing. We have an entire section on the character sheet for things like this, yet the class ignores it. No hard bonds that you're supposed to take, no hard rules that you're supposed to take. It's basically a general list of things. This is an issue that lies more with how 5e handles or lacks an alignment system. Regardless of its lackluster roleplay mechanic, the Paladin stands strong as one of the most entertaining and powerful classes in 5e. For those who wish to accept its slow beginning stages, the rest of the ride will be one where you'll be one of the most important pillars of the party. Healing is hard to come by, so you might as well bring a tank who can heal you. The next section, we're going to be finally diving into the world of spellcasting. By design, spellcasters are much more complex than the marshals. They all require some form of resource management and understanding how casting spells works. Before we go into the details and my thoughts on each of the casters, I want to actually explore how spellcasting works as a whole in 5th edition. Carrying the legacy of older D&D forward, the 5e team decided to carry the traditional Vancian magic system forward. Vancian magic is a system inspired by how spells worked in the Dying Earth novels by Jack Vance. How it worked is that casters must first prepare a list of spells, and they only have a finite amount of energy they're able to use on magic each and every day. Gygax took inspiration from that, and that's how he ended up with the concept of spell slots. Anyone familiar with early Final Fantasy games will know that MP wasn't used right away. Instead, the NES game straight up ported the mechanic of spell slots. For us in the world of tabletop, it means that each class has a set of spell slots that they're able to use essentially each day, and they can only cast spells of that certain level each day. But not every single class plays by these rules. The wizard is the most traditional, as you'll be required to select and ready a list of spells that you wish to cast, while the others like the sorcerer always have those entire spell lists at the ready. Vancian magic just makes sense for the tabletop. It's fast and easy to understand at a glance without needing to do the mathematics to figure out how many spells you can cast every day. Just look at the number and go from there. Since casters typically only regain slots on a long rest, this means that casters would be incredibly weak at low levels, or once they're exhausted all their resources, are totally useless. To prevent this, full casters have a set of spells that they're able to cast at will, called cantrips. These are smaller spells that range from damage dealing to out of combat abilities, like a small hand to be able to interact with the world. Cantrips also level up as you progress through your adventure, gaining additional damage to remain useful. That firebolt that you had at level 1 that dealt 1d10 now deals 2d10 at level 5, and continues to gain dice as you level. Cantrips are incredibly powerful. They essentially hand spellcasters a massive list of extra free abilities or mechanics to play around with. Mage Hand lets you grab things from a distance, other spells let you clean up or have a small gust of wind. These little things that add so many extra just toys to play around with in the world. Including cantrips, there's 10 levels of magic. 0 through 9. Each level provides a variety of options from utility, damage, and buffs to the party. In order to cast any of these spells, however, you need one of two options, either a component pouch or an arcane focus. Both of these items are essentially there for flavor, to function as the conduit to which your character interacts with magic in the world. Oftentimes spell mention items you'll need to cast it, such as a lightning bug or a flake of dust, etc. These aren't real items, rather they're there for RP and not much else. The only time you actually need an item to cast a spell is if it requires an item with a monetary value, or it's consumed with the casting. These spells are often fairly rare and are far more powerful than the standard spells, things such as resurrecting someone who died or massive buffs to the whole party. Hi, me from the future here, because I forgot to add this in the original script. So one of the key parts of spellcasting in 5e is this idea of components. So this is basically the materials that you're required to have to cast a spell. I think I touched on it a little bit, but not a lot. So verbal, somatic, and material are basically the resources you use to cast a spell. Verbal would be like key phrases like abracadabra. Somatic would be like cool hand symbols to cast a spell or whatever. And then material is like, you know, you need money or anything like that, which I do touch on. The reason why this is important to bring up though is these are quite literally how you spellcast. If you can't do one of these things, you can't cast a spell, which means you can shut people down. You can get rid of things by getting rid of the ability to move their hands, getting rid of their ability to be able to hear, see, speak, all of that kind of stuff, which means there's a lot more nuance to casting than just, oh, you can just do the ability. If you're in pitch black and you can't see them, you can't target them, stuff like that. And there's other elements to it, like if it uses sightline and all of that. It's not confusing. It makes sense logistically in terms of the world and the way you play the game. But it's important to understand that this is part of spellcasting. This is a big deal when it comes to casting spells. I don't know why I missed this. Anyway, back to the past. Each class has a spellcasting ability, a stat that powers their spellcasting engine. This is the stat you use to get the spell attack modifier and the DC of their saving throws. The attack modifier is the number added to both spell melee and ranged attacks. The difficulty check, or DC, is the number the target of your spell has to meet in order to avoid being affected or fully affected by the spell. In general, I love spellcasting in 5e. It's very easy to understand compared to other tabletop games and allows an immense amount of flexibility in how you cast. One wizard might combine Eye of Newt and some gunpowder to blow up the room, while the other conjures energy from the weave to detonate the air using their wand. One of the keystones of 5e design, as mentioned tons of times already, was simplicity and to accelerate the speed of play. This spellcasting system excels at that. At a glance, you're able to see how many casts you have left. Spells are an even mix of attacks and saving throws. And the most complex part is honestly understanding how cones, cylinders, lines, and beams work, something that you might not even need to worry about. For the sake of completion, the DMG does provide a set of rules for something called spell points, a more video gamey MP system where each spell is worth a number of points, and those come from a daily pool you have. It comes to about equal, if not a few more or less spells than the slot system. Look, I appreciate these rules being in existence and especially being in a published WotC product, but for most people, myself included, I have no desire to return to a point system other than to maybe try it. It adds extra math to a game that's already relatively light on it, and as we'll come to see, combat can already drag on long enough in 5e, and increasing that time even more just doesn't seem worth it to me. Now that we understand how spellcasting works a little bit more, let's jump right into it, starting with the cleric. The cleric. The priest. The traditional healer of the party. Clerics are fully immersed in the divine magic and are servants of the powerful gods. Like all full casters, you primarily want to maximize your casting stat, and in this case, that's wisdom. After that, you can choose whatever you want to specialize in. You're on the weaker side with a d8 hit die, but proficiency in medium armor and shields provides a higher armor class than other casters, which should, in theory, keep you alive longer. At level 1, you can choose a divine domain as your subclass. Each of these domains provides a specialized ability and additional list of prepared spells that you can add to your list. At level 2, you gain a channel divinity, a special power that only your domain gets. The player's handbook provides us with the following, and one additional from the DMG: death, knowledge, life, light, nature, tempest, trickery, and war. Each of these domains represents a variety of gods that your character can serve. Clerics are all about using their channel divinity ability, casting, and specialized turn undead powers for fast removal of the powers from below. Often brought down to just the healer, clerics are so much more. Each domain changes the way you approach the game in vastly different ways. On one hand, a life cleric might be focused on heals and buffs, while a war cleric is all about being up in the thick of it, focusing on attacks and self-buffs where needed. Clerics have always felt like one of those classes that changes the most in between subclasses, and that's a good thing since a lot of the classes can start to feel really samey in terms of their abilities, and by the time you reach character 5 or the characters you've been playing the game for forever, you really want something that feels different. And if 5e is insistent on not adding new classes, rather focusing on subclasses, then I think it's important that they actually change the way the game plays. Religious themes shared between the cleric and the paladin both open the floor for clever role-playing and character imagination and integration into the world. It's a class that tells a story of how you got there and pushes narrative beats. Oh yeah, I should also mention the really powerful Divine Intervention. It's a cool get out of jail free card if it actually works, and it's really fun to use. It lets you use your domain to do a variety of any effect that you can dream of, or your DM can. I like the clerics. They're great, but they lack the it factor that so many classes have, and once you play the paladin, at least for me, it's hard to go back to the cleric. The Druid. The powers of nature at your side allow you to change shape and alter the land around you. Druids don't quite fit into the world of divine or arcane magic, more a third category, and you really feel that in the design of the class. Not really relying on weapons or really damage dealing classes, but more change shape or specialized abilities, especially in the later subclasses of the Druid, which drastically change it, but we're not going to talk about that. Your spellcasting stat is Wisdom, and you can really build into whatever you want after that, depending on your preferences. Constitution is always a good one. As is the trend with other casters, a D8 is your hit die, and the PHB provides us with a staggering 2 Druid circles to join at 2nd level. Land. Gaining power from a biome of your choice, you get access to extra spells, along with extra mobility in rough terrain. Nature is your weapon. Moon. Harnessing the power of animals, Moon Druids gain access to higher CR animals for wild shape earlier on, and only get more powerful as they level. To be honest, this is the class I have the least experience with. Both as a dungeon master and a player, in my time with 5e, the Druid is not something I see a lot. It's a genre play that has its fans, and I know a couple of them, but it's often used more as a multi-class build item rather than a full class to build into. Personally, I blame the insulting subclass options from the get-go. Land, the first option of them, is pretty much useless when you compare them to Moon. Like everything in 5th edition, I'm sure it has its fans, and I can't blame you for liking it, that's your own personal choice. But Druid, from the get-go, is all about wild shape, and choosing to accelerate that process and use animals that are a lot more powerful right away is such a no-brainer. Land Druids have their builds and their strategy. I've heard a couple of them, but for the most part, it's not really something you want to play. Druids can exist on 2 planes. Damage tanks in wild shape, or powerful casters that augment the battlefield, making enemies have to go through rough terrain or locking down their movement altogether. Most Druid spells lack the raw damage properties that a wizard or sorcerer has. This makes them a pseudo-support class in the same way the cleric is. Less focused on healing and more focused on debuffing the enemies instead of putting out that raw DPR. Outside of combat, they're more in common with a ranger than other casters, having skills that are reminiscent of the ranger and focused around navigation and keeping the party alive in the wilderness. Is it a good class? Debatable. Is it one that has its fans? Also yes, but at least in my playgroups, it's not a class I really see a lot. Later subclasses and additional content helped a bit, but the Druid is up there as the Ranger as one of the most forgotten D&D classes. The Bard. I want to play a bard and then fuck a dragon. That was the phrase that my at-the-time roommate said to me when I mentioned I played D&D. The bard is many things, but the thread that remains throughout all possible bards is a charismatic character who supports the party in conversation and powerful bonus bardic inspiration die. As you could have guessed, their key stat is charisma, followed most oftenly by dexterity for quick weapon attacks. You have a d8 hit die to keep you alive, and upon hitting level 3, you choose a Bard College for the basis of your subclass. The PHB provides us with a total of 2. College of Lore. Lore bards gain more skills and have the ability to force enemies to subtract from their rolls using bardic inspiration die. College of Valor. Valor bards are able to use more armor options and more weapons. Inspiration die are able to be spent on bonuses to your attack rolls, and later you even gain additional attacks. Bards are similar to the Druid, where it comes across as this niche playstyle. They're the only true support class in the game, arguably. Paladins and clerics provide support and healing and buffs, but they still focus primarily on dealing their own damage or supporting their own rolls. Bard, on the other hand, can provide assistance to nearly every single roll, so long as they have the dice for it. See, the core of the Bard is inspiration dice that you hand out like candy. These bonus die can be added to any roll after you've already made it, so long as the Bard has handed them out beforehand. But what makes it different from similar effects or spells is that it's a bonus action. See, on the same turn that a Bard decided to charm an enemy or cast a spell, they too can also use their bonus action to hand out a d6 to that fighter to help on the attack. Bard spells typically lack the raw damage output that other classes and casters have, but they make up for it with the best debuffing and buffing spells in the game. For example, Bard exclusive cantrip Vicious Mockery deals low damage, but if the enemy fails the wisdom save, suffers disadvantage on their next attack. Outside of the world of combat, bards dominate, sharing the skill monkey characteristics that make the rogue so good. You're able to choose from any 3 skills from character creation, and the Jack of all traits trait allows you to add half your proficiency bonus to any skills that you lack it in. By level 10, you'll have expertise in 4 skills. Bards make DMs scared to call for persuasion checks, and for good reason. If you played your cards right, they'll be scoring 15 or higher on rolls frequently. That's kind of what makes bards so great to me. It's a class where nearly every turn of combat, or nearly every out of combat scenario, you'll have the skills or spells available to make it at least interesting. And if you don't, well, you can slap whoever does with a bardic inspiration die. Bards might be niche, but the people who like bards really like bards, and I can't blame them for that. The Sorcerer, the powerful innate arcane caster. When I first started playing D&D, I was confused as to the difference between the Sorcerer and the Wizard. The answer is one has spent years learning magic in a school or college, while the other, the Sorcerer, has it flowing through their very blood. They also play very differently, as we'll come to see. You'll be using Charisma for your spellcasting, and every other stat is essentially free for you to choose, although Constitution is high on that list, as with your d6 hit die, HP will be few, and damage will hurt. You choose a Sorceress Origin at level 1, and that'll be your subclass. The PHB provides us 2 to pick from. Draconic Bloodline. The power of the dragon flows through you. Throughout your leveling journey, you'll gain powers based around the type of dragon you choose, and eventually gain the power of flight. Wild. Embrace your inner Zeosatek with wild magic. The universe is random, and your link to the weave is too. Whenever you cast a leveled spell, there's a chance for a random effect to take place. This ranges from damage dealing like a fireball casted centered on yourself, or turning into a potted plant. Your party will hate you just by bringing up the thought of playing this subclass. Sorcerers are able to bend and augment their spells. At level 3, you gain access to meta magic, a list of powerful abilities to spend sorcery points on. Sorcery points are the resource for this class, and can be spent on things like casting a spell as a bonus action, adding another target to the spell, or even more complex abilities like changing the saving throw. Instead of relying on the pure abilities of the spells, you get to act on the board around you. This adaptability is something that every other caster lacks compared to the Sorcerer. Unlike the Wizard, you also don't prepare spells. Instead, you have access to your entire list. You have access to all of those spells, meaning you're never short on options. Spell-wise, you're on par, but what you get with those casts can be massively different. Sadly, the available subclasses lack the fun factor that other classes get this early in the lifespan of 5th edition. Opening up with a grand total of 2 subclasses is really disappointing when you consider some of the others that have 3 or more, especially when the subclasses you get are kind of hit or miss. See, Draconic Bloodline is the only subclass you can really pick without getting into trouble depending on the playgroup, because Wild, while amazingly fun, is so chaotic and random that it can come across to some tables like you're throwing and not attempting to play the game seriously. However, for those like me who actually enjoy that chaotic side of D&D, wild magic is something you can only get from this class. Dungeons, dragons, and wizards. These are the 3 things that everyone knows about D&D. The wizard is the premier spellcaster and the one that is the most cut and dry. You're a powerful scholar of the arts of arcane magic, and intelligence is the name of the game. It's also the stat you'll be boosting to the stratosphere. Past that, it's up to you. In exchange for the arcane power, your health is a mere D6, and you'll feel every single hit with your typically low armor class. There are exceptions to this, of course. We're looking at looking at you, Bladesinger. Subclasses become available at level 2 and are your arcane tradition. Each of the options is based around one of the schools of magic and provide additional abilities based around those schools. Abjuration is magic centered around the art of defense and anti-magic. Conjuration, the art of summoning. Divination, the identification and knowledge of magic. Enchantment magic is enhancing yourself or existing things with magical ability. Evocation is where the most damage dealing spells are. This is the school of magic that brings forth powerful energy. Illusion is creating tricks of the mind. Necromancy is the art of harnessing the energy of the dead. And finally, transmutation is to change one thing into another. Wizard is the spellcasting equivalent of the fighter, a class that's open and asks the player to make of it as they please. One wizard might be a damage-dealing monster with fireball, while another is centered around playing with the minds of the enemy. The subclass asks you to pick an archetype and stick to it. But spells are a total free-for-all, and wizards can come across as intimidating without extensive knowledge of 5th edition spell lists. You'll spend more time than any other class trying to choose what spells to pick. Since you lack really many other abilities, choosing the wrong spell will leave you feeling way weaker than you'd expect. In exchange for all that work though, you're met with the most useful class in the party. Outside of combat and on the battlefield, the amount of versatility you have is mind-blowing. The Warlock. Servant of some powerful entity and eldritch machine gun, Warlocks are one of the most interesting and creative casters in the game, boasting a mere 2 spell slots. Using Charisma as their key stat and a D8 as a hit die, Warlocks serve powerful patrons who lend them their power. The PHB gives us 3 to choose from. The Archfey. A being from the Fey lends you its powerful Fey magic to harness trickery. The Fiend. Calling on the power from an entity located in the lower planes, you harness the power of the dead to change your fate. The Great Old One. An ancient god or something much worse provides you power to infect the minds of those around you. Warlock is technically, on paper, a full caster, but the first thing you're gonna notice when looking at the breakdown spreadsheet of the class is how your final number of available spell slots is 4. Warlock has a smaller number of casts compared to every other caster. Because of that, you're going to find yourself relying on those cantrips and additional abilities rather than full spells, but those 4 spell slots at final level restore completely upon taking a short rest, as does all of your abilities for the most part, meaning you're able to technically cast more spells per day than the wizard. Let's take a step back though. What makes the fighter so good is it's an open-ended approach to a class. Same thing with the wizard. The warlock shares this feature because you have something called Eldritch Invocations, an additional feature list that you gain throughout your journey, which is an extensive list of abilities and feats, as we could call them, that you're able to take and add to your arsenal. These range from powerful modifications to Eldritch Blast, the keystone cantrip for the class, or free casts of spells like Darkness or Invisibility. This feature, paired with the subclasses, makes a Warlock into a build-your-own flavor of class that allows you to take the spells and features you want to play around with and smack them together. Paired with an awesome premise of a contract with some powerful entity, makes the Warlock an incredibly appealing class to play to so many, and has been since its introduction to the game. Now to piss everyone off. Okay, I get it, guys. I understand why people love this class. The RP potential is awesome and off the charts. The fact that you're serving some entity, it could be anything, it could be homebrew, it could be something you never met, Cthulhu, all this fun stuff. I get it. I understand why you love that. The customization is some of the best in the game, top tier level of what you can do. Eldritch Invocations paired with feats and everything. Interesting. It's so much build potential, and paired with multi-classing, I understand why people love it. It performs great in and out of combat. The fact that you recharge quickly, short rest means that you can technically cast more spells per day, but man, Warlock feels like it's really only good at one thing. It's all about that cantrip. It's about Eldritch Blast. That's about it. It's the laser beam of a cantrip. It has the same damage of firebolt, but at higher levels, it makes multiple attack rolls. I mean, you can target different targets with it. Paired with the Eldritch invocations, you can do crazy things, modding the crap out of it to make it deal more damage based on your charisma modifier, higher range, almost infinite at that point, you'll never reach the top end of that, or shut down movement, force movement, tons of great stuff. But spending every turn doing the same thing over and over is everything I'm against when it comes to tabletop combat. I critiqued every single class that had this same idea. What makes the rogue so good is you're still trying to find a way to get that advantage to do sneak attack, but at least you're doing something different. The best and most ideal playstyle for Warlock comes down to sitting 100 feet away and casting Eldritch Blast every single round. Because you're going to hit with a high mod, you're gonna deal damage, and you're doing tons of other stuff. That's how people play this class. And it's quite literally the same problem that I have with most of the martials. If all you're doing is hitting the same enemy over and over again using your basic melee attack, it is the definition of monotonous and just tedious to play. The same can be applied to spellcasters. If you're casting the same spell or cantrip over and over and over again, it's boring. It's not fun, it's not tactical, and you feel every single round of that. What I've kind of alluded to already throughout all of these classes is that options create depth. I'll be covering this a lot more when we actually explore combat, but when you lack options in a class, it creates a playstyle that favors doing the same exact thing round after round. Unfortunately, in my opinion, what I've seen, Warlock actively encourages players to use Eldritch Blast. Your low amount of spell slots, meaning in round, you're probably going to go through all your spell slots quickly, unless you're hoarding them forever. Yes, you get them back on short rest, but if you have consistent combat that goes for longer than 4 rounds over your spell slot count, or even combat immediately following another combat, you're going to be out of spells and have to use either a cantrip or some other ability to deal damage, like a normal attack. Warlock actively encourages players to use Eldritch Blast or some other selfish ability, which only benefits them. This prevents other classes from actually being able to function how they're supposed to. Every player is different. Every table is different. I understand that, and maybe it's my experience with this class, but Warlock has selfish play worse than rogues. Maybe it's all in good flavor. The nature of serving some powerful entity leads them down this selfish path, and I'm for that. I like the roleplay potential of that, but not at the cost of player experience or just the gameplay in general. I really do get it, guys. I understand why people love this class. I have so many friends who play the game who Warlock is their favorite class and has been since they got into the game. I understand, I get it, but Warlock just is not for me. I can't stand being brought down to, oh, but your Eldritch Blast cannon, you can do pew 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 pew. I get it. Some people like that. You're not gonna die because you're gonna be 100,000 feet away from the enemy. Oh, but Hexblade's so good. The subclasses, you can play the new stuff like Arthur. You gotta play Hexblade, man. It's the best subclass because you get to be a spellcaster with a sword, and you're doing the same thing. You're not gonna be doing the damage. Hexblade's curse is once per short rest, so it basically makes it for one enemy. It doesn't work the way it's supposed to. Maybe I'm playing it wrong. User error. I'm willing to say that. But compared to something like Bladesinger, which does the same gimmick, but your AC is insane. You're going to be doing damages and you have spell slots to actually have it. You're going to cast haste on yourself. It's more fun because you're doing more. You have options. You're not just pew 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 laser beam McGee. I hate this class. I get it. I really do. I understand why you guys like it, but it is just not for me at all. Warlock is a fairly new addition to the core classes of D&D, and I hope it sticks around more. I think the longer it sticks around, it's only going to improve. There you have it, the 12 classes that make up the core of 5e. These are the options all players have to choose from when making their characters. Each and every class provides a different playstyle and handled differently based on how you build your stats, the race you choose, and feats you may or may not take along the way. Of everything in 5th edition, the classes are something that stand out to me as an absolute win. The team at Wizards knocked it out of the park, creating a list of offerings that are easy to learn, creative, and clearly inspired from the editions of the past. Subclass variation within the classes encourages experimentation. You're not just a fighter, you're a battle master. It's simple for new players to understand and streamlines character creation so that even a new player can have a level 1 character sheet ready to play within an hour. This core is one of the main aspects that hooks players in. This ease of entry is so low that anyone can play the game, and when you see that, you're more inclined to go deeper. Experienced players, however, will reach that skill ceiling quicker than expected, and in an attempt to further their own builds and their characters and to ultimately play the game how they want, chasing after that RPG high, will venture into the wild optional world of multiclassing. Located in the player's handbook, there are rules provided for multiclassing, the act of gaining levels in an additional class. While there are some prerequisites and other rules to follow, doing this provides you with the abilities and powers of both classes, while sacrificing progression in another. The amount of complexity and depth this creates is nearly endless. You're no longer limited to a single subclass and are able to pair classes together to create anything from memes to characters that abuse the system to death. Players who enjoy the power game, or simply ones after a different style of play, often fall into multiclassing. Some classes simply lack the variety and come across as one note. This allows you to pair them with a class that's more interesting, but use the ability you wanted from the other. This also means that you get to stay viable with other abilities, because you have more options. I love multiclassing. This is the type of complexity and potential that I think is crack cocaine from RPGs, and ultimately it solves the biggest problem with 5e classes, being that some are kind of one note. Now you can pair a fighter with a warlock, or a wizard with a barbarian. Is there a reason to do that? Not necessarily, but you can. You can play around with it, you can mix and match stats. You can build a character that you want. What is one of the biggest draws to get people into RPGs? Well, it's playing your way. It's creating a character you want instead of being forced into a single direction. The biggest part of that is when you level up. You get to move the mark in whichever way you want and change your character to the build that you have in mind. This is why people love Souls-likes, or why choosing perks in Fallout never gets old, because each option changes the way you play. Choosing which stats to upgrade is part of an RPG, so why does this edition of D&D have progression that looks like this? Linear. Undeviating. A majority of decisions you make in your leveling journey take place right here, at level 1. By the time you hit level 3, you're all but locked in unless you decide to multiclass. The biggest decision that you'll be making is if you want to gamble and roll for health on a level up, and every 4 levels if you want a feat or an ability score improvement. Dependent on the class and subclass, yes, you might have other decisions you have to make, but I would hardly call those anything other than a diversion from your main progression path. Across the board though, meaningful game-changing decisions are very few and far between. Simplicity is a double-edged sword. Any decision you make to create a system that's simpler comes at risk of removing complexity, or choice from your system. 5e's character creation process, for example, and classes have been streamlined to the point where anyone can follow it and make a character who is pretty well optimized. But once you're more experienced and you want to experiment a little bit more, either with multiclassing or just other builds, you start to realize that it has its limits. Without multiclassing, for example, you're stuck to your subclass unless you start building with feats or race combos, something that ultimately is kind of optional. You don't have much else you can do. And by taking a feat, you limit your actual stat potential you'll get. So if you want to have a cool grappler character, you either have to find a subclass that supports grappling by default, or invest those ASIs that you have on level up into feats instead of getting higher stats, which means that you're going to be rolling lower numbers because of bounded accuracy. It's an endless loop that ultimately kills build crafting unless you actually decide to multiclass. I've been with 5e for a majority of its lifespan, and after experimenting with other systems and returning to 5e, the progression felt so dumbed down that it almost ruined the play experience for 5th edition for me. 3.5 and Pathfinder are all about picking feats to build a character that you want. You have skill points to assign to those actual skills and get bigger numbers, and you feel the more powerful growth. 5e, however, is really linear. You pick that path that you're on and you stick with it, only deviating for tiny little things or if the DM lets you. The most affected by this linear progression is martials. Choosing a fighting style every so many levels is great, but when casters have to spend 30 minutes trying to decide what spells they want to take, it makes those levels where all you do is gain an ability, no choice, you just gain an ability that's next on your list, so much worse. I'll go into this far more later once we start talking about the Dungeon Master side of the equation, but D&D's progression model, especially 5e's, requires you to offset the leveling experience with item acquisition to start changing builds. something that 5e's creators assumed wasn't going to happen. Roleplay is one of the key pillars in a tabletop system. Heck, it's in the name, tabletop role-playing game, and the single feature that separates games like D&D from its more wargaming kin. Mike Mearls and the 5e team knew this, and their goal was to bring back the joy of the good old days by putting the story above all else. Or at least that's what they claimed. However, to do that, they needed a way to guide those less familiar with RP into creating memorable characters, and their solution was personality traits, powered by the new mechanic, backgrounds. Each background provides a series of benefits to the character, in the form of skill proficiency, item proficiency, and some bonus starting items, language benefits, and a feature. These benefits can range from incredibly useful in day-and-day adventuring to incredibly niche. An example is the Entertainer's popular by demand feature, which allows you to secure affordable or free housing and possibly being noticed by a couple nobles. Every background provides a similar RP-ish feature that is either used extremely creatively or completely forgotten about. The second part of the background is the inclusion of personality traits for each of the categories featured on the character sheet. Provided to you in a very fancy series of tables, you're able to roll on them or just choose them yourself. These suggested characteristics often provide solid flavor for the background, but don't take into account things like the character's class or race. For players who are new to role-playing games, these tables are an incredible starting point on how to start filling out personality traits and how to start making a character. In theory, these traits are supposed to function as prompts for roleplay. For example, a criminal might have the flaw, if there's a plan, I'll forget about it. If I don't forget it, I'll ignore it. However, it's purely up to the player to act upon that flaw. There's no gameplay incentive other than the possibility of the dungeon master handing out an inspiration, which I previously mentioned really isn't that big of a deal and probably won't happen. Backgrounds provide neither incentive player features or quality material to actually coax roleplaying out. The options provided in the player's handbook stick to fairly generic jobs and fail to cover a wide enough variety of professions and are hardly something to get excited over. They're almost begging for you to take the custom background option, which just lets you choose whatever you want. It's difficult to see the backgrounds as anything more than a series of bonus skills, and they very well could have just been included as part of the character creation process. Pick 2 skills. Personality traits, for taking up a sizable chunk of the character sheet, have limited effects on gameplay, only serving as the catalyst for which inspiration is subjectively awarded upon. Imagine a world where a flaw could be invoked to give you a bonus on a roll, so say, hey, my flaw is I don't like dwarves, so I'm going to invoke this flaw on this guy to automatically give myself an advantage on a roll I can use later. There's things like that that could have been done to make it less subjective and let people actually roleplay through these scenarios to make interesting characters other than just a spot on the sheet. This is supposed to be one of the big draws of the system, a character forward focus that encourages people to get into character and really roleplay, bring back the glory days. In reality, after the honeymoon period is over, you'll be ignoring personality traits and just choosing skills, bypassing the background system altogether. Encouraging roleplay is hard. It's something DMs have struggled with since the creation of the game. 5th edition is a game that asks the player to create a character, not just a stat block, and then fails to support that style of play through its actual mechanical design. Embracing a flaw or leaning into a bond doesn't change the way the game plays, only how your fellow party members experience the game. Backgrounds needed to offer some type of additional benefit or cost to taking on that background. Towards the end of 5e's long life, new content was added, including more backgrounds, and those new backgrounds, especially in the later years, decided to forego the special feature altogether and simply replace it with a straight-up feat, further ruining the legacy content by making this new content objectively better. Why would I take the charlatan background when I can take some of the new one like Spelljam or Spacer and get a free feat right away? It's more busy work for DMs to manage, and that's not the way to go about making backgrounds useful. Finally, we're at the end of character creation. We've covered all the new headline mechanics of 5e, the races, the classes, the backgrounds, and personality traits. D&D 5e is a game that is easy to learn and a fun experience for players just getting into the hobby. It's exciting to go through the character creation process first and find out what works best for you, writing down new personality traits, trying out a new race, looking through all the subclasses, and in that way, this is a critical success. It's everything a new player could want. And on top of everything, it's also a great outline for creatives to make their own subclasses and races that better fit their own worlds and settings. The books are filled with amazing content and baseline ideas of how to actually do this. 5e's core, however, fails to maintain its promise of being a character-focused system, with lackluster rules and mechanics centered around roleplay. While it does provide the resources to make interesting and unique characters, it lacks the gameplay incentives to actually matter. An extra d20 awarded subjectively based on the personality traits which the DM may or may not even care about is shallow, if it's ever even used. While player freedom and expression still remains great, even though it's been hurt a little bit from the lack of choices and progression, it's still one of the strongest parts of the system. Races, classes, and the customizable backgrounds all lead to thousands of hours of possible build crafts and unique character builds. So far, Mike's goals for the 5e team have been for the most part held up. They've created a system that took what worked for old school players and brought it to a new generation. But this is simply one part of the equation. Of all the activities in D&D you spend time with, one area is king for eating up session time, and it's one of the most important aspects of our Venn diagram: the combat. Adventuring is dangerous business. Very rarely will a party's journey take them places where they won't have to fight deadly monsters or annoying bandits trying to make the most out of what seemed like a prime opportunity. Combat encounters are part of the bread and butter that make D&D and other TTRPGs that take on a similar form what they are. It's either the single most appealing part of the game for you, or one that leaves an awful taste in your mouth and something you dread doing. But for the likes of Gary Gygax and Dave Anderson, combat was vital for this wargame RPG hybrid of an experiment to be a success. Years later, the 5th edition team thought the exact same thing, and their goal was to replicate that simple, but fun, combat from the earliest days, using modern gameplay techniques from 4th edition and 3rd edition. Thus far, I've highlighted each of the classes' basic roles and activities in combat. And for the next while, I'm going to be going in depth about the ins and outs of 5e's robust combat. While for some people, encounters are more or less a distraction from the roleplay, I believe that for myself and for most people, the majority of the game time in 5th edition won't be exploration or roleplay, but rather combat encounters. Rules are king. Turns are taken one at a time, and because of that, combat inherently takes more time than other rules-light activities. This is my reasoning for highlighting combat as thoroughly as I'm going to. Just like in the gameplay section, I'm going to be going in as raw as possible, tossing in the reasoning for why certain popular house rules have caught on. Before we go any further though, here's the basic rules. These are the concepts and phases that each and every combat encounter includes. Encounters start with the DM determining whether or not there's a surprise round. These are rounds that take place before a roll for initiative is called, allowing for either the players or the enemies to act first. At this point, the DM should have already determined the starting positions for both the player party and their enemies. After the surprise round, or lack thereof, is determined, initiatives are rolled. This is a d20 dexterity skill check, which determines the order for acting in combat. This order remains throughout the entirety of the combat. Finally, the first round begins, with the highest initiative roll. Each round consists of every unit's turn and happens in-world over the course of 6 seconds. This is important as some abilities or spells last for a minute or 10 rounds. Each turn consists of 3 key parts. Taking movement, which uses your speed and a unit of feet, at least here in the US, so 30 equals 30 feet. Actions, such as casting a spell or making an attack. Bonus actions, which are specialized actions that take less time. And interactions, which allow you to interact with the world around you, say opening a door, picking up an item, or switching weapons. Additionally, each unit on the battlefield also has a reaction, a special action which can trigger on somebody else's turn or in a response to an action. Everyone has a single reaction that they regain at the start of their next turn. Reactions are often used for opportunity attacks, casting certain spells, or other special conditions. Once the turn is over, it's passed to whomever is next on the initiative order, and this repeats until the encounter is finished. That's it. That's the core mechanical elements of 5e's combat. Movement, actions, bonus actions, reactions, and object interaction. Every single class, character, monster, etc. utilizes these systems. To fully understand combat, however, we have to see these systems in action, and dive headfirst into the action economy, cover, and ranged combat. After leaving the safety of Mirabar, our gang of adventurers have been on the trail of some deadly cultists. After a day and a half of tracking, they finally have them, in a snow-topped, abandoned cabin. This is it. This is where the battle will take place. Surprise as an option goes out the window after a failed stealth check alerts the cultists, and the call for initiative is made. The party rolls, so do the cultists. It's a fairly split initiative, going back and forth between the cult and the party. A cult fanatic starts us off. Going first, they move up to the party's barbarian. With their dagger, they attempt to stab him twice, missing both. The turner then ticks down to the fighter. The exact loadout of our fighter doesn't exactly matter, but I'll break down the options that we have. First, looking around, we have 3 enemies within our movement, which probably means they can also get to us just as easily. We know that attacking is probably our best option, so we move up to the closest one. For our action, however, it's not as simple as just attacking with our weapon. While 5e lacks the traditional combat maneuvers found in prior editions, or special abilities like 4e, there are some default ways that we're able to interact with enemies still. These are the additional actions that you can use in place of an attack. Grapple. As an action, you're able to grab onto somebody with a contested roll of your athletics versus their acrobatics or athletics, and that's the choice they get to make. If successful, you set their movement to 0. To escape the grapple, the target must remake the roll as an action till they beat it. Shove. As an action, you may shove the target by making a contested roll, athletics versus their acrobatics or athletics. If they fail, you may either knock them prone or shove them 5 feet. Additionally, the DMG offers up a slew of additional actions with similar rollings for overrunning, moving through an enemy square, and disarming. Unfortunately, like I said before, these are optional, meaning they're not really considered default actions that you have access to, which I think is really a bummer, as these just provide more options by default for you to actually interact with enemies, but like I said, they're not mentioned in the player's handbook. Without adding in class abilities, this leaves us with a total of 3 use cases for our fighter. Attack with a weapon, grapple the target, or shove. Each of these only consumes a single attack, meaning that if we have access to 2, 3, or more attacks, we're able to shove or grapple, and then still use a weapon attack. This lets us set up combos like shoving to knock a target prone, and then giving yourself advantage on the attack to land more hits reliably, or crit fish. The problem lies in the skills and stats that are required to reliably pull this off. A class or character that's built around using skills, attacks, and abilities that utilize strength gain a significant benefit in the number of options they have available to them with the attack action. It's also very repetitive, since everything uses acrobatics and athletics to either counter the roll or to activate it. It means that you're using those skills more than a lot of other things. Let's reverse. Instead of moving forward, say we're in the doorway. Instead of a melee weapon, we decide to focus on ranged combat with a high dexterity score. The amount of available options we have has now shrunk. We can either attack from a distance or use a non-attack action. Outside of class-based actions or casting, you can use your action to do the following. Dash. Using your action doubles your movement after bonuses and penalties have been applied. If your movement is 30, when you dash, it becomes 60. If you've been knocked prone, stand up, your remaining movement is 15. Dashing would double it to 30. Disengage. Allows you to move out of a target's melee range without provoking opportunity attacks. This also applies until the end of your turn. Dodge. A defensive action that gives all enemy attacks disadvantage on attack rolls against you. The focus on avoiding attacks also provides the benefit of advantage on dex saves till the start of your next turn. Hide. Make a stealth roll. If you pass the enemy's passive perception, you're hidden. Truth be told, this ability is one of the most confusing and immersion-breaking things in the game. Regardless of hiding places, you're able to become hidden. Then a bunch of rules come into play that basically say you gain advantage, if you attack you're no longer hidden, attacks on you have disadvantage, etc. Help. All actions can be used outside of combat, but none are nearly as helpful as help. This helpful action allows you to assist somebody in an ability check, giving them advantage on the roll. Additionally, in combat situations, they can use this action to give the first attack against a creature advantage. Help is ridiculously good out of combat. It allows your party to gain advantage on pretty much any check they want. There's no limitation on how much they can do this. Stabilize a creature. As an action, you could stabilize a dying creature. This prevents death saves from being made, but doesn't actually give them any HP. A DC 10 medicine check is required, and there's no penalty for failing it. Using an object. Interaction with the world and objects is a bit wishy-washy in 5e. It often falls on the DM to determine if things like opening a door use movement or an action. However, this allows the use of multiple objects on your turn. Item use. While not specifically called out as an action, many items from your inventory have use cases that cost one, such as drinking a potion, equipping poison on a dagger, throwing alchemist fire, etc. Returning to the cabin. From a distance, all we're really able to do that seems useful at the moment is make an attack. with little to no use for our bonus action at the moment. A few turns pass, damage is dealt by some of the cultists, and we reach the party's rogue. Unlike the fighter, the rogue has one goal in mind: find a way to get sneak attack. First, bonus action hide. After a successful stealth check, they're hidden. They approach the fanatic and backstab them for deadly damage. A simple but obvious example of how cunning action is extremely powerful. A rogue could have also dashed for extra movement or simply attacked the enemy near the ally for the sneak attack to trigger. Then, bonus action disengage if they were closer. Coming up next is the barbarian. They use their bonus action to rage, and from here on out, it's attacks every turn. Following the tank is the wizard, whose actions are pretty quickly eaten up by spells. In addition to the spells costing their listed action, you're also limited to casting a single leveled action-based spell a turn. This is to prevent powerful dual castings from abilities like Quicken Spell. For the longest time, I thought you could dual cast something like Fireball, but no, that would be unbearably overpowered. This cycle repeats throughout the entirety of combat until something happens to interrupt the flow. For a majority of combat encounters in 5th edition, the only two things that really matter are dealing more damage than the enemy and positioning. After a few rounds of combat, a few of the cultists have been slain, and the rogue is looking a bit beat up. It's the fanatic's turn. They begin to cast a spell targeting the rogue. The party is unsure what this spell is, as none of them want to use their reaction to make an Arcana check to figure it out. But with quick thinking from the wizard, they decide that the rogue can't take any more damage and decide to use their reaction to cast Counterspell, negating the casting altogether. Reactions are interrupts that, frankly, aren't very common in 5e combat other than the opportunity attack every so often. However, one action relies on the reaction, Ready. The Ready action is one of the most interesting and potentially game-changing actions when used well. Ready permits characters to set a condition in which the action that they set triggers, such as, if the orc tries to open the door, I shoot him. Nearly every action, including spells, can be readied, with the condition that only one aspect can be set. You cannot move and then make an attack. Only one. Spells have to also be concentrated on, meaning you can't ready a spell while currently concentrating. Additionally, this consumes your action and your reaction when it's executed. I love the idea of readied actions, and have seen them used extremely cleverly, as well as really poorly. They open the door for intricate strategies around waiting for an opening created by another party member, like say shoving an enemy down and then casting Fireball. Combat continues till either the enemies flee or are killed, or our party all dies. And that's pretty much it. That's combat in 5e. Sounds fairly complex with tons of moving parts, but in reality it's extraordinarily simple. I listed a majority of the actions you're able to do without getting into class specifics. Let's take the champion fighter again. Unlike its Battlemaster cousin, you lack the additional modifying attacks and maneuvers that they have, meaning the only thing you can do is what I just listed. Yes, there's still plenty of actions to do, but using that default attack action is gonna get boring real fast. Removing the tools that you're able to have makes the game less fun. More tools in the toolbox, the more fun you can have playing around with the combat encounters. The ultimate sad truth behind the combat in 5th edition is that the system lacks the complexity and depth for long-term play. Every encounter has diminishing returns, regardless of your level or tier of play. For something that consumes about just under half of the PHB's total content, this is a failure. First, we need to explain what I actually mean by depth. Depth can be complicated to talk about, because it can mean different things to different people. Does it mean you have tons of options to play with in character creation? Is it about the number of dice being thrown around? In this scenario, what I mean by depth is the amount of available options and active choices that you make on each of your turns. I'd like to give Magic the Gathering as a great example, but truthfully, any TCG would work well. Every turn of Magic, you have a laundry list of things to consider. You have the cards currently in play, the amount of land/mana open to you, the cards in your hand, the cards in your graveyard, and the cards still in your library. All of that before even taking into account the same things for your opponent. It can be overwhelming at points, the amount of ways a turn can be played. Will you cast a spell before combat, or after? Does your opponent have enough mana open to counterspell you? Do their colors even have the ability to counter you? It's those questions paired with the deck that you're playing that makes TCGs addicting and ultimately hard to play at high skill levels. It's like playing chess, but your opponent's pieces have completely different rules. But the introduction of meaningful choice is what creates depth. While D&D for the most part can provide depth in character creation through feat use and multiclassing and whatnot, it all but lacks it on the actual battlefield. and the end result is combat that feels like you're mashing the A button while grinding in a JRPG. Looking over the list of available default options and class abilities, I ask myself, how? How is it possible that a game with this amount of variety of abilities, options, classes, races, so often boil down to using the same 2 abilities over and over for a large portion of the classes? Answer: because the alternatives provide next to no benefit on the battlefield. Take Cure Wounds, the go-to healing spell that a handful of the more support-oriented classes have on offer. A cast of Cure Wounds at first level heals a d8 plus whatever the caster's mod is. As an action, you will heal on average about 5 to 7 HP. Once enemies with multi-attack show up, however, they'll have the potential to cut through that HP in the first attack, undoing the healing immediately. You would have been better off for the rogue that you healed to go down before you heal them. If the second attack brings them to 0, all additional damage stops unless it goes over their max HP doubled. Healing them brings them back up to 5 to 7 HP and brings them up from being unconscious. The stabilize action is one of the most worthless and situational actions in the game, only being important if you lack magical healing or the healer cannot get to them in time. But even more insult to injury is the existence of Healing Word, a spell that heals about half the amount of Cure Wounds, but is only a bonus action, and has a range of 60 feet compared to Cure Wounds' range of touch. When it comes to combat, Healing Word is a no-brainer over Cure Wounds if you're able to take it, and is objectively better in most situations. Use items like potions share a similar problem because they take an action to use, to the point where one of the most popular house rules in 5e is allowing potion use on yourself as a bonus action, maintaining the action status to use it on your companions. Suddenly, the near worthless item becomes a viable health boost when needed. Bonus action healing isn't even a new mechanic, as the second level fighter with Second Wind is able to do it. 5e combat is littered with moments like these, where abilities, items, or even attacks come across as worthless secondaries that encourage you to use what works best and gets the job done over interesting combos or creative thinking. In a fighting game, if your opponent never adapts to you spamming the same attack over and over again, you'll never change your strategy. Why would you? It works, you won. But that's not necessarily fun. 5e combat is the same, but the mechanics of the game actively encourage this behavior, and the feeling of samey weapons only worsens the experience for non-casters. If I had to pick a single highlight of D&D's combat, I would have to choose the experience as one of the many spellcasters. It's 5e's combat at its very best. While the limitations do still show, actions can be very limited outside of spells and variety is lacking sometimes, just having access to a spell list and cantrips makes the experience a step up. First, let's talk mechanics. Unlike the martials, the amount of focus required to play a caster is closer to that found in a card game. You have a large list of possible actions or reactions that you can do, and a set amount of resources you can use to do those things, not just per combat, but typically per long rest, meaning the consequences to your choices continue to be felt outside of just this one encounter. Along with all of that, you have to balance your concentration. I failed to bring this up while covering spellcasting earlier, but certain spells require you to maintain concentration on them. This basically just means that you can only have one of them up at a time, and upon taking any source of damage, you have to succeed on a Constitution saving throw. If you fail, the spell drops. Concentration forces you to be aware of what's happening on the battlefield, and encourages you to stay away from damage sources or being up close for melee. It also puts a target on your head. If you're the source of the paladin's haste, it might be in the enemy's goals to attack you first and shut that down. Concentration is just one of the many additional things a caster has to actually worry about, including the necessity to understand spell shapes and AoE that encourages tactical positioning for everyone on the battlefield. Part of the caster's kit is their level 0 spells, the cantrips. These smaller scale spells come in a variety of flavors, but what's interesting about the damage dealing ones is the bonus effects they have. While martials deal damage, pretty much every caster has access to a list of possible nerfs to place on the target. Chill Touch stops healing, Shocking Grasp takes away reactions, and Ray of Frost slows movement. These are all options available to most full casters. All have secondary effects on top of dealing damage. From as early as level 1, casters have access to tactical attacks that change the way the party and the DM have to address the battlefield. The more spells you can access, the more variety you have in what you can do every turn. Do you want to guarantee some damage with an AoE spell like Fireball that requires a save, or go for big damage with a chance of missing? Every caster has a spell list which is filled with options that really show how much variety this game can have. Two wizards, regardless of their subclass, might play extremely differently just because their spell lists are so different. Playing a Spellslinger addresses so many of my issues with the combat in 5e, and it almost feels like a completely different game. That's not a good thing, by the way. The balance between the two should be subjective, not night and day in terms of who has more abilities or features, and I partially blame 5e's weapons. One of the biggest fantasies in roleplay is using epic weapons to outmaneuver your enemies and having the right tool for the job. An axe should feel heavy and have powerful blows, a dagger should feel sneaky and hurt from behind, and a sword should be a versatile tool capable of anything the wielder dreams. So why does every weapon in 5e feel identical? Why does the longsword feel and function identically to the battle axe? Weapons should feel unique and exciting to use, but the watered down weapon system given in 5e is one of the leading causes to the repetitive basic attack spammy combat that is 5th edition. The longsword is a bladed weapon that deals 1d8 slashing damage. It's also versatile, meaning you can hold it with two hands and deal 1d10 slashing. A battle axe is a bladed weapon that deals 1d8 slashing damage. It's also versatile and can be held with two hands and deal 1d10 slashing. The warhammer is a blunt weapon that deals 1d8 bludgeoning and is versatile, meaning it can be wielded with two hands and deal 1d10 bludgeoning. This is a pattern that repeats itself throughout the armory of 5th edition weapons. They all share nearly identical traits or similar traits but with a different damage type, which would be fine if vulnerabilities or resistances to certain types of damage actually appeared frequently. Repetition of dice and traits creates a boring loop of combat and removes excitement from finding a new weapon or trying out different builds. The only major differences really comes in item prices in the PHB, ranges on bows and crossbows, and weapon traits such as loading, two-handed, and the aforementioned versatile. You also have finesse, which means it can be used with dex or strength, or if the weapon is heavy or light. Heavier weapons often dealing more damage. Additional traits or differences in crit range or damage from both 3rd and 4th editions is completely absent here, as are specialized weapons with extra features or actions. Take the Scythe from Pathfinder, a weapon that for most characters will deal a mere 2d4 piercing or slashing damage. However, if you crit, it deals 4 times damage. It also includes the ability to trip your enemies instead of dealing damage. A fighter using a greatsword or a great axe is going to feel almost identical, other than the greatsword fighter having a higher minimum damage output. Weapons provide no interesting mechanics or bonuses to your character, and in most circumstances could be flavored into whatever you could dream. Weapons should have character. They should be more than just a single dice that you roll when you make the attack action, and I've explained that. But I haven't explained how much better it can be. I want to give an example in the tabletop space, and actually one that's in 5th edition itself. Ghostfire Gaming's Grim Hollow is basically a campaign setting, but also additional third-party content that was added. Normally, I wouldn't like to use what is basically, you could call homebrew for a system to show something, but I think this does a really good job of illustrating my point exactly about how dull weapons are and why they should be more interesting. So Grim Hollow has this thing called advanced weapons, which are basically more weapons to add to the arsenal of 5e, but they include advanced characteristics. So advanced weapons are basically weapons that have additional features to them. So take the knightly sword, for example. It's a sword that does 1d8 slashing, and it's versatile and has a 1d10 if you hold it with two hands, just like the longsword, right? However, unlike the longsword, it also gives you guard, defending, and precise. 3 characteristics to have additional abilities for you to do during certain actions or reactions. For example, defending, a characteristic that'll basically let you parry the enemy. You can spend your reaction to roll a d4 and increase your AC by that amount for that attack. That's cool. That's interesting. That's a reaction. That's an active choice you're making because of a weapon you picked. That's so much better. And it's not just that, it's everything. It's perks. For example, you have the Cavalry Hammer, which is a hammer, 1d8 versatile, 1d10, but it has something called momentum, which means that if you're moving in a straight line, 20 feet, you upgrade the damage's dice, meaning you deal more damage. Stuff like that is sweet. It also has armor piercing. Stuff like that is interesting. It's depth. It's complexity to a game that's already simple, and it's within the confines of 5e. Nothing that Grim Hollow adds, nothing that Ghostfire Gaming added to these is something that doesn't feel like 5th edition. It still feels like the same game, but adds so much personality to weapons, and there's tons of these. And yeah, they do change how combat feels. And I'm not saying that they're complicated to use. I think that's one of the main arguments against adding systems like this is people say, oh, it adds complexity to the game where people don't understand it. You know, it's more stuff to write down on your sheet. But is 1 or 2 additional abilities really that complicated to write down on your sheet when the 5e ones are already really simple? I feel like that's not a justified complaint for what is something that creates a lot more depth and interesting elements to combat. Outside of melee, when it comes to bows and crossbows, there are a couple more differences. Crossbows across the board deal more damage due to the larger dice being used, and they come at the cost of having a mildly lower range. They also have the addition of the loading property, making the entire class of weapon feel almost worthless without feat investments. See, loading is a rule that states regardless of the number of attacks you have, you're only allowed to make a single attack with the crossbow due to the fact that you have to load in another bolt. This limitation is completely removed with the crossbow expert feat. While I appreciate the weapons feeling different and the arsenal certainly needs that, they're already samey enough, and creating nerfs for what is ultimately a 2 damage difference doesn't feel worth it. The requirement of a feat to make them more worthwhile is just a salt in the wound. While my feelings toward the greater arsenal of 5e is pretty negative, I'm willing to give it praise where praise is due. The best types of weapons are those that possess reach. Reach allows you to attack from 10 feet away, allowing for more creative positioning and forces enemies to push up or run away, and your range of opportunity of attacks is doubled. While it is the trend, 3 of the reach-based weapons, the halberd, the glaive, and the pike, are effectively identical other than damage type and recommended price. The lance provides an interesting twist, however, as it deals a d12 and forces disadvantage on you while you're within 5 feet. However, it also encourages the use of mounted combat, allowing you to wield the weapon that's typically two-handed with one-handed while on horseback. Is this a fairly niche ability that most people will never use? Probably, but it's also the exact type of abilities I like to see on weapons. It creates variety and encourages the idea that there are better tools for certain circumstances. The only other weapon featured in the 37 listed in the PHB to feature the special property that's on the lance is the net, an even more niche flavor of weapon that puts enemies into the restrained condition, which can easily be broken out of with the cost of their action. Choosing your weapon should be one of the most engaging and cool aspects of an RPG. When every weapon feels identical or lacks any major differences, it just becomes a case of using whatever you start with, or in some cases, what costs the least. The economy of the weapons at 5e makes 0 sense from a gameplay perspective, because sometimes a weapon that's better costs less, or sometimes a weapon that's super bad is super expensive. All of this to say that I think the attack action is boring. It rarely ever is more than just making your attacks, roll damage if you hit, and if you don't, pass your turn. Spellcasters' cantrips at least encourage strategy with tactical abilities that lock down movement, prevent reactions, and nullify healing abilities, all while still dealing damage. Simply put, martials lack the tactical options other than just single target damage. Hitting somebody in the face with a warhammer is only fun for so long. One of the keystones required for 5th edition was for combat to move quicker than 4th. Speed of play is important, and no other area needed that overhaul more than the combat system found in the prior edition. 4e was a machine, with almost endless amounts of moving parts that created this video game-esque feel, where every class and enemy had a laundry list of possible abilities. One of the costs of simplicity and streamlining in the name of speed is the loss of perceived depth and complexity. Returning to games like Warhammer 40k and Magic the Gathering, especially Commander, have the unfortunate side effect of games lasting a very long time, upwards of 3 hours. Now, I'll be the first to say that suffering through a 2+ hour long game of Commander you have no chance of winning, or a 40k game you lost 45 minutes ago, isn't a fun use of your afternoon. D&D combat, regardless of system, is the same. I enjoy D&D for a lot more than just its combat, and prefer when sessions are more than just a single encounter. All that being said, did they ultimately achieve their goal? Is 5e combat actually shorter and faster? The short answer, yes. The long answer, not really, but by no attempt from the 5e team. First, I want to set a couple ground rules. Encounters in D&D across the board have a lot of variety. The difference between fighting 4 goblins and a dragon needs to be taken into account here, as does the amount of players you have. I've played in epic parties with 9 players where you'd easily have to wait 30 minutes for the initiative to circle back to you. I've also played and DM'd parties for 2 players, where turns took a maximum of 30 seconds. It's not a constant. There's tons of possibilities for combat scenarios. For the sake of this conversation, we'll assume I'm talking about a party of 4 players, the often recommended number given by published adventures. The action economy ultimately limits the amount of time turns will take. Every character, regardless of class, can only take a single action, not counting when haste is active or the use of action surge, their movement, and bonus actions. All of these either require the DM to roll dice or they themselves to roll. The only numerical bonuses ever being added are the ones on the character sheet. There are exceptions, but for the most part there's no, hey, do I have a +1 on this attack? 5e's advantage system simply just tells them to roll twice and pick the higher number. Keeping math out helps keep rolls fast, especially in bulk scenarios such as fireball hitting 5 enemies. As expected, lower level play often has quicker turns and faster combat overall, as enemies typically lack complex abilities other than just to attack, and players have a small list of things they can do. Not to mention that a smaller health bar and lower AC across the board leads to less wasted turns and missed attacks or abilities. Higher level play, however, is where this entire dream of short combat quickly vanishes. As early as 5th level, mainly thanks to the introduction of multi-attacks, turns in combat as a whole will start to last much longer. A problem that will only get worse the higher levels you reach. But all of this is expected. The stronger you get, the stronger your enemies are supposed to become. That's a pretty obvious statement. But how long is the average fight designed to take? In essence, what's the shelf life of a combat encounter in 5e? There's a few different ways we can come to an answer. While neither the PHB or the DMG give us explicit rules or suggestions for combat length, this isn't a PvP game after all, like Warhammer, where you have a win condition. After all, it's entirely possible for enemies to run away or a party to somehow manage to talk their way out. It does, however, provide hints located in the Creating a Monster section of the DMG. It offers advice for calculating the average damage output of a monster. It takes the average damage of 3 rounds, adds them together, and then divides it by 3. We'll talk more about CR calculation and what all this is used for later, but for now, that 3 rounds is what we need to focus on. 3 rounds. That is what people have figured out is the average expected length of a normal difficulty combat. In my experience, that number holds fairly true, and others on the internet have found similar results. The key word here is normal difficulty. An easier encounter might finish within 1 round or less, and a hard or deadly encounter might easily stretch into 7, 10, or beyond rounds. With 3 rounds of combat in mind for the average encounter, we need to convert that into a number of minutes. In this fight, my party of 5 is fighting 5 strange cake cultist thugs. We're all experienced in 5e, and this party is level 4. Accounting for dialogue, planning, dice rolling, and action descriptions, a single round of this combat took around 10 to 11 minutes. In my general experience in this game and in others, 10 minutes per round is a fairly consistent constant. Longer if there are more enemies or players. I'm willing to say it's a safe bet that an average round of combat with a 4-player party and a handful of enemies is anywhere from 7 to 10 minutes, a little bit less at earlier levels and a little bit more at higher levels, as you'll have more abilities triggering and legendary actions to account for, meaning on average, combat in 5e takes anywhere from 25 to 45 minutes. Easier combats are probably half as long, and deadly encounters about 2 to 3 times longer. D&D isn't always played like this. The example I gave in a lot of my recent time is spent on the virtual tabletop, a place like Roll20, a luxury that we have today, but for the longest time, I played like this. Laptops on a table, physical dice, books at the ready. Playing in person is how D&D was meant to be played, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's better. Rolling dice takes time, calculating your modifier with the result takes time, looking up spells and abilities takes time, because a paper sheet lacks the drop-down menus offered by a virtual tabletop. In person, in my experience, everything takes about 1.5 to 2 times longer. A 30-minute combat encounter is pretty good by tabletop game standards. When you put it next to a round of something like Warhammer, where a single turn could take 30 minutes or more, I'd say they did a pretty solid job shortening everything down. While the average length of a session varies from group to group and session to session, it's pretty common for sessions to be anywhere between 3 to 4 hours long. That's a lot of time, but it flies by, especially if you're having a lot of fun and you have a lot of combat encounters or long encounters. Everyone plays the game in a different way. The DMG gives us insight into how frequent combat encounters should actually be. Under the Adventuring Day section, they claim that in one in-game day, a party in ideal conditions should handle 5 to 8 medium or hard encounters a day, more if they're easy or less if they're deadly. If we take the lower end of that spectrum at 5 medium encounters at 30 minutes apiece, about 2 hours and 30 minutes of our entire session should just be combat. For a game that claims to have a focus on narrative and those memorable RP moments, 5e really likes to spend a lot of time in combat. Mike Merles, in both blogs and on stage leading up to the release, made it very clear that D&D can be so much more than rules, and that the adventure and stories being told is what makes the game actually memorable. Yet here we are, with a majority, if not at least half, of the playtime being spent on combat. A combat system that, remember, lacks the complexity and depth compared to prior editions, focusing on fast and quick play. Eric Scott DeBay, on his blog World Stalker, decided to work out the percentage that the PHB is focused on combat. His post ultimately covers the methodology and comes to the conclusion 43% of the book is related to purely combat. While taking up just under half of the content featured, it's still a far cry from the even split designers were hoping for. Remember, 5e wanted to be a jack-of-all-trades system, having equal focus on combat, RP, and exploration. The truth of the matter is this: I could sit here for the next 200 hours and tell you all the little things that I find wrong with 5e combat. How martials really don't get the support they needed, how some classes straight up aren't viable, or how every single melee combat just turns into this mosh pit wannabe concert. But here's the thing: 5e combat isn't supposed to be played like that. It's supposed to be played like this. On a table, with friends, no minis, no grid, completely in the theater of mind. In fact, nowhere in the PHB nor DMG does it ever mention the requirement for a grid. It's called a variant. It's entirely optional to play that way. Kate Welsh, a former designer on 5e, said,
"What 5th edition has done the best is that idea of being the theater of the mind and the imagination, and to put the emphasis on the story and the world that is being created by the players."
Jeremy Crawford has explained multiple times that dropping the grid lowered the bar for entry and actively encouraged players to get into the hobby. So many of us, myself included, have reached a point where the grid is what creates combat. We focus so much on the logistical rules and strategy to the point where we're taking a game that doesn't want us to do those things and made it into something that it's not. D&D isn't a rules-light XCOM or Fire Emblem. The intent of combat in 5e was to serve as a catalyst for memorable story beats, and has a number of rules or strategies that are needed to keep things interesting, at least for a while. If you look around, you'll notice that the players who crave these elements of tactical play and grid-based combat will eventually drop the system and swap to something that better supports those elements, or mod 5e's rule set until it fits the mold. Isolating the combat ultimately made me think, how did this game ever get popular? Until it hit me. We're stretching a game to its absolute limits, bordering on playing it incorrectly, which is why it isn't fun. It was designed with the theater of mind in, well, mind, and wants you to ignore the rules where needed to maintain the rule of cool. I still believe my criticisms are valid. By providing the option to play with a grid, they open themselves up to permit a tactical mindset of play. And rules as written still encourages frequent combat, regardless of if you ignore the daily adventuring suggestions, since most XP you'll be rewarded comes from it. WotC's own published adventures also tend to have at least one combat, if not more encounters per session, and if the designers and writers that Wizards has in their own team encourage combat, it should be the highlight of the game, something that people look forward to, not something players dread being locked into for the next hour and a half. It's got enough to keep me interested, and some of the enemies are really fun and enjoyable to fight that lead to some epic nail biters, or at least last second clutches. I think that's more on the monster design in 5e being really solid, at least in the monster manual, than it is the actual game itself. You do have mechanics that are designed to lead to these cool clutches, like regaining a single hit point on a death saving throw when you roll a natural 20. Homebrewing makes some things better, but that's homebrew. That's something that you add yourself. Same thing with the flexibility in the rules. Yes, it permits you to have a lot of rule of cool and fun moments, but you have to be comfortable doing that first and know to do that. Something that the DMG doesn't really tell you, but we'll get to that in just a second. In general, don't expect the level of depth found in other combat systems. Just because something is fun, or can be fun, doesn't mean that it's good. Nearly every problem found in 5e's combat engine comes from the desire to be about roleplay first. After 4e failed, they were scared. They knew that another complex system like that would go over poorly with the community, and they need something different. So they slowly began to strip away at the conventional combat found in D&D since the very beginning, and then added in new systems to make sure that it worked with what they had created so far. If you want to be a game centered on story, be a game centered on story. If you want to be a tactical wargame, you have to be a tactical wargame. By attempting to maintain all of the aspects of what make a TTRPG and have them all evenly distributed, 5e failed to provide compelling gameplay for any of them. When you look at systems like HeroQuest from 2003, Call of Cthulhu, or newer systems like Blades in the Dark, they all prioritize the story and narrative first. Sure, they offer combat, but it serves as a device for the story. It's quick, tense, and deadly. HeroQuest and Blades campaign for fights that are over in 1 or 2 hits versus tracking HP. But D&D could never adapt a system like this because it's so drastically different from the way things have been for the last 50 years. D&D started out as homebrew for a wargame. When the original release of the game has more of an identity than 5th edition, something was lost in translation. What separates TTRPGs from every other medium in existence is the Dungeon Master, the storyteller, the vibe of sitting by a campfire around as one person tells the story. That's what the GM is. While 4 players get to engage with creating their characters and making unique traits and exploring a world, diving into dungeons, the Game Master, or Dungeon Master in the case of D&D, has the vital job of acting as the conduit into this fantasy world. The GM is the aspect of the game that does everything else. They run combat, they run the world, they create the game that you experience. Unlike a video game, unlike a book, unlike a story, the storyteller is an interactive medium and is one of the most important aspects of any type of tabletop game out there. So far, we've explored the player side of D&D. But right now, I want you to join me out here by the campfire to look at the other side of the coin, the GM side, to look on the other side of the curtains and to see how the game is ran and how 5e actually treats its dungeon masters, one of the most vital aspects of the game and something that you quite literally can't play without. The way that 5th edition treats DMs is important, because if it's hostile, it makes it so the game is harder to get into. If it's easy, it makes it so that more people can actually play D&D. D&D isn't a hard game to learn. No TTRPG really is, but being a game master is the complete other side of the coin, a completely different set of skills that uses your brain in a different way. And that's why it's important that a tabletop game and that a set of books, a set of rules are in place to actually teach you how to do it well. Because if without any other instruction, how are you supposed to learn how to do it? See, D&D isn't a hard game to play at all, but running a TTRPG, regardless of game, is pretty hard and has a learning curve that asks so much more of the player. This chapter, we'll be exploring the GM side of the experience, diving into economy, items, and the monster design in CR. If we just look at one side of the picture, just the player side, we're missing half of what makes a tabletop game a tabletop game. But on top of everything else, we're going to be looking at the they'll figure it out attitude that 5e treats GMs with. First, the perspective I'm coming from. Since I got into D&D, I've found myself in the seat of the DM, and ultimately, it's where I've found the most enjoyment and playtime with 5e as a system. But just because I love it doesn't mean I don't have a lot to say. In fact, it's the complete opposite. The more that I've explored other systems and then returned to 5e, made me realize that there's a lot wrong with how it handles things, in sometimes the most minor ways possible. But ultimately, I think it's led to a product that doesn't match the quality found on the player side of the game. I'll be looking into the written text of the 5e books, the way that it presents being a DM. That's why I want to approach this differently. I want to look into this as fresh as possible. So far, we've been looking at the game raw, but I want to look at this vanilla, as if I've never experienced D&D in my life. How would one learn how to be a DM? What would one see? What do the books actually say? Right away, we need to look at what we don't have. The player's handbook contains very little to nothing in terms of offerings for the DM, other than a couple of small stat blocks of creatures in the back of the book to get you started. Instead, the decision was to place all the information regarding the ins and outs of DMing in the Dungeon Master's Guide, a 320-page book that contains a variety of information for DM-minded players. This is a miss in my mind. Instead of providing an all-in-one book that an individual can purchase and basically cover all the details of how to play, they're forced into choosing what's more valuable to them as a player. They can either get the PHB, which covers the mechanical elements of the game, or a book that ultimately provides information that augments the information found in the PHB. The starter sets that have come out offer some advice, but they more serve as an introduction to D&D and role-playing games as a concept, versus a starting place to actually learn how to run your own game and acquire the skill sets required to become a DM. The primary reason I see this as a problem is because it ups the total cost of entry and tanks the overall value of the PHB. Looking at 5e's competitors, we see books that are nearly 100 pages more and contain a combination of player rules and how to actually play, along with general advice on how to GM. If you were to buy the PHB, you would be left with all this stuff for the player, but have no clue how to even start if you've never touched the game other than a few paragraphs to basically say, here's what D&D is, but you probably already have some idea what it is, and the PHB doesn't really give enough of that in my opinion. The rear end of Pathfinder's core rulebook, for example, contains information for GMs about environments, magic items, and more, all available for anyone who picks up the single book. Players are forced into choosing which book they want to buy. They can't just purchase one book and then be able to play D&D unless their DM already knows what they're doing. If they didn't know what they were doing, then you have to buy both books, which I guess is the whole point of buying the books, right? That's what they want you to do. But it's still hostile and still doesn't get you into playing, let alone buying adventures or really encouraging people to buy those pre-made modules. The argument could be made that D&D has always been like this, but that holds little to no weight when the education of the Dungeon Master is such a crucial part of the play experience. Just because it was done in the past doesn't make it any better. This is supposed to be the most accessible version of the game yet, but you still have to buy 2 books to actually know what you're doing, right? Including elements such as play examples or a multitude of tables, writing advice, and the types of players only strengthens someone's game mastering skills. The Dungeon Master's Guide is the main source of information on how to DM outside of adventures, and contains content for creating worlds to get players to explore. So let's dive into this thing and see what we got. Luckily, in the first chapter, we're given an excellent breakdown of player types. This single page is one of the best pieces of advice for new DMs or experienced ones. It breaks down the archetypes that players can fall into, such as those who are acting focused or combat focused. It also includes archetypes for those who love to power game or instigators. I love this breakdown. It accurately shows how different players, even those from the same playgroup, can be completely different, and provides ways for you to engage those different players. This is the type of content that you need to read as a DM. Not everyone plays like you do, and if you fail to engage those players of a certain type, the likelihood of them having a good time every session drastically drops. Any good story needs its setting, and I appreciate the DMG spending most or not all of its first chapter on exactly this. That's why the first part of the DMG is centered around creating worlds, stories, and a multiverse for your D&D game. Going all in on details such as pantheons, magic, currency, and factions to populate the greater world, and the settlements found in it. Providing tons of options and ideas for future DMs to use, along with all the information to build their own setting. This is great, and adds tons of options and tables for you to easily randomly generate your own town. But what I've always found odd about these world creation elements is how little in terms of examples there are. There are examples found in the Forgotten Realms, the default D&D setting, but actually usable setting information, such as information about large cities or other info, is completely absent. A problem I'll dive into a bit later on, but this book is very on the fence about the content it actually wants to use, and what's left up for the DM to just make up. For example, they only provide one faction, the Harpers, and they're given just a small blurb, while a total of 23 pages are given on the default Great Wheel Plains and the Outer Plains, including mentions of entirely new settings like a paragraph given about Sigil, the key city found in the Planescape setting, a concept 5e wouldn't publish any content on until 9 years later. Examples and showing DMs how ideas actually look and how to execute them is one of the best ways for new people in the hobby to learn, so they can just look at an example in play or how another author did lore. Instead, 5e offers to not really provide any of that. World creation is a large task and something that often takes months or even years to do, and even longer to actually do well. Starting off your Dungeon Master's Guide with this is kind of odd. Instead of prioritizing how to write a session or how to set up a game, how to run a session 0, how to do anything in DMing, it decides to start off with creating a setting, which most players might not even do. Luckily, the same part of the book is also where campaign structure and tiers of play is discussed. These are two concepts that are incredibly important. Tiers of play is the scale at which adventures are skewed. You wouldn't want a bunch of level 18 adventurers fighting goblins who are causing a nuisance to a nearby village, and a group of fresh level 1s don't stand much of a chance against Tiamat. The tiers are split into 5 level blocks, and go all the way from 1 to 20. 1 to 4 being local heroes, where 17 to 20 are the masters of the world. With each of the tiers is also provided a set of example plot hooks, and examples of what our heroes should be doing around that level. I love having access to breakdowns like this. Players who aren't familiar with D&D's long and complex tropes and common adventures can read through this and immediately get an idea of their own what the game is supposed to look like, and what characters are supposed to be doing at certain level tiers. They can also use this to decide if they even want to bother with the full ordeal of starting at level 1. In my experience, it's actually really common for DMs to start at level 3, or even at level 5. In 5th edition, this is super common because the first handful of levels are so lethal, and all things considered, boring for most people. Similar to tiers of play, we're also given insight into the type of games 5e encourages us to run. The type of playstyles given to us by WotC are hack and slash, immersive storytelling, and something in between. Given the length of each of these examples, it's fairly clear the direction you're encouraged to go. I appreciate the callouts to DMs to ignore rules where they feel needed to create an environment where roleplay can flourish and to write around the idea in-game. I often find myself leaning towards a medium of the two, intense, meaningful combat with a grand epic storyline and interesting NPCs, because it fits my style and my playgroups. I'm happy to see this section provide a call to action for DMs to think through with what their playgroup will actually enjoy and to simply run that. I really wish they would have spent more time to provide details on how to run a game using each of the core elements: exploration, combat, and RP. However, exploration-focused D&D is sidelined into a tiny blurb and is hardly mentioned throughout the rest of the book, even though plenty of mechanics focused around hex crawling or survival-heavy tabletop is featured throughout the book. This opening part is hit or miss for me. While it contains valuable information about creating worlds and setting up the type of games you can run, it also feels bloated with lore elements for a setting that you really aren't encouraged to use. Is it interesting and filled with cool elements you could use? Yeah, absolutely. The stuff about the planes is awesome, and I've used it in my own custom worlds, but should it be in the first few chapters of a book written to help DMs? It's almost discouraging when the running the game chapter doesn't show up until page 233. Running the game is filled with tips and rules for all sorts of things, from tracking to awarding inspiration. This chapter for the most part is great and provides lots of insight in how to actually run the game and to use all these rules. Things like how to decide between an intelligence check or a wisdom one. On first look, everything here is super solid and really helpful, until you start to realize that all of this content is regarding to rules, not on how to actually be a better GM or to create a better session. The biggest offenders are how the DMG discusses things like conversation resolution and roleplay. For what's provided is a system to basically change the attitude of whoever the party is talking to, friendly, indifferent, or hostile. And each of these attitudes changes as the conversation progresses. After the conversation has reached a break or a conclusion, you consult a series of tables which are used to determine the result, with a maximum DC sitting at 20. This is considered a hard check. This is where we start to see major cracks in certain areas of bounded accuracy. Multiple abilities in-game, such as expertise, paired with a couple different subclasses, allow for you to essentially break the game, allowing for disgusting skill check-based builds that eliminate any chance of failure in conversations. You can do this with pretty much any skill set with expertise and a couple other things. What this does though is it removes any chance for failure, even before you reach max level. If we treat these tables as the actual DC for every single conversation that the party will ever run into, it's entirely possible for a character to succeed every single time. Some of you out there might be saying, well, this is always the case because an unmodified roll of 20 is always a success and 1 a failure. And for some games, you'd be 100% correct, as that exact rule is an extremely popular variant/house rule that many tables play with. but raw, that rule only ever applies to combat. Skill and tool checks can still be successful on a roll of 1 and fail with a 20. I'm under the impression that tables and rules like the one found here regarding conversation are simply supposed to be examples to help the DMs understand ways to resolve social encounters, rather than the actual rules to do so. But that's never explicitly said. They give these tables as the way that, in theory, you're supposed to actually run conversations and resolving roleplay. Part of social encounters is roleplay, both from the DM and the players. This is something that those with zero experience in role-playing games might struggle with, or not really know to where to even start. What the DMG covers for roleplay is really similar to how it handles running the game. Instead of being focused on actual roleplay advice, it's very meta, opting to encourage your players to do it without even providing advice for how you can run the game. These are all really solid things to cover, and at the beginning of the chapter, I really appreciate that it took time to go over table rules and other session zero-y details that a new dungeon master might not be very familiar with or have ever heard of. But this is supposed to be the thing 5e is going for. The magic that separates it from 3rd or 4th edition is that greater focus on RP, only for it to give very little in terms of advice on role-playing as interesting characters or ways to improve your own acting to create a better experience for your playgroup. Do you think that even the NPC section featured earlier on in the DMG would possibly go into some details about how to make a more interesting character, how to get them to be engaging with your players? But again, it just focuses on a series of tables or ideas for potential personality traits. 5e has little to no interest in providing tools or aid to the writing process of either characters or even worlds. It's left up to DMs to either look elsewhere or learn on the job, potentially through failure or unfun sessions. It goes further than that though. The DM is the one responsible for the playgroup, and they need to help guide the party through conflict both in character and actual interpersonal issues. Shockingly, nowhere in the DMG does it ever talk about how to solve player problems, inter-party communication issues, or running the game advice like, this guy's mad at Jim because Jim pissed him off because he killed the guard and he's a lawful good character who doesn't want people to do that, and now your players are fighting. The DMG doesn't offer advice on how to deal with that. Part of being a dungeon master is the interpersonal communication and management of your players. A little known fact that I don't think a lot of people realize when they take on that responsibility. If Katie and Tim are arguing over something stupid, that falls on you to have to figure it out or to step in and find a way to resolve it. While this might sound job-y, it's your job. Nowhere in the DMG is there a section talking about this, about resolving party conflict or how to create fun and engaging content potentially out of that party conflict. Earlier this year, I went on a Planescape kick, reading through the 2nd edition core rulebooks, and in that there's a whole section about insight and how to manage the players, not just their characters, and how to do it all in-game. Really clever advice and something you'd expect a modern Dungeon Master's Guide to provide. Instead, it doesn't include any of that, and that's a really critical mistake, especially for people who are trying to learn how to play the game. I think in some ways it comes across like they completely forgot they were making a game for everybody. They got so far up their own ideas that this was a legacy system, that this was a game for people who had played the game originally, that they completely forgot that new people were supposed to play it. That's the only way I could even possibly consider the fact that they didn't add these tips and advice for DMs. It's such a DM-focused system, or it was supposed to be, yet they didn't include the stuff that you need to actually help people learn how to play the game. To me, that means in some ways you basically have a game that was designed for people who had already been playing it, or people who wanted a distraction from the systems that were already more powerful than the ones they had, which makes no sense whatsoever. In a way, I think they were so distracted by the fact that they were all D&D veterans that they forgot to make the game for people who had never played D&D before. It's like all the rules and advice that you were supposed to have to play the game were in older editions that the people who made it had already read, so they didn't think to include it for the new audience. But to be fair, they didn't know that new audience was going to exist like it did. I don't think that's an excuse though. You still have this system that you were making, and you need to make it for everybody, not just the people who are already professional DMs. Let's take a break for a second. We're talking a lot about books here. I think it's a good time to actually go talk about books. While we're here talking about the DMG, let's actually talk about the physical books that you get when you play D&D 5th edition. You see, it's a lot more than just a download code from a website. It's a physical item that you can hold, flip through, and even smell if you want. So because of that, the experience of the physical books is just as important as the one you get playing the game. Over the past 10 years or so, Wizards of the Coast has put out over 30 different books, ranging from the core rule books, which basically teach you how to play the game. This is all you really need. Additional game content and materials, and published adventures, all that range wildly in terms of their quality. That's a lot of books, all ranging about 30 to 60 bucks a piece when not on sale. That's a lot of material for a single game. Holding them, they feel satisfying with decent print quality and great artwork. The formatting is a highlight for me, as I've always found it easy to read and very quick to navigate, with a table of contents in the front and an index in the back. You're never a few page flips away from actually being able to find what you're after. In a vacuum, these are super fun and totally worth it. But the second you walk outside the world of D&D sourcebooks is where you suddenly start to wish for a lot more. Compare any of the 5e books with some of the more recently published tabletop or board game-like books, like these from Warhammer 40k's 9th edition. They have beautiful cover prints and page quality that's top-notch with just this nice feel in your fingers. They have entire pages dedicated to just dual artwork or photos that's all incredibly high quality and very clear. I also super appreciate this little ribbon bookmark thing attached to the book for easily keeping track of pages and flipping between areas without the need to stick a piece of paper or hold your thumb in the book. A book like this is the kind of thing that you'd be proud to own and place down on a table. It recreates that childlike joy of looking through a book. Since 2014, the bar of quality of what we expect from our tabletop books has skyrocketed. It doesn't help that the influx of digital play and desire to move away from these heavy school books has taken a liking to consumers. So you would expect Wizards to double down on that, right? They've pretty hip with the market, considering they're the biggest leader of it, so you'd expect them to sell some type of discounted version of the core rule books or adventures as a easy hook to people in a PDF or ebook format. Nope. There's no official ebook PDF version of any of the 5th edition books. The only way you're able to acquire a digital version of any of the WotC published books is through the D&D Beyond service for around 30 to 50 bucks a pop, when it isn't on sale or another VTT provider like Roll20. At that point, you might as well buy the physical book, right? Since it probably includes a digital version or code for these services, like some of D&D's competitors. Nah, again, every book only includes just the book, no digital goods included at all. Warhammer, Vampire, and so many of the other multitude of books from tabletop manufacturers include codes for either a PDF or other digital form of the rules found within. Heck, D&D did this before. Back in 4th edition, books came with a code to access that content on Dungeons & Dragons Insiders, meaning you could buy the book and then go to your computer and still have that information for playing online. D&D is one of the only TTRPGs on the market without either a digital version included or a cheaper digital version available to purchase somewhere. Yeah, sales show up sometimes in some of the VTTs, but that's still through a different provider. You can't just buy an ebook of it. You have to buy some other package deal. It's crazy to me how throughout the 10 years of 5e, WotC has never improved on their book quality, digital goods, or provided more incentives other than new content for players to go out and buy a new copy of the book. Yes, they did start eventually releasing special edition copies that had variant covers, some that look arguably worse. Descent to Avernus comes to mind, but other than those, nothing interesting ever happens with 5e books. Before getting into D&D, I remember looking through the 3.5 core rulebook and thinking to myself that they were the coolest things ever. They reminded me of those ology books that people were obsessed with as kids. A book can be so much more than just a book. It helps create the aura around the game or the series. The artwork on the cover and the text written inside can completely change the way you view the world, or in this case, the game. Again, going back to 3.5, you look at that cover and you get a vibe of fantasy. It's like an ancient tome that you could just pick up and look through and be teleported to this new world. The 5e books have some nice artwork, but the logo they use, the text they use, the font they use even, it doesn't suck you in. It doesn't look like this portal to a fantasy world. It's just a textbook. While writing this, I went down the rabbit hole of reading a majority of the core books in the originally published Planescape setting from the 90s. These books are written in the same way D&D is played. They use lingo from within the world and are treated as if they exist within the same universe, but are being written for somebody who is new to the whole world. Even the meta bits discussing game elements are fun and feel like a work of fiction that could stand on its own outside of the mindset of this is a rule book for a game. D&D is supposed to be fun and not taken with the utmost seriousness that the 5e books tend to take themselves with. Every 5e book in the credits and acknowledgements does have a disclaimer. This is a gag using tropes and jokes often found within D&D games. Things like, we don't condone splitting the party. These are the type of flavor and appreciation for the game that should be found throughout the entirety of the book, instead of just one disclaimer. Instead, every word feels like it needs to be to the point. Later source books, all titled with the characters from the world, like Big B or Tasha, eventually did add a bit more creative writing and lore tidbits in there, but it's far from the enticing and satisfying blocks of text that D&D had in the 90s. At just under $60, most of the 5th edition books feel cheap compared to other products on the market, fitting in with the rest of the Walmart books on the shelf. Truthfully, if WotC decided to price the books at, say, $70 and provide a better experience in both writing and actual physical quality, along with a digital code, I would bite. I'd be more than willing to spend money on a better product that I'd happily be able to put on my shelf, or official PDFs that I could have on my laptop or tablet or phone and be able to carry with me when I don't feel like lugging around all the books. I want books that I'd be proud to actually lug around to a session, not ones that I'm dreading sticking into my backpack and just finding PDFs online and bringing my laptop. In Chapter 2, I went over the two biggest evolutions for D&D with 5th edition, advantage and bounded accuracy. And I think it's about time we actually look at those in depth. I covered them there a little bit, but not nearly as much as I would hope to. And now that we're talking about DM things, I think it's about time we look at these fully, because, oh boy, there's a lot to talk about. In Chapter 2, when I first wrote that, I was under the impression that bounded accuracy was something that was important to the game, but just another element of it. It was another 5e thing. I've since come to the conclusion that nearly every decision and change to the tabletop game of D&D 5e stems from bounded accuracy. Encounters and skill checks are the way they are because of it. Let's start off by talking about advantage. Like I said before, this is one of my all-time favorite gameplay mechanics to ever bless the table. Being able to look at a player and tell them, you have advantage, is something that very rarely gets old. Seeing a result come from a 5 to a 15 is exciting. It gets the table hyped to actually get a result going. They forgot they had advantage. They roll the low roll and you're like, hey, wait, you have advantage, you can re-roll. And then the whole table cheers when they get that nat 20. For moments, 5e can feel like a rules light system where the only number that matters is the one that you roll. Ultimately, the way the DM creates tension is always going to be up for debate, but I think advantage creates a physical bonus that the table can see happen in real time, and the entire table loves it. So why does it hurt so much? The reality of 5e is that advantage really means really little. Thanks to an incredible Reddit thread, we know that there's over 200 different situations that either grant you disadvantage or advantage. While some fall into optional rules, most are from item use or class abilities. Advantage is not special, and it can almost feel expected from the player, without any limitation, raw. So long as another party member can be in the same area, they're able to use the help action and give whoever needs to roll advantage. Skill proficiency plays no effect here whatsoever. So long as you have another person in the room, you can enjoy advantage on nearly every single roll in the game. And now that you know about this, you're probably going to abuse it too. Advantage is supposed to be a temporary benefit or hindrance to a roll, but when the party is able to gain it on every single roll whenever they want it practically, the excitement of roll that with advantage is lessened by a lot. As touched on in Chapter 2, the math works out that advantage is equivalent to about +5 or -5. Unfortunately, there's no way to provide smaller or larger benefits to penalties to a roll. Under normal circumstances, I would say this really isn't a big issue until some of the problematic things with bounded accuracy start to show up. If a PC has expertise stacked with an already maxed mod, at higher levels, disadvantage could mean absolutely nothing on a check, because they hit a high 20 with a roll of 10 or higher. Unless you decide to make DCs, say, 30, what the game considers the hardest check in the game, they become pointless, giving parties essentially a win button. But what about rewards and bonuses? Well, the most that you as a DM can provide is a flat roll twice. What's weird to me is that this system was supposed to remove the need for static numerical bonuses, speeding up play. I'm willing to accept that players will get +1s as their gear progresses, but systems like cover, paladin auras, great weapon master and sharpshooter, and a couple spells all provide static benefits to the character rather than disadvantage or advantage. I think cover is a great example of how much static bonuses really change the flow of things. A +5 bonus to your AC is huge. Shield provides the same number and saves casters' butts more times than it doesn't. Being able to remain in a location and have the benefit of 3/4 cover makes both you and enemies so much harder to hit. It forces you to rethink your turn, or just ignore it because cover is so painfully easy to bypass with feats, whereas simply giving you a disadvantage is a gamble. If you have a +9 to hit, it's a pretty safe bet you'll hit on a 10 or higher. Disadvantage here is just a coin flip, basically a 50-50. The +5 to AC, however, means you're essentially swinging with a +4 instead, and you need to roll a significantly higher number now to hit than before. And in game, you're gonna feel the difference. This is the exact reason why Great Weapon Master and Sharpshooter give you -5 instead of disadvantage. It's a penalty that you take on for massive damage, and you feel that penalty when you roll. In a way, I think I prefer systems that provide additional dice rather than advantage or static bonuses. Spells like Guidance or the Bard's Inspiration give you numerical bonuses, but they're still random in nature. A D4 bonus could give you a +4 or a +2, and you won't know until you roll. It keeps the fun of rolling dice, one of the few things that you're actually actively doing while playing D&D, while giving you direct feedback, and satisfaction of getting a larger number. Pursuing a faster style of play with advantage is an admirable goal, and one that I think did work, but at the cost of the impact of these actual bonuses. Bounded accuracy changing the scale that D&D plays at is partially to blame here. Everything is connected to bounded accuracy. That's one of the reasons we talked about it earlier. Advantage replaces those static bonuses because PCs no longer get static bonuses to stack their rolls into the stratosphere, instead having to rely on that proficiency bonus which goes up at certain levels. Advantage is supposed to replace this by essentially allowing rerolls if you failed, giving you 2 chances to actually succeed because they no longer can benefit from those +10s from different bonuses. Because of this, progression is slow. You no longer have ranks to invest into skills, meaning they're essentially permanently set the moment you get a 20 in a skill, if not from character creation. You don't level them up as you go, and advantage is supposed to somehow replace that feeling, but you never really feel that benefit, especially at higher levels. In theory, the highest bonus to a skill should be +11. None of this is exactly negative at all. All I'm saying is that it changes the feeling of an RPG in a few massive ways. 1. It grounds PCs to a certain tier of play. DCs don't change, you just get better. Picking a lock has a DC of 15. If you have +11, all you need is a 4 or higher. 2. Anything above 20 is forever scary. An AC of 25 should be just as scary at level 3 as it will be at higher levels, because you're unable to get any higher bonuses without any magical items or level ups. 3. Player choice or scattered jack-of-all-traits builds are impossible. Skill proficiency isn't something you choose every level, but rather a choice made at level 1. If you want to build towards something slightly different, that falls between you and your DM. These are just 3 of the many ways that the design philosophy changes how RPGs feel and play. All of these are not negative in their own right at all. That's not what I'm trying to say here. Arguably, their main goal was to simplify the game and to make improv easier on the DM, and to maintain low numbers for that low math feel they were going for. My issue is I'm not sure if it worked out in the way they intended. Creating challenge when your players are insanely powerful is something that even the best designers can struggle with. Make something too hard and you have to buff them, which then creates and introduces power creep. Keep things too easy and failure ceases to exist, and that's only fun for the most spineless of players. That there lies the real-world experience of bounded accuracy. It maintains the ability for characters to actually still fail. At higher levels, a DC of 30 is only possible with a roll of 19 or 20, with a +11, ignoring expertise here for the time being. Meaning it's still entirely possible for a high-level PC to fail. Because the numbers of mundane things don't change, they become slightly easier, and the hard things become slightly more obtainable. Ultimately, this is the exact same mindset found in Unbounded Accuracy, but without the number crunching. Before, as a character grew in power, so did the numbers that they were trying to hit, but not in the way 5e handled it. Because it was expected for you to have some crazy mod, the target numbers were inflated to maintain the bar of difficulty. 5e instead doesn't move the goalpost, for better or worse. Truthfully speaking, I'm torn on the whole idea. Bounded accuracy is a complicated topic that has its pros and has its cons, and ultimately it becomes this subjective nature of how you personally feel about the game. As a GM, I have my issues with it. I miss the ability to fluctuate how punishing a roll is. Advantage is a static bonus that equals -5 or +5. I can't add a +3 to a roll or a -2 to a roll because the system wasn't designed around it. I mean, obviously you could homebrew it in, but rules as written, that doesn't exist, and the GM isn't supposed to do that. You're instead supposed to offer up advantage, and sometimes that's too much or not enough to actually punish the player for the action they're trying to do. Advantage, I understand, and I love the extra bits of gameplay provided by being able to roll again. Other systems with dice pools are a blast to play, by the way. If you haven't played anything that uses a dice pool, it's a lot of fun because you're rolling these handfuls of dice and then you're taking, it's a blast. Bounded accuracy, on the other hand, sacrifices meaningful player decisions throughout the leveling experience and makes getting more powerful feel boring the longer you play, because you're not making active decisions on what to take, and it just kind of automatically happens. High-level characters often don't feel balanced either, especially with expertise allowing +17 for skills, which directly leads to an unfair power creep that ignores the relatively static ACs of 5e and DCs. Enemies are going to gain insane bonuses to hit, while the wizard's AC is going to remain the same. But at the same time, all of this does make the game easier to run. It speeds up decision making and the scene building process for DMs. For every single benefit, there's a reasonable negative, and that's what makes bounded accuracy so weird to me. It's not just a cut and dry debate of this is bad or this is good, but it's undebatable that it does change the game and how it feels compared to other systems that don't use it. Some people absolutely hate bounded accuracy, while some people are perfectly fine with it. I think I sit on some type of middle ground here, and that's okay. Part of D&D isn't just progressing through the levels and becoming more powerful, it's also about collecting loot. It's about getting items to become more powerful and to get weapons to actually slay your foes. But items economy is a lot more complicated than I think people make it out to be. It's one of those things where a good DM knows how to do it perfectly, but a bad DM can completely blow the entire idea, either giving you too powerful equipment right away or never giving it to you in the first place. But that might be okay in 5e's case. It's one of the most iconic parts of an RPG. Finding that strange ring that gives you more power, turns you invisible, travel the multiverse, or maybe just provide 2 gallons of mayo every day. But believe it or not, 5th edition wasn't designed with these magic items in mind. In fact, consistently throughout the development into the future years of the game, it was made abundantly clear that monsters and game progression was designed in a way where any and all assumption about possible items gained was ignored in favor for whatever you get through leveling up.
To make magic items more interesting, we've done a few things. To start with, we've removed any assumptions that the system math makes about magic items. In other words, we have created a system where magic items simply make you more powerful. A 9th level fighter doesn't need a suit of +1 armor, or a +2 weapon, and an item that grants +2 to strength in order to match that class's expected power.
This assumption has some consequences we'll get into next when we dive into CR, but for right now, in terms of items, the game all but assumes players will never automatically get magical items in their journey. My feelings on this are honestly mixed. I can see the purpose here. The goal is to simplify game progression and removing the requirement of yet another thing the DM needs to remember. But good intentions don't always lead to a positive feeling. See, as I brought up briefly when we were covering character progression in 5e, after a certain point, all the characters begin to feel samey. 2 fighters in the party are always going to feel and act similar. Exceptions always apply here. Casters get way more variety thanks to the abundance of spells available and the fact they get to choose and mix and match them. The truth of the matter is that you can only do the same thing over and over again before it gets boring. Just like gaining XP and levels as a reward, so too are items. The key difference comes in whether or not they feel mandatory for parties to feel balanced for the encounters they're supposed to be fighting at their respective level. While yes, 5e is designed around the lack of supporting items, it doesn't necessarily mean it will actually feel good to play. By the time a party reaches level 5 and beyond, the game starts to encourage and expects them to begin dealing with more supernatural threats and planar monsters. All of the above share a specialized trait of being resistant to non-magical weapons. A party attempting to fight a monster with a resistance such as these has to fight through effectively double the amount of hit points, which ups the time they're in combat, which causes them to use more resources and ultimately makes an encounter harder. Chris Perkins answered this exact question on Twitter saying, "That's what the magic weapon spell is for." So here's what it comes down to then. You can either assume that at some point in the party's journey they will acquire magic items, which if you're rolling on loot tables you will inevitably get, we'll get there though, or make the assumption that the party has a spellcaster who can not only cast magic weapon, but also decided to choose that as one of their spells. By the way, only Wizard, Paladin, and Artificer are able to gain the spell by default. It's silly to me that more assumptions were made about the player's party and their composition versus the items they could possibly have at the given moment. The primary goal of removing magical items from the assumption of play is to bring back the magic and wonder of a magical item, to give the excitement back on play. This admirable goal suddenly loses value when the game itself is more than happy to actually start handing them out. We have tables like this one for starting at higher levels, that as soon as 11th level in a standard magic campaign gives the character 2 uncommon items, and in a high magic campaign, which I feel like is more common, a single uncommon item at level 5. Then Asar's Guide to Everything later gives even more insight into magical item distribution by saying that levels 1 through 4, a character should have 2 uncommon magic items, a number that only goes up as they reach higher levels, the top rarity of items being saved for the last handful of levels. Like everything in 5e, pretty much all of this is optional, and you could just avoid magic items altogether, or hand them out like candy. But the raw mindset is eventually they're going to be handed out throughout the adventure as rewards or for special moments. I actually really appreciate that the DMG actively encourages DMs to avoid the classic magic item store and pushes items to be more of a rarity. Magic items are important. It's part of the way you balance play and change things up. My own games that I run are so heavily reliant on magical items and consumables because the baseline game without them is boring as shit. 5e's combat engine, as we talked about earlier, I don't think provides enough options in play without magical items. 5e's fun factor goes up significantly when magic items are introduced and balance relies less on party composition. Item play can add a fresh coat of paint into what might feel like an extremely dull encounter or fill in an area where the party is lacking. Balance doesn't necessarily equal a good time, and the main priority of a game should be fun, right? Okay, the economics of handing out magical items aside, how actually are these items that take up a sizable chunk of the DMG? Really good. Actually, one of my favorite parts of the entire book. The 5e team nailed the assignment when it came to making magical items more than just stat increases. The common items lean into the fun fantasy of a magical world while still maintaining a lot of usefulness. Most items actually lean into being universally applicable rather than just purely combat. Obviously, all the classical trope items have made their way into the list, all feeling as powerful and game-changing as they ought to. Truthfully, this might be one of the main reasons why I encourage and run high magic campaigns myself. Seeing how parties manage to use items in creative ways paired with their classes and other character traits to overcome challenges and encounters is a blast to experience. As a rule of thumb, more tools in the player's toolbox is always a good thing in my book. Rewards from fighting monsters is one of the driving forces for parties to leave the safety of the city walls. Adventuring can be quite the moneymaker if done correctly. To aid in the process of generating loot, the DMG blesses us with the glory of the treasure and treasure hoard tables. These serve as tools for quick and easy generation of what goblins had on hand or what a bandit was carrying, either as money, gemstones, or artwork. The hoard table, however, is what they're storing in the vault in the goblin lair, or the dragon's hoard. These tables give us insight into the type of money adventurers should be making and the kinds of items you'd expect to be able to have. 5e adventurers using these tables get quite wealthy, and it sets the tone for how much money you're really expected to have. For DMs to effectively plan combat encounters, you have to have some type of difficulty rating or way to gauge if a fight or an enemy stat block is harder than another. And to do this, the 5th edition designers introduced CR, or challenge rating. Just how players have a level to explain their power, monsters also have a number, but this isn't tied to their class or anything else, but rather a series of simple equations to get their challenge rating. CR is located on every single stat block featured across the entire catalog of 5e. For many, it simply says at what level a party should be able to handle a monster at. A CR1 bugbear should be a fair fight for a level 1 character. While technically correct in practice, CR is a bit more complex than that and, honestly, far from a perfect solution. Challenge rating is found by taking a monster's defense CR and its offensive CR. Defense is found by consulting a table in the DMG and taking its HP and AC and comparing it to the list until you find where it fits, adjusting HP and AC until they match each other. Example being a monster with 50 HP should have an AC of 13 at a CR of 1. Offensive CR is a bit harder to find. This is located by finding the average damage threshold per round by either rolling the dice or taking the average damage found per turn. Then you consult the table and match it with the CR. With both challenge ratings found, you simply take the average between the two. Additional features and abilities like magical resistances can affect the CR to rise or fall. Keyword there being can. This is the basics of how the design team supposedly created their own monsters, and how we as DMs are supposed to make our own. However, it wasn't until 2017 and the release of Xanasar's Guide to Everything that an official sourcebook from Wizards actually called attention to how CR should be used in planning encounters. The gist of all the new tables and stuff that were added is that the more players you have creates an easier encounter, meaning they can handle more challenging monsters, something that was kind of already known. It's assumed that a party of 4 can easily take on a single monster of a matching CR to their level. Any additional monsters makes that encounter more difficult. When viewing CR from this lens on paper, everything makes sense. DM should be able to create an encounter that's fun and fair using CRs. Unfortunately, CR is an objective number. It ignores the actual mechanics of the game and only exists within its own private scale, meaning it doesn't account for the powers or items of the respective party. While covering magical items, it was brought up how the game was balanced around the idea that parties didn't have any magical items. This remains true for CR, as that doesn't go into an effect, and leads to some monsters with incredibly low CR being more dangerous or deadly than you'd expect them to be. What comes to mind off the top of my head are the monsters like Shadows, that have half a CR rating and should be pretty easy, yet have resistances to non-magical weapons and an attack that reduces the target's strength, making them super deadly at low levels since you're not actually going to be doing what you think you are to them. Part of the CR system is how 5e hands out XP and expects encounters to be run. Earlier I brought up how the expectation per adventuring day is about 5 to 8 encounters, a little bit less if they're stronger or a bit more if they're easier. There's an expectation that the game has built in on how much XP a party should be given per day based on CR. So something I haven't really touched on at all here is how level progression and XP really works. I didn't really find it necessary to go in super big depth over, how getting XP works, but it is important to note that really a lot of the XP that you get comes from combat encounters. Like the entire game is basically built around the idea that you're going to be getting XP through killing monsters or doing things like that. The problem with that is you're probably wondering, so what about all the non-combat stuff like a skill check or a social encounter? What are you supposed to do there? Do they just get no XP? The DMG does spell out ways to give it to you. It talks about rewarding basically based on the encounter tables that you would do normally. So it would basically say, okay, if it was a easy encounter for 3rd level, you give them 250 XP for that skill check thing. That's kind of the problem with XP systems as a whole. You're always wondering, okay, what did they do this session? How do I award them XP based on all of that? Yada, yada, yada. The problem with this system comes with the realization that difficulty is purely based on the party in ideal situations. A party going into encounter 3 or 4, half or under half of their total resources is going to have a harder time overcoming a challenge. The point I'm moving towards here is that CR is not a scale of difficulty at any given point, like so many assume it is. Other than a few bonus paragraphs here and there, the official sourcebooks call DMs to use this system in a way that isn't actually how it works. In my opinion, CR is more so there to tell you an objective how difficult this monster is in a fair one-on-one fight. not how difficult it will actually create an encounter. When you use encounter-based tools to actually calculate CR levels and whatnot, it's not going to give you an accurate gauge on how difficult that encounter will actually be. This is something that's learned with intuition, and CR as a system is almost deceiving because of that. At lower levels, you might find that CR is too difficult for the level of the characters, and then at higher levels, it's a complete shit show that leads to fights starting to feel painfully easy. And then once again, at the very, very high levels, combat becomes insanely difficult again. Like many things in this game, I find that the problem with a given mechanic or idea isn't the execution or premise, but rather how this information is presented to other DMs or players. CR itself as an idea isn't problematic. The concept of level range has existed forever, or even wrong as so many people, including myself at points, can make it out to be. Rather, it's being used as a judgment call for actual encounter difficulty versus a general guideline of strengths compared to a player party of a respective level. 5th edition has the same issues that every other TTRPG suffers with tactical combat. It's impossible to account for random factors in every fight. The dice rolls, the players, the items, the stats, the environment of the fight, and the tactical decisions the party might make. These are things that ultimately make combat encounters fun, and when you stick to the CR system like gospel, it takes away from the joy of getting into a fight that you have no chance of winning in, and needing to flee, needing to escape. It gets your blood pumping, or better yet, winning that insane fight. Many of the problems found here help further the greater difficulty problem within the edition. Lower levels are too difficult and you die too quickly. Even the most simple encounters becoming a death sentence because PCs lack the health pool or abilities to hold their own for very long. The end result is encounters being either painfully easy or resulting in players making death saves. Once the party reaches those middle levels of play, encounters suddenly start to feel way more interesting, and the difficulty created using CR as an estimate suddenly begins to feel better and make a lot more sense, that you're allowed to use a lot more of the available stat blocks. And higher levels are too easy and nothing stands a challenge unless it's specifically designed to kill you outright. What I've found is that prioritizing the enjoyment of everyone at the table often means ignoring the difficulty suggestions of the source books and prioritizing what you think sounds cool or fun at the given moment. Something that takes time and intuition to learn, something that the books have no interest in actually giving advice or telling you how to do. Even the published adventures encourage you to do this, with random encounter tables or bosses that are far beyond the party's level. The greater challenges of CR and difficulty in 5e have been problems throughout its entire lifespan. It seems there's been little to no attempt from the team at Wizards to actually attempt to address this, to fix the problems that we've experienced. Encounter planning in 5e is so ridiculously hard because you can feel like you are flying blind. You know an enemy, in theory, is a fair fight for a party, but you don't know what else is fair. If I have 4 CR4 monsters fighting my party of level 4, how difficult is that supposed to be? They don't necessarily explain that. They're all CR4, in theory, one party member should be able to take on one of the enemies. But that's not how it works, which leads to confusion and leads to people hating the system. If this was spelled out better, people would actually know how to use it. But Wizards didn't do that, and now we're left with a system that feels broken and half useful. The more tools a dungeon master has at their disposal increases the amount of content and type of content they're able to create for their playgroup. Imagine this, a carpenter, someone who has to create a piece of woodwork, furniture, or shelf or something. If that carpenter only has a hammer and nail at their disposal, they can only do so much. They can't cut the logs, they can't stain the logs. They can't do anything super fancy or really fine work. They can only use those tools, the hammer and nail, to essentially stack wood together. They can't even cut it. But the more tools they have at their disposal, the more they can do with it, the more complex creations they can make, and the better they get because they have more at their disposal. It's why you always start out using simple tools and then eventually get to all the cool fun stuff. DMing is exactly the same way. The more tools a dungeon master has at their disposal, the more things they can do. I would be confident in saying that 5th edition in its 10 years has released less official content targeted at DMs than any other edition since the first releases of OD&D. Since the DMG's release in 2014, we have gotten arguably one additional book focused on helping out the dungeon master improve their skills and provide additional, mostly optional rules to use. with Thanisar's Guide to Everything. We also received 2 or so additional monster manuals. Every other book targeted at the DMs to purchase is either a setting book or a module. All of this supports the mindset of letting DMs figure it out. Many crucial and interesting ideas have ultimately been left out to rot in hopes that the DMs will simply figure it out and homebrew the system to work. The worst of this comes in published settings or adventures that have cool gimmicks, but they're half-baked. Rules for ship-to-ship combat, or plane-specific gimmicks, or other similar ideas are almost always left brief, and only a paragraph or 2. All of this before we even get to the lack of continued roleplay-focused gameplay mechanics and systems for DMs. We can track almost everything to Mike Merle's pitch at the very beginning. The game was supposed to be simple. It was supposed to be easy to DM, and it was supposed to be something that anyone could pick up and play. It was supposed to support GMs and bring them up, allowing them to do more and essentially do more with less, but they failed to provide the tools and resources to actually do this. Merles wanted to teach GMs to break the rules. He wanted them to improv things. He wanted them to bend the rules to create an interesting story for players to experience so that every table could have those classic D&D moments. The problem with that is that if you don't know the rules, you can't break the rules. And if you're always looking for a rule because you don't know if it exists or not, you're not doing what Merles intended. And sometimes that leads to frustration and straight up bad sessions if a GM doesn't know what they're supposed to be doing, or if they think they know what they're doing. When we look at the bones of 5th edition, we see a system that sits on scaffolding. It lacks the actual construction of a complex system to allow players to make of it what they need. When it comes to narrative play and creating interesting worlds, this works great. It's one of the primary reasons why 5e blew up. You can homebrew it and make whatever you want out of it. It's a platform to build upon. But that also puts pressure on the DM to create all of these subsystems and fill out the rest of the game. It's like a coloring sheet. Yeah, you have the design of it there, but you still have to color it in, and the stress of sticking within those lines instead of just drawing it yourself is a whole new can of worms to open. Yeah, there's plenty of material in all of the source books, and you can get some great ideas from it for sure. But the advice and approach given supports a style of play that's different from how the game actually appears. Instead of giving DMs hard rulings, it provides wishy-washy thoughts like, oh, you could do this, or here's a table that clearly in an example, but we're going to present it as actual real tables to be used in gameplay. The current goal that Wizards and Hasbro has for D&D is to make the game as accessible as possible to everyone. That means that anyone off the street can pick up a copy of the PHB or whatever book and learn how to play D&D. The problem with that is that if you don't provide the tool set for the DMs to actually run the game of D&D, you get a disproportionate amount of players to GMs, a problem that TTRPGs have always had and will always have. It's simply more appealing to be a player to most people. The problem with that is if people want to learn how to be a DM or they simply don't have access to one, they can't buy a book and then learn how to be one. The published adventures are supposed to be the place where you, a new DM, can gain experience and hopefully graduate to writing your own campaigns. But I believe that neither forms of published material, settings, and adventures do a good job at introducing DMs, both those experienced and those that aren't, into what 5th edition is. That's why there's been so many popular videos that are about running the game, because they don't provide enough insight in their own material to actually teach you how to do it. Where's the advice on impromptu skills? Where's the information on making narration interesting? Where's the breakdown on styles of game mastering, scene by scene, hour by hour, or encounter by encounter? The world of being a game master has so many links to the world of creating writing, and that's something other systems have learned and leaned on. That's something that if you go back to Advanced D&D, the DMGs and other Game Master focused books talk about writing, how to be a better writer, and where to look for inspiration. The fact that I've gone backwards and found tips shows me that the writers of the current books aren't doing their due diligence to actually teach people how to be DMs. Today, those skills have to be found elsewhere. A YouTube video, a Reddit post, a blog post. And that lessens the values of the books that Wizards of the Coast puts out. If a book isn't going to teach me how to play the game, especially if I'm brand new to the game, it has zero value to me. And I would never recommend anyone buys the DMG unless they buy the 3-pack of them. A lot of the information you get in that book, other than the magic items, can be found elsewhere for so much cheaper, as in free, and better. If you're looking for a book to teach you how to be a DM, the DMG isn't it. You shouldn't have to go to a YouTube video to learn how to do something that you just bought a book for. No one expects to buy a board game and then thinks they need to go watch a YouTube video by some third party to learn how to play that board game. The rules and instructions given, in theory, should be simple enough to actually answer the questions you have and teach you how to play. Those extra resources, while helpful, shouldn't be the rule. They should be the exception. They should be the thing you go to if you want to learn more, not the thing you go to actually learn how to play the game. If you want resources, if you want tools, if you want to be the best possible game master, the runner of the game you can be, 5th edition isn't it. In fact, it lets us down as someone who primarily DMs, as someone who loves this game, this system, this idea. Seeing material from 30 years ago provide better insight than the books that I was supposed to buy to learn how to play hurts. Knowing that an older crowd, a group of people who've been playing the game for years, simply got better resources to learn how to play the game than we have today. Outside of looking up YouTube videos and outside of blog posts, you can't buy a piece of content from Wizards and run it out of the box. CR doesn't work. Magic items barely work. The economy doesn't work. Their own modules don't work. If none of this stuff works out of the box and you have to put in your own effort, if you've never done it before, it's not going to be good. That's not what a product that you can buy should look like. Of all the aspects of 5e, of everything we've talked about so far, the one area that I think they've failed, with 3 pillars and setup, there's always content that's there. You can find your fun out of it. But in terms of the tools and resources to create good storytellers, after everything is said and done, 5th edition failed the DM. At this point, we've already touched on 2 of the 3 pillars of tabletop role-playing games. We've talked about roleplay, and we've talked about combat. Before we can really move on from the raw gameplay of 5e, we need to touch on that 3rd pillar a bit, exploration. Exploration is the halfway point between roleplay and combat, in terms of rules and GM execution. Where combat is dominated by stat blocks, rules, and order, and roleplay is more or less left up to the GM to coax out of players and their execution of how much they want to interact with it, exploration does a bit of both. It requires the GM to add their own touches and flavor to make things interesting, and it also has rules and mechanics for traveling and survivals. First things first, what is exploration? Obviously it's discovering things in the world, but how do we go about doing that? The same way we do everything else in D&D. Rolling dice and making active decisions. All the exploring central mechanics can be condensed into 2 areas. Survival stuff, which are things like 5e's rest system, carry weight, food, water, lighting, and survival focused skills and abilities. And random stuff. Random stuff is more though the materials for the GM to actually create random encounters or generate terrain and all of that kind of stuff to make the world more interesting without having to require a 10-hour prep session for the day. It's so that they can create the random nature of traveling. Dungeons & Dragons, regardless of edition, is really all about resource management. Knowing when to pop powerful abilities, use items, or consume your spell slots. After a while, or just poor planning, eventually you're going to find yourself short-handed on HP and uses of abilities or spells. 5th edition provides parties 2 options for restoring their resources, in the form of rests, either in short format or in long format. Let's start with the short ones. Short rests allow characters to spend their hit die to receive a number of healing equal to the roll and the constitution modifier. This allows them to regain hit points and, in the case of martials, a good portion of their abilities back. Casters, on the other hand, tend to receive a smaller amount back outside of the health and require spending additional resources if they want to get those spell slots back. While not specifically limited, you're also not really able to spam short rests. at least not for healing, as only half of your hit die are restored upon taking a longer rest, meaning the more hit die you spend, the longer it's going to take to actually regain all of those back. Long rests, on the other hand, function as your full restore. Upon completion, you're fully revitalized in terms of your powers and your health points. While short rests take an hour or so to complete, long rests use a good portion of your adventuring day at 8 hours. Resting in 5th edition is the definition of it works. I've never really put any thought into it outside of finding it kind of annoying when parties spam long rests after seemingly every encounter. But that's more times than not a GM issue than a system one. Resting in 5e isn't even as generous as it first appears either. A single sentence under long resting details that characters can only receive the benefits of a long rest once per 24 hours. Meaning that once you rest, you're locked into it. You can't just take another rest after the next encounter, so you better use your resources sparingly. This also creates a soft cap on the number of short rests you can take. Because you can only regain half your hit die per long rest, it'll take up to 2 days before you're at full strength again if you've used all of them. This system works. That's it. It doesn't have any extra mechanics or things to play around with. There's no strategy in it. There aren't things like buffs or abilities you can use to give your party a little boost for the next day, which is sad. I love mechanics like the camping skills found in Darkest Dungeon, because it adds a little bit of decision making into something that often has no interaction outside of just choosing to do it. Mechanics that utilize rest are few and far between, and it's really just Song of Rest from the Bard that gives you a little bit of extra healing. Outside of that, there's no way to provide long-term buffs for the party. It's just another area where 5e lacks any form of support abilities and makes it so that classes like the Cleric, Paladin, and Bard really don't have anything they can do during the rest or downtime. It also doesn't help that rests don't consume any resources outside of time. Camping equipment, food, and water have no cost to actually receive healing or resting, meaning you could be starving and take a long rest and still receive the benefits, just so long as the rest isn't interrupted. Survival mechanics like hunger and hydration are ones that you'll either love or absolutely hate. There's no middle ground here. They're either something that you enjoy and you want that grittier style of play, or you hate and you just don't even use them. Their inclusion inherently slows down gameplay, to a point where that's why people don't like them. Something that a lot of exploration mechanic can do. It also adds grit into an already resource-heavy game. 5e's approach was simply to just throw in a few rules, and what we see in the PHB is essentially you need a pound of food per day and a gallon of water a day. Once again, these are really just nothing mechanics. They exist to maintain an element of realism and pseudo-resource management that realistically is only as deep as you as a playgroup decide to dig into. Rations are cheap, enough for parties to acquire tons of them, and spells like Goodberry completely negate the need for parties to even worry about food rationing, so long as they have a druid or ranger around. You can forage for food and water, it's possible, its rules are provided for it. It's simply just a success or a fail check, with no room for mishaps or interesting discoveries. At least, not that they provide you any. The DMG nor the PHB provide any tables for mishaps or interesting discoveries while foraging. While yes, the GM can choose to add those in whenever they want, it's really disappointing to see that a raw system doesn't provide any interesting random encounters for such a relatively important check potentially. All of this leads me to say that I think this is just a boring mechanic. If food and water aren't ever really going to be an issue, and foraging or discovery in the wilderness doesn't lead to anything dangerous or fun to play around with, most playgroups will just see this as a completely unnecessary system and not interact with it. Continuing the trend of survival elements, 5th edition elected to have rules for the amount of gear and goods a person can carry with them at any given point. Carrying capacity is determined by strength times 15 to give you your arbitrary limit of how much you can carry. If you think food and drink is often considered gritty and hardcore, carry limits are even worse. Inventory limits in RPGs might as well be one of the worst additions to any game ever, and in the tabletop world where you're going to be picking up new items all the time, most of which aren't in any book, is going to lead you to constantly have to ask the GM, hey, how much does my dinosaur claw weigh? And that adds absolutely nothing to the game. Back in the OSR days where coin could equal XP, forcing your party to actually think about what they wanted to take and what they wanted to leave was interesting. But in 5th edition, where half the time you're going to be gaining XP through milestone systems, there's no point to any of this. It just adds needless complexity to a game that's simple and is going to be ignored half the time. I don't think I've thought about carry limits in D&D probably since I started playing the game. Finally, let's talk lighting. Did you know that 5th edition has 5 different lighting conditions? But none of them matter outside of lightly obscured and heavily obscured, because the abundance of either races with dark vision or cantrips like light remove any challenge or fear from adventuring in darkness. Of the 9 races in the 5e's PHB, 6 have dark vision. A majority of popular picks like elf, dwarf, and tiefling include it. It's highly likely that a majority of your adventuring party, if not the whole thing, is going to have dark vision, meaning that only 1 or 2 of your party members are going to suffer any effect from being in darker areas. While dark vision isn't a automatic get out of jail free card, it certainly removes the fear factor from venturing into a dark cave. It's not that 5e lacks exploration rules or survival mechanics. They're in there, as simple and often bare bones as they are. It's just that they aren't emphasized or encouraged. The PHB spends a whole 3 pages or so covering all the rules, most of which is spent on movement. The DMG provides a handful of small tables for random encounters and area generation, but most of it feels uninspired or dull. But none of that is really the issue. What damns exploration in 5e into just being a thing that's there isn't the core rulebooks, but rather how Wizards' own adventurers treat it. 2017's Tomb of Annihilation is an adventure which takes players to the murderous jungles on the island of Chult. The adventure takes place on an open world hexcrawl style of play, where players are forced to march across the land to achieve their goals. The 255-some-page book includes everything the GM needs to run this type of game, with extensive lists of random encounters and stuff that can happen. The map is filled with pre-made locations that have tons to offer adventurers. The reason why Tomb stands out isn't because it's this type of play, it's that it's the only published adventure to take on this format and encourage players to actually explore the world outside of heading to their next objective or what you could call a quest marker. Most adventures provide a small handful of custom encounter tables or a little random stuff here and there, maybe a side quest, if any at all. What's worse is oftentimes the encounters they do provide, even the ones in the sourcebook like the DMG, are entirely combat related. Things like meeting friendly people on the road or an interesting setup that could lead to a quest isn't really available, leading to what seems like boring downtime in between your next major plot point. Let's step away from 5e for a second again. Free League's Forbidden Lands is a system that's designed and focused on exploration first, attempting to match that old school role-playing style of simple yet open-ended gameplay. The result is a system that contains rules for resource management, travel, and exploration, but with an emphasis on interesting discovery. Forbidden Lands systems for food, water, and other resources tends to be a random dice roll. You're not actually doing any resource management, you're rolling a dice at certain intervals, and choosing to do different things during your march, that you have to swap out players and do different dice rolls. It's not just a simple survival roll or a nature roll to see if you get lost. It's multiple different roles that could spiral into something completely different. What's even better is included in the GM's guide is a total of 43 pre-created encounters that are all interesting and serve as an easier get out of jail free card for GMs who haven't prepped a ton, or as inspiration for things to find out in the world. Forbidden Land uses a system called adventure sites, which are locations where the players can, well, have an adventure. It could be a dungeon, or a temple, or maybe even a village. But what the system wants you to do is splatter your world with small things to actually explore and do. Maybe it's a cool tidbit of lore, or a magical item, or maybe it's a lead on a possible place to get tons of money and treasure. Things like that are interesting and is what Forbidden Land wants you to encourage you to play. 5e's system has these things, it's just a matter of not encouraging the DM to use them. 5th edition doesn't use the systems that it has for exploration, or encourage GMs to use it outside of whatever is in the direct path of the party. Modern D&D tends to follow a railroad, or a point crawl. The plot happens wherever the party goes, meaning you go to a set location that the GM has prepared, or kind of has prepared, and the plot happens there. The pre-published adventures don't really provide resources for GMs to run, anything other than that next objective, and I think that has more to do with speeding up play than anything else. See, travel and exploration in tabletop games can be seen as boring boring or time consuming, because most of it is just keeping track of how much food you have or deciding on a route. And if the GMs have yet to provide anything interesting off the beaten path, then why would you ever want to do it? In a way, it's very third person, where you, the players, are deciding on things rather than talking about in character, and it's really gamey, which is the exact reason why we've seen a decline in dungeons. Both wilderness exploration and dungeons take a lot of time. They use a lot of resources and rules to make this feel more like a board game, rather than a tabletop game where everything is kind of free and you can do whatever you want, to the point where it almost clashes with the entire philosophy of 5e. You know, be quick and easy to play. I think that's exactly why Wizards doesn't emphasize it anymore, because it takes time. 5e's exploration is just bland. It's not good, it's not bad, it just kind of exists. June 17th, 2020. Wizards of the Coast released a statement promising that going forward, they were going to commit to maintaining a diverse environment, both in and out of game. Going forward, many fan-favorite races in fantasy games would be reworked to remove any potentially unsensitive depictions, and that future released content would allow characters to be an open book in terms of what they wanted to be. This announcement was confirmation that the content seen earlier in UA, the Unearthed Arcana, the name for the playtest content for 5e, would be coming at some point later in that year inside of an official book. This commitment and the release of Tasha's Cauldron of Everything ushered in a new era of D&D 5e. The optional changes to character creation and new design philosophy evolved the way we view characters and how the entirety of D&D's goals going forward would be. November of 2020 was when 5.5 started. The year prior, in 2019, Mike Mearls was confirmed by Jeremy Crawford to no longer be involved with Dungeons & Dragons. He was quietly shifted over to a position in the Magic the Gathering area of Wizards, but exact details are confusing and conflicting. What we do know is that the next year, his position was officially taken over by Ray Winger. This is where things get to complex, and insight into who all was working on D&D at any given moment is completely unknown, and only gets more confusing as the years go on. With a new creative executive, it's clear that the new design choices going on at Wizards were being bred from a new creative vision. Tasha's is an identifiable moment where 5e and the D&D as a brand as a whole changed. All of this led by the charge that 2020 would be the most successful year potentially ever for a tabletop game. Tasha's changed D&D in two major ways. The first is an evolution to how character creation is handled, with a fundamental change to how stat bonuses are allocated. Up until now, every race had a set of bonuses to your stats that were predetermined. Tasha's main change was this was no longer the case. All new races simply provide a +2/+1 bonus to any stat of your choice. Additionally, continuing their efforts to say that who you are is determined by you and not your naturally occurring traits, Tasha's introduced an option called Custom Lineage. This option opens up the ability to build your own race of sorts, sharing the benefits of +2/+1, but you also get the ability to choose if you want dark vision, or a skill, a feat of your choice, and languages. A cool idea, but a dangerous one. Other than the DM simply saying no, why would you ever play anything else than just Custom Lineage? Why even have races other than flavor at this point? They've already reduced choosing the race to selecting pretty much additional abilities or if you want dark vision or not. And it's not like you can just reduce this to a single book either, as all future races will share this trait and leave all legacy content from the first couple years basically irrelevant. Human variant is now just a worse Custom Lineage. This issue goes far beyond the scope of just power creep. I full-heartedly believe that they've actively removed the critical decision-making from character creation, at least when it comes to picking a race, in the name of diversity, while failing to even complete their goal. There's better ways to course correct than doing things that impact the gameplay experience. Actions speak louder than words. While Custom Lineage is technically optional, it's optional in the same way all content is, where a DM can tell their table, don't use that, but everything officially released will quickly become common practice, and you're more likely to find a table where it's allowed versus one where it isn't. Changes to race aside, this was only one way Tasha's evolved 5th edition into what could arguably be described as 5.5. Every class received additional content in the form of either subclasses or additional abilities and content, some of which, in the case of the Ranger, reworks elements of the class to be more in line with the rest of the game. This additional game content is the type of stuff that makes players excited and reinvents entire elements of the game without destroying playstyles. Other than class support, Wizards also created official in-game ways for players to now change out subclasses and swap out abilities or spells. They are given the option to do these at certain milestones, or through in-game reasons like downtime, and a character can now freely swap out things they aren't using or don't like. Here's my problem with all of this. Tasha's was 5 steps forwards in terms of game content for players to mess around with. More abilities and more options just improves the already complex build potential of 5th edition. But with 5 steps forward for the players, it's 2 steps backwards in terms of support for DMs. The core philosophy of a system designed to empower DMs is almost going completely ignored in favor of more candy for an audience that already has more than enough. While players were getting races, classes, feats, and more, the toolset for Dungeon Masters was still fairly weak in terms of interesting content. Outside of pre-published adventures, there really wasn't much to chew on. Ultimately, I think it comes down to what sells, or gets audiences excited. Hasbro never officially released numbers for any other Dungeons & Dragons products, but looking at other charts and sales numbers, adventures tend to sell a lot worse than core rulebooks. And those are the books that have all the cool additional content for players. Obviously this makes sense from a financial play. You want to sell products to the most possible people, and there's a lot more players than there are DMs. But it hurts to know that the support that you should be getting for the people who make D&D possible just doesn't exist. Technically not first seen in Tasha's as it appeared earlier in the Eberron setting book, the Artificer is one of the most interesting parts to the release of Tasha's, because for the first time since the dawn of 5th edition and the release of the system, D&D finally had a new class, and a cool one at that. The Artificer is a half-caster that takes elements from the Wizard and a few other classes to create an interesting playstyle that varies greatly from subclass to subclass. Relying on intelligence for the spell casting and other abilities, this class is all about tinkering with items and contraptions to get what you need done. Artificers boast a greater hit die than the Wizard at a D8, and in terms of stats you can build into anything along with intelligence, but typically you see dexterity thanks to the official introduction of firearms, and a firearm-focused feat. At level 3, the Artificer gets to choose their subclass, and there's a total of 4, all of which play entirely different. The Alchemist has a focus on potions and a strange experimental elixir, which provides a random ability from a list of 6. The subclass spends most of its leveling journey gaining assisted bonuses such as additional healing, and at higher levels you gain access to more powerful healing spells. The Armorer. Armor is as close to Fantasy Iron Man as you'll ever get. The subclass is centered around a magical set of armor that has 2 main modes. Guardian, a model for full-on attacking and defense, and Infiltrator, a model for stealth and speed. Each model has its own unique abilities and actions, and at higher levels you can install infusions into the armor, adding powerful magic item properties. This also increases the total amount of attunement slots you're able to have. Artillerist. The Artillerist is able to summon 1 of 3 different turrets, and they're able to be controlled with a bonus action. Artillerists use powerful magical firearms, and at higher levels become a full-on artillery encampment. Battlesmith. Battlesmith is essentially another version of Beastmaster Ranger, but instead of an animal, you get a Steel Guardian, a custom creature of your own creation that is your trusty companion until the very end. At higher levels, it gains strength and learns additional abilities. The Artificer is a class determined by its subclass. While each of these share the same basic abilities and level progression, they play and feel completely different. An Armorer will find themselves closer into the action than an Artillerist. A Battlesmith and Alchemist will be doing entirely different things each round of combat. When it comes to half-casters, Artificers show that spellcasting can serve as a powerful augment to a set of core class abilities and weapon attacks. Subclass variety isn't the only intriguing design element of the Artificer. The focus on the assumed not-in-play magic items is all but ignored thanks to magical infusions. The best way to think of these infusions is as a physical manifestation of the Warlock's Eldritch invocations, a list of available modifications to existing items or straight-up magical item replication. At level 2, you're able to know 4 of these infusions and can have a maximum of 2 items at any given time. Both of these numbers go up with the proficiency bonus as it increases. Infusions can be anything from a +1 armor, weapon, or casting focus to a crossbow or gun that just straight up ignores the loading property, all the way to a selection of rare magic items at level 14. This single ability gives Artificers access to so many different playstyles or augments, and straight up buff other classes and party members since there's no limits on who can actually use these items. Infusions and magical items become one of the key players in the Artificer. It's the only class in the game with the ability to gain additional attunement slots, meaning that you're able to use more magic items. Combat and items aren't everything though. Skills and tinkering are a big part of that magical Artificer fantasy. An ability such as Right Tool for the Job, which allows you to spend some time and create any set of tools you could dream of, along with tool expertise, which means you double your proficiency bonus with those tools. You'll never not have high rolls needed for those crafting checks or other tinkering. Not like you'll really be doing it anyway because those rules suck. Artificer at first glance sounds like a wizard light, a spellcaster who has less going on and needs magic items to fill in the gaps. In reality, Artificer is a class with so much more going on compared to some of the original 5e classes seen in the 2014 PHB that it makes you wonder, where was this creative design back then? Nearly every level gives you something new to the player or encourages creative play to overcome challenges. While not nearly one of the best classes in combat, arguably only Artillerist is really that effective, it more than makes up for it in terms of out of combat and party support. You can equip your comrades with magical items and provide magical assistance with a spell list that is pretty much a best of support spells. If it hasn't been made clear, I'm a big fan of this class. I know a lot of people aren't. I found out recently that this is kind of divisive, where some people think it doesn't nail the idea of using items, and that's up for debate, and I'm willing to say that, and I know for a fact that it's definitely not perfect by any means. Artillerist is by far the best subclass, which kind of sucks, because if you wanted to play like an alchemist, it's kind of just not good, and a lot of the subclasses have a lot left to be desired. It's not even close how good Artillerist is compared to everything else. But there's a lot of moving parts, making it arguably the hardest to play Halfcaster. Most of that is since you have so many out-of-combat support abilities to juggle around, and to remember you have all of this stuff takes a lot out of the player to remember, but it's worth it in my opinion. The roleplay potential is great, the support potential is great, and you're not going to be bored turn after turn. I like the class. I think it's really good, and it's a cool dynamic shift of a support class that can still deal damage, and it's a lot of fun to play. Tasha's was a massive win for players in evolving the game forward, but it brought on rough waters for the future of 5e going forward. The next couple years of books would be a collection of older settings being brought into 5th edition, such as the beloved world of Krem from Dragonlance, Orth from Greyhawk, Domains of Dread from the horror worlds of Ravenloft, and more recently the worlds of Wildspace from Spelljammer, and the insanity of Sigil in the Outlands from Planescape. It didn't just stop with classical D&D settings either. Wizards, after years of possibility, finally began to cross over with the worlds found in Magic the Gathering, opening the doors for even more worlds and settings for DMs to explore and use. At one point, I originally hoped to dive into each and every book released for 5e, exploring the ins and outs of the adventures and sharing my thoughts on the quality or lack thereof found in some. Ultimately, I scrapped this idea after realizing that this video was already massive enough and I didn't want to make even more work for myself. I do want to take note though of the increasingly disappointing approach WotC decided to take with how it handles both legacy lore and its published settings. At some point, the concept of less is more must have also been applied to the writers at Wizards, because with each and every release of additional settings, the disappointment from the community grew. Books contained less and less lore, less content than they used to back in the classical era, and often only ever had a paragraph or maybe 2 about a given topic, leaving a majority of it up to the DM to create. At some point, it was made painfully obvious that Wizards is more interested in encouraging DMs to create their own worlds, lore, and characters, to either be inserted into settings or just to ignore them altogether. 5e is reaching a point where some of its own books have become outdated, containing races or subclasses that have become obsolete with outdated rules or other changed aspects. Why would you ever want to spend money on a book that could become outdated within a year? Oh yeah, that's right, because D&D Beyond exists. Old settings and adventures, both those in 5e and before, deserve to be experienced today. Unlike other franchises or IPs that have become massive, D&D doesn't have much in terms of a way to experience the hundreds of adventures or legacy content created for older editions of the game. Once beloved popular settings like Dark Sun sit in limbo, with little to no hope to ever be seen again. Planescape and Spelljammer were once in a similar situation, and they both received what feels like, in my opinion, half-assed attempts to get older fans to shut up. They provide little in terms of incentives for new fans to fall in love with those settings. It goes beyond the additional settings though. The Forgotten Realm, Toril, the central world that the default D&D setting takes place on, has been done a disservice. For the longest time, I had no interest in anything Wizards put out in it because it just felt like some generic fantasy world. Sure, you had popular areas like Icewind Dale, Baldur's Gate, and Waterdeep, but other than those names, who cared? And then I went down the rabbit hole of the world's lore, out of boredom and curiosity one night. What I was met with was a world with the same amount of detail and intrigue that empowers the Warhammer fanbase to love their game and world so much. The Forgotten Realms is far from dull and generic, but you would never know that because of how 5e presents its own world. Empowering DMs doesn't mean ignoring the setting that writers have spent the better part of 40 years building on. With the release of Baldur's Gate 3, we see how good this setting can be and how much people can fall in love with it if it's given the love and respect that it deserves to have. But Wizards doesn't care. They needed a third-party company to even make the game. 5.5 is characterized as the ultimate make-of-it-what-you-want version of D&D. Rules are becoming lighter and lighter with more flexibility in what a player can choose. Bonuses are just another set of points for point buy basically, and the selection of race has little to no impact anymore other than if you want a couple unique abilities. The idea of what D&D is and was is now evolving along with the game itself, and all the changes made with Tasha's were done in tandem with the legacy that 5th edition created for itself. We've covered nearly every aspect of the system. Its combat, its character creation, its races, its classes, being a DM. It's finally time we look outside of the game, and we look at how Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition changed the tabletop role-playing game landscape forever. The legacy of 5e. On August 18th, 2014, the 5th edition handbook was released to the public. In the coming weeks, it would receive critical praise from publications and players alike. They praised a return to the classical forms of role-playing and the introduction of refined mechanics like re-rolling for advantage and rewarding inspiration for quality roleplay. Fans were ultimately disappointed that the Monster Manual and Dungeon Master's Guide didn't release immediately with the player's handbook, but they knew it was coming later in the year. While the PHB garnered high marks across the board, the adventure that launched with it, Hoard of the Dragon Queen, which released at the launch of 5e, would ultimately be considered disappointing, a trend that would continue for most of the adventures in 5e. A few months later, and throughout the end of 2014, the DMG and the Monster Manual were released, and they also shared the high praise with the PHB. The Monster Manual in particular I think is worth talking about as it's a league above the rest, having hundreds of available stat blocks and lore tidbits, and easily stands as one of the best books released for the system, even today. 5e was a hit. Mike Merle's version of this rules-light, return-to-form version of D&D caught on with audiences in a way that 4e didn't have. People wanted something different from that current landscape of MMOified D&D that 4e was offering, or the gritty number-crunching Pathfinder had. It was a success. D&D was back on the playing field with a system that was competing in the marketplace. While 5e was successful for its first couple of years, it hadn't reached critical mass yet that we know it as now. The world it launched into was far different from any other version of D&D. Because it showed up in the mid-2010s, the internet was just starting to skyrocket. The rise of social media and individually created content on sites like YouTube and Twitch would affect Dungeons & Dragons in ways that nobody could have even imagined. 2 years after launch, in 2016, Netflix released its horror series Stranger Things, which featured Dungeons & Dragons heavily, with plot elements directly inspired from concepts and characters from the game and its lore. For many people, this was their first exposure to D&D as a game. People knew it from the controversies or from what they've heard from people who may be into it, but they had never seen it like this before. This visibility of what D&D actually was helped form a narrative so different from what people knew it as before. Exposure through popular media was only a small role in the explosion that would ultimately happen in the next few years. Something else was more of the catalyst to cause the explosion of 5e, something that not only encouraged thousands of people to play, but changed D&D forever. The Critical Role effect. While players' handbooks were leaving shelves and D&D was slowly starting to take back its market share from the likes of Pathfinder and other TTRPGs, the idea of a role-playing game was still something that was fairly niche. 2015 saw multimedia company Geek and Sundry launch a livestream show called Critical Role, an idea pitched by Felicia Day to the group of voice actors who'd been playing their own private game of D&D for some time. The campaign would be DM'd by Matthew Mercer and start in 2015. They live streamed on Twitch with VODs available on YouTube. The concept was a hit, a big one. Thousands of fans gathered every week to watch or listen to a single game of Dungeons & Dragons. The first Critical Role game came to a close in 2018, and shortly after, the second campaign started. And this is where things got big. Very big. The number of fans of Critical Role began to skyrocket, and the show began to see an average view count of close to 50,000 fans per stream. This single D&D show blew up in a way that no one could have ever expected, and brought with it an influx of new players to the hobby. Everyone was hoping to get a piece of this incredible thing that they had just been introduced to. While Critical Role was the largest, it was far from the only show, as seeing the success of live streaming D&D and turning it into a podcast, this became an entire genre of media reminiscent of radio dramas from the past. The power of the internet and talented voice actors brought 5e from the niche corners of TTRPG nerds to godhood on the internet. By the end of the decade, 5th edition began to reach critical mass, a turning point not only for Wizards and Hasbro, but for the entire TTRPG community as a whole. The same thing that nearly tripled the interest in D&D would also go on to change the way we play and view the game. The Critical Role effect, or Mercer effect, is a lingering perception that Dungeons & Dragons is about creating a high-production improv drama show. Characters must be complex, well-acted, and narrative-driven. DMs must be able to have TV show level writing and create an experience that leaves you on the verge of tears. The mindset that Dungeons & Dragons was simply a game isn't acceptable anymore. It's a chance to create the next big thing. While new players were entering the hobby, they were also carrying with them expectations of a game that was simply impossible to meet. They wanted to be a cast member on their favorite podcast and not just a player in some random co-op game. D&D was now less about slaying dragons and exploring dungeons, but rather a writing experiment for many people to just roleplay a quirky character. These new players created a clash and divide in the D&D community. Where some fans were hoping to run a standard game with adventuring and glorious combat, the pool of players they ended up finding were more interested in a strong narrative experience centered on their character. In a way, everything being paraded around by Merles during the production of 5e was coming into reality. The system started to be played specifically for those special moments, where stories were becoming the centerpiece of the system and the reason why people wanted to play in the first place. One of the biggest reasons this was even possible was thanks to the accessible rules and easy to grasp classes and combat. The 5e team accidentally created a core system that appealed to people who at the time probably didn't even know what Dungeons & Dragons was. Critical Role was the catalyst that turned D&D from a game to a brand worth somewhere south of $1 billion, and so much more in public faith. While Critical Role was one of the biggest reasons for why 5e would end up becoming so popular, it's only a half-truth. The increase of D&D in the public eye from popular media like Stranger Things was just another element of that. It was being talked about more, and people were more interested in actually trying it out and playing it. But part of that reason they were even interested in that is because people were playing it differently. It wasn't meeting in your friend's basement anymore, it was just hopping on Discord and going to a website. Change. 2024 marks 10 years of 5th edition. tying it as the longest version of Dungeons & Dragons currently out. It is only matched by 1st edition Advanced D&D. In that time, the world has evolved greatly. Our available technology and what gamers are after is completely different. 5e is a game that started out as a simple throwback to those early editions, a game about adventuring and slaying monsters, but ultimately, it evolved to become a tool to lead a version of co-op storytelling that a lot of people think you can't get anywhere else. The legacy of 5e is one that I believe becomes a tragedy. The Open Games license released in 2016 that allowed the use of core mechanics and the rule set to be used by just about anybody to create third-party content, and that allowed that content to be sold on a multitude of marketplaces, was at risk of being revoked. 2022 saw a series of leaked documents that tied to a potential new edition or refresh of the game titled 1D&D. This information alluded to a new license as well that would entirely remove what was previously permitted. What followed was mass outcry from the D&D community and a fight for Wizards to revoke this new OGL concept. Eventually, multiple new drafts and discussions were had around this controversy, as it eventually reached outside the D&D community and more people were hopping on the bandwagon against these changes. Hasbro and Wizards finally gave in and released an apology statement. The fight ended with 5e's System Reference Document, SRD, entering a version of the Creative Commons, which allowed for significantly more freedom for creatives to use the system for their own third-party releases and products. After nearly 10 years, generating what could only be described as good faith from their growing community, Hasbro shot themselves in the foot with a potential change that would kill third-party content and conversation about the game. The last time they did this, it resulted in Paizo Publishing making their own tabletop game. While the whole OGL scare ended in a win for the community, it shows just how far Hasbro will go to milk even more money out of the D&D name and community. I think back to Monty Cook's answer about leaving Wizards because of their plans to monetize and push for greater profits. It lingers because you can tell that there's so many people who worked on D&D and other tabletop games before that wanted this to be a place to put their creative writing, create stories, and create something that evolved at tabletop gaming. But before 5e was even officially out, the idea of D&D being a place for creatives to put out their work was dead. It was long gone. The only thing that mattered was the bottom line. D&D has gone from that weird thing that people play in their parents' basement or a side product to Magic into a brand that's as recognizable as Star Wars or Lord of the Rings. And 5th edition is the game that's responsible for doing that. It's only natural that it would progress to a cash cow that would be milked forever. As much as I'd love to see a world where Wizard releases new settings or content that pushes the boundaries and comfort of its players, I know full well that they're not going to do that. They're too busy releasing shoes, Lego sets, stamps, dice, anything under the sun that can be marketed so that people can spend more money on something that they're familiar with, because at the end of the day, it's all about that bottom line, whatever makes the most money. But that's where the community comes in. 5e's rules are so simple, and the formatting made it easier than ever for third parties to put out content and community members and fans to make their own homebrew. That's where we find the magic that Wizards lost so long ago. Writers and community members have gone to Kickstarter or other funding sites, or just for free, to release their own settings and sourcebooks to fill in the gaps that WotC refused to. An example would be game designer and writer James Olin, famous for his work on the Baldur's Gate games, Dragon Age, and Knights of the Old Republic. He's released multiple different adventures, and other third parties like Ghostfire Gaming and Cobalt Press have started to gain popularity and have released entirely new settings, subclasses, and character creation options that are quickly gaining more ground and reaching more casual players. The list of amazing third-party releases for 5e is far from exhausted, and truthfully, the future of Dungeons & Dragons lies with these people. It lies with the third party, it lies in the community. WotC and Hasbro are too busy marketing and turning D&D into a brand that they can sell and make as much money as possible. In my opinion, they really need to start paying attention to the community and these third parties, and find ways to actually encourage the D&D player base to reach beyond and look for something more than just what they sell.
Yeah, so
third-party content is actually on D&D Beyond now, which is really cool. I'm happy that it's not just banished to sites like DriveThruRPG or wherever you find it on the internet. You can actually get this stuff available right now on D&D Beyond for whatever price they list it for in their digital format. You can also get it from the websites. I would just recommend you do that instead. But Wizards is actually partnering with these people, and they're actually promoting it and advertising it on social media and stuff. So cool, that's a win. I hope they do more of that in the future. As a community, it's our responsibility to actually encourage newer players to go outside of Hasbro's ecosystem and find stuff that isn't made by them, to start buying third-party content and supporting the people who actually care about their craft. Not saying that the designers and the artists don't care. They absolutely do, but the company they work for doesn't, and they're not going to allow them to create what they actually want. People follow directors for movies, they'll stick with game devs as they move on to new projects and experiments. There's no reason the same can't be true for D&D. Heck, the entire game was created based on two guys' ideas of game design. There was a time when an author or a designer's name could spur purchases of entire books. It's not like WotC hasn't been doing this either. In 2020, they officially partnered with Critical Role, publishing Explorer's Guide to Wildmount, an officially licensed and published source book for the Critical Role setting. I think it's time they start partnering with more people, with more writers, things like Chains of Asmodeus or other types of third-party books. I don't know why these aren't officially licensed other than just because they're not. Wizards needs to start doing more stuff like that with teams of other people than doing stuff in-house. When World of Warcraft released, it changed the public perception of the MMO. It proved that this type of game could be for everyone, and that it was profitable. But when a game, show, or movie gets that popular, over time it's going to evolve. The creators of it will do anything possible to draw in even more people, to make it even more profitable. Eventually, it'll lose what made the original so magical when it first released. WoW got bloated. Systems kept being reworked, and eventually gamers just wanted to play that vanilla experience without all the bloat. It's called feature creep. It's when a product slowly receives more and more features or add-ons, where eventually it becomes too complex for many users to even navigate it, or simply bloated and performs poorly at that point. The White Box of D&D released in 1974, 50 years ago. Since then, there's been 8, soon to be 9 variations or editions of D&D. Each edition has built on top of the prior with updated mechanics and designs to fit whatever the current marketplace and trends were. And then 4th edition happened. A game that was born from the need to increase the total profit margins for the brand. A product that was designed to appeal to the modern gamer with all the bells and whistles to come with it. When it inevitably failed, Wizards took a step back and asked, what is D&D? Dungeons & Dragons is a tabletop role-playing game where you play as an adventurer, out to dive into dungeons to find incredible loot to pay your bills, and to slay monsters that are threatening the village, like a dragon or a beholder. Okay, that's what D&D is, but what is D&D? It's a game that's supposed to achieve the simulation of being an adventurer. But over the course of 50 years, the goal of D&D has changed. We hardly even venture into dungeons anymore, the namesake of the game. 4th edition was a deep dive into this philosophy of what if Dungeons & Dragons was a board game. It prioritized game logic above all else, resulting in a game that plays like a tactical board game. You have rules for nearly everything. Enemies have canned tactics, and encounter building is extremely detailed and very mechanical. Published adventures are more like mission packs for a wargame rather than a story. Character kits can be overwhelming and open, filled with options that all recharge at different times or do slightly different things, and you have to figure all that out while you're playing it or look at a book constantly while you're engaged in combat. It put the game above the player. Doing so, it introduced so much feature creep into the game that the onboarding process was so intense, it actively pushed people away from the hobby. When the two biggest players in the RPG space at the time were Pathfinder and 4th edition, no wonder the hobby was dying. Features and mechanics like the ones that those two share aren't necessarily bad. In fact, I'd argue that 4th edition is one of the most innovative TTRPGs out there. It just came at the wrong time. So where does 5th edition fit into this? It decided to strip back nearly everything and bring D&D back to its earlier roots, but positioned the character and story to be the priority over the adventure. This means that the decades of evolution and interesting concepts had to be left on the cutting room floor to simplify the game. What was left was a skeleton structure of what makes D&D what it is, but without the meat or the fat. Let's revisit the Venn diagram finally. If you remember at the beginning of chapter 2, I said that 5e wanted to position itself as the definitive TTRPG experience, offering compelling roleplay, combat, and exploration, a jack of all trades. Throughout this video, I've been covering the offerings provided and the raw rule set it offers. 5e wanted to do it all, and this is how I would ultimately weigh it all out. The first thing you'll realize is that the circles themselves are smaller. The second thing is that after all of this, combat is still the largest priority. Let's actually break this down. By attempting to provide compelling gameplay for all 3 of the core elements of 5e, it successfully prioritized none of them. The goal of being able to do it all might seem good at first until you realize it's impossible to achieve. You can't spark roleplay moments or have awesome story-based fights if your party can just power game and insta-kill the super boss. You can't tell your players to explore a massive map and interact with every tree when you don't provide the DM tools or the valuable incentives for the players to do so. Each of the 3 elements is stronger when they don't have to compete for attention. That's why TTRPG systems often only pick 1 or 2 of the core elements instead of all 3. And the 1 or 2 that they do choose, they often do really well. 5e doesn't do any of them that well, at least not to the point where it makes me say, yes, that's what 5th edition is about, that is its core element right there. 5th edition lacks an identity. It doesn't have something that makes you say, that's what this system does better than anyone else in the marketplace. It gave up so much of what the core of D&D was, yet turns around and immediately says, we're still about playing as an adventurer and diving into dungeons to go kill the dragon. The reason why I say that combat is the highest priority in 5e is because it's the area with the most rules and content to actually dig into. I've said my piece with 5e combat, but at very least it has gameplay to actually bite into. Roleplay has 1 or 2 systems, maybe 3 if I'm being generous, at most. And exploration is, well, exploration. Some people might argue that the identity of 5th edition is its modularity, and that none of these 3 cores are really what the game is about. I even compared it to Minecraft earlier on in this project. And while I believe that the 5e SRD is an incredible tool that has led to a ton of great content and has a ton of potential to create interesting ideas and stories, that's not the product you buy off the shelf. That's the free assets you can use to create your own content in the 5th edition system. You don't buy a copy of Monopoly, open it up and find the game pieces and the board and just a few paragraphs on how to play it. You expect the game to work and be playable out of the box so that you shouldn't have to homebrew or make your own house rules. You expect to be able to use all the tools that you've been given in order to play the game with your soon-to-be ex-friends. This is why I've never been a fan of the argument that 5e's best aspect is it's easy to homebrew. Yeah, sure, it's really easy to homebrew. It's easy to homebrew because it lacks a strong foundation in its rules and mechanics that you have to fill in the gaps. I enjoy being able to write my own mechanics or subclasses as much as everyone else, but my own creations or the enjoyment I've found in third-party content shouldn't be the excuse for the flaws found within the system. If I added my own house rules or style of play in, then we wouldn't be talking about the product that was given to us in 2014. If a game's entire identity is it's homebrewable, that means it lacked in a strong identity to begin with, and that the raw system didn't have enough for gamers to latch on and immediately be able to play it. They had to create their own fun out of something. If 5e lacks an identity and is so flawed, then why is it the top selling RPG on the market? How can a game with seemingly so little to offer be so big in this space? Brand recognition. It's that simple. Wizards of the Coast is a massive company with the money to throw around and actually market their game. D&D is worth almost $1 billion and continues to print money for WotC. If you walk into a game store and ask about getting into role-playing games, you'll be recommended D&D. If you look online, you'll see thousands of fans playing D&D. Even if they're not playing 5e, they're still playing D&D. I don't feel comfortable leaving this analysis off on a negative note. To just come here and trash 5th edition, even with the praise that I've already given it, but to show up here and just say this system sucks. It has nothing to offer and you should just go play Pathfinder 2nd edition. While I have my problems with 5th edition and not all areas of it are perfect, I do like this system, and there are positives to be found. I've tried my best to flip back and forth between positive and negative, but I really want to dedicate a few minutes to just the positives of 5e before we actually reach the ending here. 1. It's really that easy. One of the greatest strengths in 5th edition is that it's a great hopping on point for players who want to get into the game. It's really easy. Learning the basics of role-playing games and rolling dice to determine the outcomes is something that 5e does so well. Since you're not investing time into choosing feats or assigning skill points, anyone can hop in and have a character who plays well. Subclasses set you on a path without the chance for you to waste a level up on a bad choice. This is why so many people start with this game. Whether or not that's a good thing is completely up for debate though. 2. Advantage. I love this system. It has its problems, but the ultimate takeaway is that clutching out a roll that you thought was impossible because you got a second chance, or just how easy and faster it makes play. Oftentimes, these pros genuinely outweigh the problems I have with it. The classes. The class design of 5e, regardless of what you're playing, is something the 5e team nailed. All the classes play so different from each other, and even the ones that are similar still feel different enough that they change up the gameplay. And I think it's a case where the stripped down approach worked out really well for them. 4. Feats. I never really had a good place to talk about this, but I absolutely love feats in 5th edition. They're fun, they're engaging, and they change up your character so much in a way that you wouldn't expect for something that they consider optional. While you're not getting a massive list from the earlier games or even ones that level up, the feats we do get are top notch. Every single one of them feels unique and changes the way your character plays, oftentimes to the point where a single feat can make or break an entire character build. They're so good, in fact, that when you don't use them, the game's actually worse for it. Having to choose between an ability score improvement or a feat is a tough choice, and one that's going to affect your character for the rest of the game. It's also one of the only decisions you actually get to make when leveling. Finally, the monster design. The design of the monsters, both in terms of the artwork and the actual stat blocks, is incredible to me. At a glance, you can see what a monster does and quickly be able to use it in a combat encounter effectively. Boss monsters have sick legendary actions or layer abilities that make their fights infinitely scarier and more interesting than everything else in the game. Fighting dragons and demons can be some of the highlights of a campaign purely because the out-of-the-box stats are that good. Exceptions apply. These are just a few examples of the positives that 5th edition actually has, and they show how well this design team can make a game that excels at being D&D. The system excels when it does exactly what Merle's wanted it to do. Be a platform for memorable moments that evoke the feeling of those classic versions of D&D. Thanks to the removal of the bloat, they were able to create a game that gets players into the headspace of their character and role-playing faster. There's less to worry about on the character sheet, and when 5e does that, it does it extremely well. But guys, that's not something that's exclusive to D&D. As much as Wizards of the Coast might try to make you believe it, the awesome feeling of having your character go through an arc or getting to roleplay as some cool race isn't something exclusive to Dungeons & Dragons. Just like certain engines are better at crafting different types of experiences, first-person shooters, RPGs, action games, etc., different tabletop games are better at creating different types of experiences. While some might be better at fantasy combat, others might have superior rules for gunfights, heists, superheroes, or even offer a portal into a world like nothing else. But one thing remains across them all: the ability for you to create memorable moments and memories with your friends. That doesn't change across what system you're playing. The difference is the level of effort you have to exert in order to learn or play the game smoothly. 5e gets the player in as fast as humanly possible. Yeah, just fill out your stats, pick a race, choose a class and subclass, and boom, you're in. But the experience for the GM is one where you have to fill in the gaps to create the type of game your table wants to play. If all you're looking for is an excuse to hang out with your friends and roleplay while rolling magical math rocks, then yeah, D&D is the best thing ever. The GM just has to dictate how the world responds to certain actions and provide interesting story beats. If that's all you want, then sure, play the system you know how to play. I'm not going to stop you. But past that is where 5e starts to fail. The lackluster support for GMs means anything more intense than a random traveling encounter requires you to dig through the book just to find out, what do you mean there isn't rules for fishing or hunting? Or tables and rules for crafting? GMs shouldn't have to homebrew a simple survival system or require to make a call on the fly. That's why it's so important for a game to pick a tone. If your goal is to create a game that thrives on co-op storytelling, then be a game that's about co-op storytelling. Don't also position yourself as a game where you're out in unexplored areas and need to eat a certain amount of food and drink a certain amount of water. 5e wants to be this RP first system, but then turns around and expects you to follow the carrying capacity rules. That's why identity is so important. If you're spending time and resources on all of these rules for mechanics that half your player base doesn't actually use, then you're just wasting precious time and resources on gameplay mechanics that add nothing to your game. Dungeons & Dragons has kind of positioned itself as the industry's generic fantasy RPG for people who don't quite know what they're after yet. And that's okay. But to call it the world's greatest role-playing system is arrogant. It was back in 2014, and it's even more so now. Nearly every experience that D&D 5e can give you can be found in another system, oftentimes better. Today we're in a revolution. The TTRPG community is growing every year, and as more people stumble into this hobby, they all run to what they believe is the latest and greatest. They saw their favorite podcast play it, surely it's the game for them. One of the primary goals of this analysis was to look at 5e under a microscope, to open up discussion more than just, it's good or it's bad. There's so much more nuance to it. When something introduces an audience to a genre at this scale, it's important for the community to help promote other options within that genre. D&D is not the only TTRPG on the market, yet so many people will stick with it, a system that doesn't support their style of play, or provide interesting mechanics that challenge them. 5e is a great jumping on point. Its ease of access draws in new players and introduces them to the world of role-playing games. But D&D shouldn't be where they stop. There's a whole world of systems and games out there, and ones that people could probably enjoy more than the offerings of Wizard of the Coast. For 10 years, Wizards hasn't really innovated on the tabletop role-playing game experience. They've bought products and pushed out streamlined ways of getting into the hobby, but nowhere have they pushed the boundaries of interesting ways to interact with it for players or GMs. When I finally took the plunge to explore other systems and gave Blades in the Dark a shot, I was blown away in two areas. The first was how simple and easy the game actually was to play. It felt so satisfying. Nearly every mechanic pushes you to something and further replicates that heist experience. The cinematic feeling never leaves you, and nearly every check feels like something that you personally solved. The second area was just how different it felt to run as a GM. Blades provides tons of insight in how the GM should provide challenges, and how every failed check, there's going to be quite a few, should always push the party forward. When one door closes, 3 more open up. I've already brought up how Fate uses character flaws and personality as a gameplay mechanic, and actually feels like a roleplay based game. Forbidden Lands is the first old school RPG like that I've had the chance to try out, and it captures the feeling of traveling through an unexplored land and needing to find food and water. Shadowdark RPG, another OSR that released this year, has been winning awards from taking elements from 5e, so the simplicity in the D20 systems, and using them in a way that actually feels like a dungeon crawler, and has real-world timers to add stakes. Tabletop gaming is evolving. It's so much more than just Dungeons & Dragons. Wizards decided to pull back all the complex systems that they had been in charge of since 3e, and in 2014, that was the right move. It was what the industry needed. It needed something to restart the TTRPG craze of yesteryear, and 5e was that. It was what they needed in 2014, and without that, who knows where we would be. 4e almost killed D&D as a brand. When Mike Mearls and his incredible team of designers set out to save it, they did so much more than that. They managed to launch a system that was exactly what it needed to be. The internet's dedication to cooperative storytelling managed to bring 5e, a system that is flawed up to godhood. But it's not 2014 anymore. It's 10 years later, and the age of 5e is starting to show. Wizards of the Coast is far from the same company it was a decade ago, trying everything possible to boost sale numbers and pump out as much D&D branded goods as possible. We're on the cuff of another system launching, a game that takes the bones of 5e and turns it into something else. The goal behind D&D 2024 isn't to evolve the medium. It's not about fixing the issues present in 5e. No. Let's be real here. D&D 2024 exists to make money. D&D 2024 exists as a platform for Wizards of the Coast to create new forms of monetization, to restart from scratch so they can profit off of audiences who don't realize that they could get a similar experience that might support their style of play better from a different game. It's impossible for us to know what the future holds for both Dungeons & Dragons and tabletop gaming in general, but here's what I do know. If the lifestyleization of D&D continues, if Hasbro pushes D&D even further, that bubble they've created for themselves is gonna pop someday. And the way it's looking, they're falling into the same traps that helped 4E fail. Putting so much time and money into an online portal and VTT instead of pushing for a system that actually innovates on 5e. Truthfully, I don't know what the future looks like. Not for this hobby and not for 5th edition. I think it'll be looked back on fondly, but more as the building blocks for whatever Wizard of the Coast is working on now. 5e lacked the memorable books and content that every other edition of D&D had. The push for more player-created campaigns I think is going to hurt the look of 5e in the future. Without providing something truly special, 5e is going to be so lackluster to look back at in another 10 years. It's going to be remembered as the game that saved D&D and kickstarted the new TTRPG craze, but I doubt anyone is going to be discussing how 5e's roleplay mechanics changed how we play games, or how its combat and actions revolutionized tabletop combat. No. We're going to be talking about the campaigns and special clutch moments we had, how our party solved problems and met interesting characters. We're going to be talking about how this system got us into tabletop games. The future of TTRPGs is exciting. In the next 10 years, we're going to see games that are truly something special. The rise of the old school RPGs that take inspiration from the earliest days of roleplay games show us that gamers want to dive into the dungeons again. Roleplay based systems with simple but powerful tools showcase that a game centered less around slaying monsters and collecting treasure can push the boundaries of what we consider gameplay. The future of D&D isn't with Wizards of the Coast. The future is with the publishers and designers who want to push this industry forward, to actually do something different than just roll the dice over and over again. The people who left the corporate world of Hasbro and joined the indie revolution. 5e helped TTRPGs come back. It helped kickstart us into a new generation where millions of new gamers joined the hobby and got into something that they wouldn't have ever even heard of or maybe even touched before. 5e helped launch tabletop role-playing games into a modern phenomenon. It helped create the modern idea of what a role-playing game is. But it's time for the torch to be passed. See you later, 5th edition. Thanks for the game. I want to give my sincere thanks for everyone who made it this far. This project took nearly 2 years to write, produce, film, and edit. It would be a massive help that if you enjoyed this video at all, you'd share it with your friends or your playgroups. My ultimate goal was to start a discussion about 5th edition, outside of the world of sponsors, videos, or reviews, and people going on angry rants. I wanted to actually talk about this system and the legacy that it's had and what it's going to look like in the future. While some of the credits are rolling, I want to give a couple shoutouts. First is oddly enough to the Dungeons & Dragons fandom site. They have an incredible breakdown of the history of 5e, with links to the archived legends and lore blogs. That single fandom page is one of the only sources of information leading to 5th edition's development. And without it, I wouldn't even know about the blog post which helped create the foundation for this video. History and development are important, and it's disappointing to see that the TTRPG industry puts so little value in it, outside of the original versions of D&D. There's so many important people that have made this hobby what it is today, and for the history books to ignore them and their contributions feels wrong to me. Additional shoutouts to DM David's incredible post about the history of 4E. Those posts were another massive influence and information goldmine, which completely changed my perspective on 4E and how it influenced 5th edition, along with Designers and Dragons. which I highly recommend any TTRPG fan give a read, at least through the 90s through 99 edition. So much of the modern role-playing game industry is based on how role-playing games evolved in the 90s and in the early 2000s. My hope is that one day, we'll get a full story on 5e's development and changes in the 2020s. But part of me knows that this will probably never happen. WotC has been distancing themselves from their ever-growing toxic fan bases, and they don't want to talk to them because they're just going to get hate back. But these people aren't entirely to blame. Blog posts, advertising material, and community outreach from pre-5e are becoming harder and harder to track down. The panels I used footage from, the 2012 Gen Con keynote address, and the Future of D&D panel at PAX East, along with the D&D 4e announcement from Gen Con 2007, were all relatively difficult to track down. The Gen Con keynote from 5e from 2012 was an unlisted video from the official Dungeons & Dragons YouTube page, which makes me wonder how many other keynotes and presentations are essentially lost media. I'm going to be re-uploading all of the keynotes that I used in this video as unlisted, and linked in the description below, so that if you wanted to watch the entire thing, you can. Obviously, we're still missing some pieces. If you have any leads or access to any of the old keynotes, podcasts, videos, or other advertising material, let me know. I'd love for more of this stuff to be easier to access, and we need to actually upload it because no one else is going to. Hasbro and Wizards don't care about their history enough to upload all of this stuff, and it's kind of up to the fans to make sure that this stuff isn't lost media forever. Thanks again for watching. One last final shout out to all of my friends who supported this project and lended me their books, houses, and hands. Without their support through a move, graduating college, and my computer essentially dying, I never would have been able to finish this thing. If you enjoyed this, give it a share. Share it with your friends, and let's make the discussion about D&D a lot more interesting. Maybe in the future, I'll do another one of these, either on D&D 2024 or maybe on something else. I have a couple more ideas, but that won't get made unless, well, I guess there's a desire for it. So if you want to see something more, let me know. Either way, thanks for watching. Have a good one.